Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Hello. 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 I'm watching you, chat. I see all these spin emotes. Hello. 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 Hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. Congrats, you got first, second, and third. Welcome in. Why are we starting Southern Belle right off the start? Okay. Happy Thursday? Thursday. I'm sick old shit on you. Bruh. I saw that post at like whatever time in the morning I tagged you, and I was like, I just was watching it because it was funny. Because it looked funny, and then I heard the Live and Learn when they got in the car at first. I was like, hey yo, Uma Musume and Sonic, let's go. And then it got to the end, and then I heard Sonic here. I was just like, I know somebody who needs to be tagged in this. I know somebody this needs to be tagged for. So I always start my mornings / evenings, late nights with violence. Today is not Friday in California. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. It's the big J. It is. It is. It is true. It is Friday in other countries, but not in California. But okay, since Ballistic wants Southern right out the gate, we just started stream, but it is now Southern time, okay? I see the Tangias are still on sale. Yeah, let me change that. Uno momento. Also, so sorry stream started a bit later, around 12:30 today. Actually before that. I tried. The one time I tried to update my OBS, finally, it took forever. It literally sat on the updating thing overnight. It literally, I think I've waited so damn long that my OBS might be so out of date that it can't just do a normal update. I don't know. So I'm gonna try it again after stream and see what happens. But I tried to update my OBS and it did not let me. I tried. I did try. I at least updated my Stream Elements portion of the client, so at least that's updated. But unfortunately, it would not let me update my OBS. So, whoopsie poopsie. That's right, Chad. The fun police is here. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I mean, it's true. I did say it was going to be discounted for a week, so that is very fair. That is very fair. Get them in now, because it's going to be changing here in a minute. Get them in now. They're going to be changing in a minute. Turn our number, mama. Hachimi ain't changing, though. Hachimi stays. Hachimi stays expensive as fuck for reasons. But while I do that, how was everybody's day? How has your day been? Hopefully it's been all right. Hopefully you guys were able to get some stuff done, do some fun stuff today. There you go. They have now all been changed. They are now back to what they once were. There we go. They're now, none of them are a dollar. I want to say $1. 1 point. Ain't no 1 points no more. Just stop by real quick. Say congrats on your Soul's episode. Thanks, Abu. Hey, yo. Hey. Thank you for stopping in. I know you're usually a late night flyer, but I appreciate you swinging by. Unfortunately, you have to hear it whenever they want me to do my really Korean Southern voice, but hopefully your day's going okay. Hopefully you enjoy your almost Friday. As I drop my coaster on me. I decided to have some coffee this morning. The spam, I know. Sir Jenkins, thank you for the gifted Dahabu. Thank you. Thank you, Jenkins. I appreciate that. Unfortunately up early. I feel that. I feel that. Yeah. Yeah. Even when I moved, even when I didn't have anything I needed to do early in the day and I moved over in California, yeah, I still was waking up at like 8 a.m. and I freaking hate that. I'm like, I don't need to be awake right now. And I said 8 a.m. like 8 a.m. EST. So I was waking up at like 5, 6 a.m. PST, and that sucks so much ass. Oh my God. Quack! Thank you for the resub for 4 months. Southern Belle, let's go. Okay, and I say this in a not weird way, because I was doing updates on OBS and stuff, and I was doing some updates on the subathon things, and I was like, huh, I wonder what Quack's been up to. I actually thought about you the other day. I was like, I wonder what he's been up to. I haven't seen him in a little bit. But hopefully you're doing all right. Hopefully you're doing okay. My day has been good, but I'm here. But my brain is not after my 175 question advance. Yeah, hopefully you did okay on that. The test was rough. But I was surprised that I knew a lot more than I thought I would. Well, good. That seems positive. I'm surviving though. I wish I could wake up from this nightmare of a world tearing itself apart, but I won't get it. Yeah, it is. It do be rough out there right now. I'm touched. I mean, I know some people may say that streamers shouldn't become like close with their chat because it's not like a closeness, but it's like when you're used to seeing people every day, you kind of just like, you recognize if you haven't seen a name in a little bit, and you're just like, huh, hopefully they're doing all right. Hachimi. I did crime in game. Hey, let's go here. Take my gun. Go do crimes in games. Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeehaw. Coffee. I went to the gym. Couldn't fall asleep, so I went back to the gym and straight back to work. That's a choice. I mean, hey. Hachimi. Yes, Hachimi. Go. Oh, what is it? Ohio gozaimasu. Hachimi. Just busy with IRL stuff, starting school. Yeah, that's what I figured. Most of the time, at least for me, whenever you think of stuff like that, I assume y'all just busy with shit, So it's all good. As long as you're doing okay and you're doing all right, that's all that matters to me, really. As long as you're okay. It's weird you sound older when you do. I know, because it makes my voice lower. I mean, I could make my voice higher, but it would sound really weird. It would sound really weird. Seeing as the question pool they have to pull from is over 7,000. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. I failed test today because my dorm mates kept deciding to be annoying at like 2 a.m. Welcome to having dorm mates that you didn't choose. It do be like that, but I'm sorry to hear that. Obviously you didn't do too hot. I think I tuned a little bit, but chat was in hype train mode. Sounds about right. That sounds about right. Let's see, we all heard her say, go do crimes. Go do crime in game. Heck yeah, go do a crime in a game. Gave enemy Infinity a shell from a battleship. I almost said starship. I don't know. Starship Enterprise. Oh my god. Anyway. But we're gonna be doing some we may or may not be doing some Uma shit today. Since we're talking of Umas. We're gonna be doing some as you can see in the title, some Subway Surfer shit today. We're gonna be doing some Subway Surfer shit today. Bunny God. I love how I was actually reading it. That's crazy. Don't know if this will work. Apparently it did. That's kind of crazy. He's rapping like a god, like a Japanese god. I didn't know they could read Japanese. That's crazy. How many subs are we up to now? At the bottom left, it says we're at 928. So in maybe a little less than 80 subs, 70, 80 something subs, we will hit the playing Silent Breath in one go, or I have to do a punishment wheel. Because for those who don't know, Silent Breath is a horror game that basically it tries to throw jump scares at you, and it uses your microphone, and if it hears you like scream or make a noise like you get jump scared, it starts you over. So if I get jump scared and I scream, it starts me over, and if I do get jump scared and start over, I have to do a punishment wheel spin. So that will be the next sub goal. So in 70 plus subs, that is what we will be adding that to the to-do list. But since my voice is coming back, we'll actually be able to do some of the other sub goals as well now, which is so good. I'm so excited to have my voice back. I won't be doing the singing stuff just yet this week. Obviously we only have a couple days left of the week because I'm just kind of letting my voice rest a bit more. Nothing too crazy. And we do have I Am All of Me. So we do have 2 hours of that. Not 40 hours. Assassin, thank you for the show. It's been 6 months. Thank you for the 6-monther. Thank you. You almost have a subscriber, baby. So proud. Yes, we're gonna be singing I Am All of Me for 2 straight hours. That will be a separate stream of its own. I will be dressed to the nines in edgy shadow goodness, and we will be doing nothing but I Am All of Me for 2 hours. I will not guarantee that I will sing insanely hyped energy for all 2 hours, but it definitely will be 2 hours of singing it. That's for sure. It'll be a time. It'll be grand. Plus, we still have a karaoke stream to do that you guys will choose what type of songs I will prepare ahead of time. So we have a lot more. We have a lot of sub goals to do. But today we will be doing one of the sub goals. Which is where we basically are going to be doing a lore video that you guys chose. We're going to be doing a lore video that you all chose. What we're going to do, hence why I named it Subway Surfer Stream, is we will be watching that YouTube video. But while we are watching that YouTube video, we will also be playing Uma Musume. But Uma Musume will be muted. So I will be kind of doing what I would do off stream, which is where I'm watching YouTube videos and playing Uma Musume. So it'll be very it'll be a very interesting day. It will be very vibey, very chill, very Uma maxing. It will be utter madness singing and listening to the same song for 2 hours. Oh yes. For the Emperor. Yeah, definitely. I don't even think I need to look. I'm pretty positive that it was Warhammer, because apparently Warhammer fans are very strong and determined. They strong-armed that goal, that poll very quickly. So we will be doing Warhammer while we play Uma Musume. For basically what I do half the time while watching a stream. Same. Well, I don't watch YouTube videos while I stream, but yes, I usually will watch YouTube videos while I play other games like Uma Musume, or other games that I can not think about, because unfortunately I don't have Subway Surfer brain that bad where I can do 2 things that require my attention at the same time. Like if I'm playing a game like Hollow Knight or watching another live stream, I can't be watching another video that requires me to process my brain. I can't. Something's gonna lose my attention, and I don't want to do that. So, but yes, we will be doing Uma and lore today. How went the mass effecting yesterday? It was good. It's good. We got to do a lot of the boring, grindy stuff yesterday, so it was pretty good. Very chill. Low key, I'm kind of doing that right now. Yeah, like while I work, or right now while shiny hunting. Yes. Yeah, working at home. I mean, of course, I can't always watch this at actually work. I figured as much. And even you guys can do what you got to do. I know you guys have life to live. And I'm still waiting to hear back from job things as well. So, you know, we shall see. Praying, crossing fingers, crossing fields, crossing fingers. Because your girl needs to at least secure something so that way we can, you know, start making some income. You know, vacation time is over, so we gotta do the Rihanna, what Rihanna said. We gotta work. Usually when I'm playing a game, I start tuning the stream out. That's probably why I have so many hours in Ultimate Admiral. The campaign map requires basically no attention. He goes in full Subway Surfer mode. I am at home now, so I get to chat. Let's go! Shiny hunting is in air quotes since I'm playing an obscure Pokemon like. I see. I listen and watch your streams while I keep up my delivery of 50 hot and ready pizzas and Death Stranding 2. Hey. Yeah. We'll give so much to get you to parties. This becomes your work. I mean, that would be the dream, but I know that takes a lot, so I don't want to put that pressure on y'all at all. But you know, hey, you know, maybe one of these days it can be my full-time thing, close enough or something. But I still would need probably something, because I do at least need something, because you know, Lord knows, I think I might get stir crazy if I never leave my house. At least not at all. I gotta leave my house at least once. Hello, Baron! Happy Thursday! God, it feels so nice! It feels so nice to be able to actually like raise my voice like normal again. It's like, it feels so weird to have my high range back. God. Man. The things we miss whenever we lose them. It's crazy. How we feeling? Good. We're feeling very good. Voice is like definitely 70-80%. We're feeling really good. I think touching grass is healthy. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I at least want a part-time job. I do want a part-time job because it would be good to go out and interact with humanity, you know, do my part in, I don't know, the workforce again. Touching grass, going and having at least an income outside of content creation. Plus, it'll give me funny stories to tell you all when I come back. Come on, chat, live the ice soup life. No, you guys have to live your lives too. The only leaving for Target runs doesn't count. I mean, yeah, that's true. Are you going to do a singing job? I wish. Most places don't like to pay for musicians. Or if they do, it's like, here's 50 bucks. But if I could ever find singing jobs, you bet your ass I would do it. I would do that in a heartbeat. Today is Thursday in California. Don't shoot, because it's not Friday. You sound close to normal. I know. I'm so happy. On that Ray Norvans Junior grind. Yeah. Do your part. Join the Helldivers. Look, I mean, ha ha ha. I make enough for ice sandwiches and Josie. No, please focus on your bills too, though. Here in Hong Kong, car is kind of inconvenient, so we have to walk. Yeah. Luckily, I'm very lucky that a lot of the necessities I need are very, very close. Not everything is within walking distance, but it is a very short drive distance. I just need my car charger to work again. The car charger at my complex is on the fritz again, so I can't charge my car right now, which is not good, but I will make it work. You bought an EV. It is a hybrid. It is a hybrid, because I knew everyone was telling me if you're moving to California, ain't no way you're driving on pure gasoline vehicle. You're crazy. So I bought a hybrid so that way I could use both. Nom 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 nom. Coffee is good. What you mean they pay an exposure that's worth even more than actual money? Don't you know? Isn't gas like $8 a gallon? No, but feels like it sometimes. No, the highest I think I was seeing it was because I have to use premium because my car is a nice car. The highest I think is like $5 5 something. It's over $5, that's for sure, for like premium. I think if you get like the normal regular, I think it's like 420 something. I think it's like low $4, low fours. Low fours, but it's $4. That's crazy. Back home though, back in Florida, back home, I think it was always like high $2, low $3 on a regular basis. So yeah, it's just like $1 plus shift for me. College I'm at basically is in the middle of the town. Everything. Oh yeah, like when you're in college, they do that on purpose. They pretty much like try to make a lot of things within walkable distance, like food or at least public transportation for the most part. That's why I live in Seattle. $4 up here for gas. Yeah, I mean it depends. Well, it wouldn't be $5 if I didn't need premium, but luckily a lot of the gas stations I go to when I do need gas I look for the ones that are low $4 for me, even with premium. I don't care where I live. Give me a V8. Fuck that electric. PS. Yeah, good luck getting money to afford that gas, my man. You say that now until you have to pay gas every day. I'm just telling you right here, right now. As a future adult, trust me, your opinion will probably change of that. You'll change your opinion on that real quick. It's gonna be rough if you try to go cross country. I mean, I used this car to drive across the country when I moved. I moved from Florida to California with this car, and it wasn't that bad. Granted, I used gas the majority of the way, which is why I did that for actual travel purposes, because I knew gas wasn't going to be expensive everywhere. It's just expensive in California. So I knew that if I traveled outside of California, I'd be fine. I would be fine. Let's see. California's a strange place. Say cost of living is just high. Yeah, but you get paid more, so it's like it's that paragon shift. Imagine what kills gas cars is the price of gas being volatile. But then again, I just use subways here. Yeah, you guys have like everyone else has really good public transportation that makes cars not really an entire necessity most times. So, you know, that's just America being America. I don't drive a car. Joke's on you. It's worse since I gotta pay for Uber. Oh, yeah. I just don't trust people enough to use Uber, but I know that's not everybody's. Not everyone can choose that luxury. So I can't blame you for it. If I wasn't nervous to use Uber, I probably would use it. And if it wasn't so expensive. We rented a Tesla to visit Zion Park from Vegas at about 4 hours from the charge time. True. Yeah, Teslas, because those are full EVs, 100% EV. Yeah, those charges take a long time. Gas is crazy work, but the EV market still ain't ready, so I will stick to gas or hybrid. Yeah, that's why I stuck with hybrid, because I like having the options for both. But that way, if I don't drive very often, which is what I'm currently doing right now, EV is great. The hybrid is great because I don't have to actually use gas to drive, which is great with the amount of driving I do, which is not much. See, right now I have a 23 Santa Cruz, though. It's a small truck that has an i4, and on a highway it can get up to 28 miles per gallon. That's not too bad. That's not terrible. I use my Lambo feeties if I don't feel like driving. Santa Lambo, you can't go wrong with the Lambo feeties. I mean, you know, it gets you where you need to go, right? I'd love to be able to take the train more places, but our main rail network is in the red every year. Yeah. One day, maybe America will have a nice public transit that isn't like a bus, you know, like trains, high-speed trains, you know. That'd be kind of cool. That would be pretty neat, but, you know, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. But, that is, besides the case. But as I was telling you guys, we will be doing quite a bit more of the sub goals now that my voice is coming back. Most things are going to be after the date, like the ASMR video, any of the art things. We will be deciding on those during the subathon, but they will not be, of course, done until after the stream, whenever I get the funds so I can commission the said art. So that will be a bit more time, but I do have my my talent manager working with me to make sure that all of this gets done for you all, so that way we get everything done in time. And let's see, I'm trying to think. We got a karaoke stream next week. I am planning, we are gonna do an entire, okay, so guys, do you remember that time I asked you guys to send me in a bunch of funny videos? You remember that like a month or so ago, when I asked you guys to send me a bunch of funny videos? We're finally going to be using those. The time is now. Well, not today, but the time is now that we're going to be doing that next week. So next week will be, now that my voice is back, we will be doing the You Laugh, You Lose stream. So it'll be the drinking edition. So there will be inebriation involved, because I figured it would be unfair of me to watch all of these videos, because I am better at keeping my cool when I'm not inebriated. So I was like, well, I'll give you guys a little bit of an edge. I'll give you a bit of a, what do you call it, a buffer. So we'll be doing that next week, now that my voice is back. But it's probably going to be an entire stream, because you guys sent me over 100 options, 100 videos. Granted, I don't know the length of all of them. They're probably all short, so it might not be like a hugely long stream, but yeah, it's gonna be a long stream. I will not be getting shit-faced, that's for sure, but I will be drinking to the point of where it might help. It might give you guys a little bit, for those who maybe are on the cusp of my funny meter. It might help you a little bit. If you aren't drinking 13 beers with me, I can only assume you're drinking 13 beers against me. Nah, it is fine. But yeah, so we'll be doing that next week. So that way my voice will be back. Oh, let's see, what else? I'm looking through my list here. We'll be doing the lore video today. We'll be doing probably the horror game of chat's choosing next week as well. I do need to run to the store and get an onion, because I do have to eat the whole ass onion on stream, which we will be doing. I have to go to the grocery store probably this weekend then to go grab my big ass onion. Let's see, we have to do the simulator game of chat's choosing, so we'll be discussing that next week, or we might discuss that tomorrow. We'll probably get that going, kind of like what we did today or yesterday for the lore video. We'll get you guys to pick some simulator game options for me, and then I'm gonna have a poll be created. That way everyone can vote. And then we'll be doing the same thing with the PvP game with chat. So we'll be doing that. We'll basically be doing a lot of these things with polls, because it makes it easier for everyone to have a say in the matter. Okay, we already did this. Right, and we have to choose a cover song. We technically did do the 12-hour stream, but I'll probably do more if I'm being honest. We technically did do the 12-hour stream already. Shrek Core, oh my god. We technically did a 13-hour stream last week, but we'll probably do another 12-hour stream, a more official one. Maybe on a Friday, possibly. I don't remember if I sent you any videos or not. I do not know. They're in the thing, and management is helping me sift through them to make sure everything is above TOS and not gonna get me in trouble. Let's see, and then we got the original song thing. We did all that. Sing I'm All of Me. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then everything else we have not met yet, goal-wise. So we still have quite a bit to do, but luckily we can get through a lot of the things now that my voice is back. Thank God. Okay. Let me pull up YouTube. So, for those who voted for the Warframe the Warframe shit. Do you guys have any recommendations for who would be a good, basically what YouTube video would be good for Warframe lore? Does anybody have a recommendation? Because I'm just going to go to YouTube and see what I can find. Unless somebody has something specific that they recommend. The Warhammer lore. If you have recommendations of a YouTube video specifically, let me know. If you know the username of the YouTuber. At least that way I know what the hell I'm looking for. Let's see. Let me do... Let's see, because there is I see a 1.9 million view YouTube video from a user called Sandman of Terra that says the entire Warhammer 40K backstory with animations. But I don't know if that's what we're going for, because I don't know. I don't know what the true Warhammer lore beginning is. This is for the Haunts heresy, right? I suppose. Never actually really looked into Warhammer lore. I haven't either. Where do you want recommend? If you know a specific video, you can tag me in the messages to talents if you have a specific video that you recommend. That way I just have the video directly. But if you have a username or something, you can just put it in chat. Because there's also a Lore to Sleep to Warhammer 40K, the complete core lore, and that's 6.5 hours by the Sleepy Hollow. But I don't know what the proper lore is, because then I'm seeing the Emperor of Man, which is Lutin09. It's a 10 million view video about the rise of humanity, Warhammer 40K lore history, and it's an 1.5 hour video for, I guess, this part 1. 40K was the vote. Okay, you say okay, this is why I don't get into Warhammer, because everyone's always like, well, what do you want, Warhammer or Warhammer 40K? What's the difference? I don't know. You're telling someone who literally does not play Warhammer. I don't know the difference. I thought it's the same. You can't be, don't be the typical Warhammer fandom and be like, well, actually, there's specifics and the difference. I don't know. You all picked this. I don't know. You guide me. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was all the same. Bruh. Oh my god. It's so crazy. I can't. This is why I'll never actually play Warhammer. The fandom literally makes me want to like gouge my eyes out. Oh my god. Why correct someone who doesn't know shit? I don't know. That's Warhammer fans. It's why I don't play it. It's why I don't play. I refuse to play Warhammer, and I refuse to play like War Thunder or any of those sim games, because everyone I know will be up my ass correcting me left and right the minute I mispronounce something or say something incorrect, because oh my lord, I can't be incorrect even if I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing. And I've said this, I don't know. Do you hate backseat gamers? Yes, I think every streamer hates backseat gamers. I think they do. Maybe not hate. Maybe hate might be a strong word. But we strongly dislike backseat gamers. I think most of us don't care about backseating when we ask for it. I mean, it's like the typical rule that like literally every streamer has on the planet, where it's like, please don't backseat unless I ask for it. It's like, yes, if I ask for help, please help me. But if I don't ask for it, then shush. Then let me play the game. Let me learn. As an oversimplification, Warhammer is Warcraft, 40K is Starcraft. Oh my god, is it really? Oh Lord Jesus. I technically play 40K since they made a collab with Magic the Gathering, but I don't really play any other actual games, sadly. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I want help, but it's like no streamer wants to get into a game or a series or a world environment, whatever the case may be, and have that environment like attack them upon entry. It's like, well, I guess I really don't care anymore. It's the quickest way to get me to not care about a game or like a franchise. It is the quickest way to make me be like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I will play this on my own time, which will probably be never. That's why I don't play a lot of mil sims, because they scare me. Which is funny, because I don't know how. I think the reason I even got into League of Legends was because I played it not on a stream or anything, and I wasn't playing for other people. I was just playing off a stream by myself, and I was learning without any backseating. Well, granted, I had my friend backseating me, but I also beat the shit out of him, so he learned. Hello, Sedonic and Fruity Booty. Warcraft was originally meant to be a Warhammer game, but Games Workshop wouldn't give them the license, so they filed the series numbers off and published it without any of the Warhammer IP. Milsims can be fun, but very in-depth and also very jank. Yeah, Milsims, I wouldn't care, but it requires me to really lock in and focus. And I wouldn't be able to stream those games because I already know everyone would be trying to guide me, and I would not retain any of the information or the game mechanics because I'd be too busy trying to like focus, or I'd be too busy trying to take the information that I'm being given and actually like put them into action. And I don't like doing that because then I feel like I'm not being entertaining. I'm focusing too much, and I don't like that. I feel like that's not very fun to watch. At least in my opinion. Who knows? Maybe you guys really you like watching me not be entertaining and focus. But I don't know. But TLDR, side ADHD tangent aside, yes, if you guys have a recommendation for a video, send it to me. Send it in the messages to talents, or if you have a user on YouTube, a YouTuber channel that you recommend, let me know, because I don't know. I don't know the difference, because I see Horus Heresy, but then I also see a bunch of other shit, and I'm like, is it all this? Is the 40k lore the same as Horus Heresy? Isn't that 40k? I don't know that. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what the difference is. I assume it's all the same. I don't know. I don't know, man. Warhammer, this is crazy. My brain's gonna like, I feel like my brain's not gonna retain any of this. I'm not gonna retain any of this. It's a whole thing. It's a lot. Let me just take a great quote from Arma 3. Anti-tank northeast, 250 meters front. Arma 3 spotting system. If you wanted to watch a pro streamer, I'd watch a pro streamer. I watch you for the interaction and personality. I wish everyone felt that way. I wish everyone felt that way. I wish everybody felt that way. That would make my life so much easier. It's like, sure, would I like to give you both? Yeah, absolutely. But unfortunately, that isn't the case most times. I give you the best that I can give, which is pretty scuff, but at least I try to be uwu kawaii rar xd cringe about it. Arma isn't that bad as a milsim. A lot of my friends play Arma. At least I've heard them mention Arma quite a bit, but I don't know how good it is. Depending on what mod you use, or you can just treat it as a sandbox instead and not even use any guns. See, I don't even know how Arma even is played. I just know a lot of people I know have played it, so I don't know. At least I know. At least as far as I know, it's all one timeline. I'm not a Warhammer. No, yeah, I don't know. Bricky's a good, funny 40k guy. Okay. Horus Heresy is the historical version of 40k. Oh, the legit, the biblical, the biblically accurate version. I see. Bricky is probably the best pick because he'll make you laugh while you learn. I do like to laugh and learn. I do love to live and learn and laugh and live, laugh, love, and whatever. TLDR, Horus Heresy is the World War II to contemporary 40k. Yeah. Sounds like Bricky. Yeah, I feel like Bricky. All right, Bricky. Bricky, bitch. Actually, is he in this recommendation list? Hold on. Now I'm like, so that's his username, right? On the YouTube. Let me see. I'm trying to see if he is in one of these video suggestions, in case that was something that I was going to see. Aha! I see him. I see him. Okay, hold on. Let me pull him up. Let me pull him up here. I do see Bricky. I do see Bricky. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, he talks about Outlast 2. Ooh. So Bricky's Every Faction Explained is a good one because you learn about every faction. I would hope so. Here we go. Every single Warhammer 40K faction re-explained. Because, yeah, I don't know diddly squat. Summer Guidance, Alien Isolation Covenant, oh my god, he even talks about Warframe. Crazy! He calls it fast frames! It's so true, though. Every 40K faction re-explained. I see. We have a part 1 and a part 2. Let's see. The video I did see what is Warhammer 40K. Timeline of 40K lore. But that's only like 30 minutes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bazinga. Ayo. Kind Energy. Hello, hello. It's a 3.5 hour video split into 2 parts. I see that. I'm like, bro, what? Okay, so he does have a video about what is Warhammer 40K. Should we start there and then do the faction reimagine? This is gonna be a 40K day while we play Uma Musume, of course. Tomboy spotted. Yes, sirree. You're in the presence of a very feminine tomboy, but also tomboy nonetheless. Let's see what else we got in here. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 Ultra Heresy Edition. Ultra Heresy Edition. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 already 100 hours and what the fuck? There's so many. Which okay, chat. There's so many. I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to begin, bro. All of these sound very useful because then it's like the world's biggest Warhammer 40K tournament. What was it like? Oh my god, Warhammer. So much Warhammer. SM2 is like the holy grail game for Warhammer fans. Don't think about that. Just watch the Bricky. Oh, these are all his videos. These are all his. That's the thing. These are all his. So I was like, wait. I don't know which ones these are. Oh my god, he does a Mass Effect squad mate tier list. Ooh, I have judgments. I feel like he's gonna have interesting views. Let's see. Just watch the video. I can't link Discord right now, but if you search hero ships, USS New Jersey, a pretty good abridged doc of your ships. Oh, well, we're doing Warframe. Warframe, not Warframe. I would say what? I think I want to say Warframe because I enjoy Warframe. It's Warhammer. Warhammer. I do like Warframe though. How does this man not have a Warhammer? I know. That's actually what I looked in his playlist and I was like, no Warhammer? Okay. Factions re-explained should cover enough of the world building. Really? Yeah, we gotta live and learn. And tomboys are goated. Yes, they are. Yeah. But you can hardly swallow. Man, I should have picked Live and Learn to sing for 2 hours. At least that is something I would enjoy. But okay, so the reimagined stuff would be better. That would be better than doing the 40K lore one. Okay. I will take y'all's word for it. You guys are the Warhammer knowers, and I am not. So I will trust you. Live and learn. If you borrow, you never find your way. Speaking of live and learn, have you heard the live orchestral version of... Yes, I have. Yes. Wait, is it too late to suggest stuff? Suggest stuff for which part? Sounds cool. My favorite is the fan-made Eurobeat one. What? There's a fan-made Eurobeat one? That's crazy. Maybe start with the 40K timeline one, like you said. Yeah, I was like, should I do... My thought was to do... because the first one, the 40K lore timeline, is like 30 minutes. And it says, and this is a Bricky video, by the way. These are all Bricky videos. It says, what is Warhammer 40K, timeline of 40K lore? And then I thought we could do the Warhammer 40K faction re-explained, part 1 and part 2. After that, do you think that would work? Or would that not be a good timeline? I don't know. As long as it is Warhammer 40K, because that's what the community voted. Oh, yeah. Let's see. It's also really cool to follow up on Warhammer factions. He has like minute physics, but also does Warhammer lore. Might it help explain? Oh, yes. This is what chat voted. We're just doing a lore. We're just doing lore. Just so you guys know, it is a lore video. That is all we're doing. This is all we're doing. We're not getting into like specifics of anything, nothing crazy. We are just doing lore. Just lore, just Warhammer lore, because you apparently, chat wanted me to watch Warhammer 40K lore. So we're watching Warhammer 40K lore. This is what you wanted me to learn. And thank you for Battleship head pats. Man, I'm happy I can yell at you again with full voice. Yeah. You can trust me on Warhammer to the extent that I have a ton of gray plastic under my desk. I'm low, I'm late, long day, and I don't want to be awake, so I'm lurking today. Sorry, no. How dare. But now you're okay. It's all good. Rest, rest, rest. We're going to be watching 40K lore, so feel free to lurk and just chill out. And we're going to play some Uma Musume. We're going to be doing Subway Surfer stream as I sip my coffee. But don't worry, Darth. It's okay. Just lurk away. And because we love you, we want you to watch 40K because we love you. Better have a pen and pad on hand. I know. Is this gonna be on the test later? Is this gonna be on the test later, chat? I am happy you can yell at me. I know. I was getting really scared that my voice, my high range was going away, and I was like, no, please come back. No, I want to yell at people. No, don't take my power from me. Yeah. Yeah. How long are you planning on watching these lore videos? Pretty much, most of the day, question mark? I say most of the day, but probably several hours. I figure we'll probably go until like, I don't know, early evening, and then maybe we might switch game. So, yeah. There's going to be a quiz about which faction you'd want to play as later. Motherfucker! Motherfucker! I don't know! The one that doesn't suck! The one that's not racist! The one that doesn't suck! I don't know. They all suck. They're all racist. Everyone's terrible. I don't know. I don't know why I use that accent all of a sudden. But yes. Trick question. They all suck. Yes. True and real. I think I have another suggestion for a Bricky video after the timeline one. And then you can do the long haul videos. Okay. I don't know why I said that like a fucking TikTok AI voice. I don't know why I did that. They're all racist. That's the surprise, Cap. They're all, or that's the thing. That's the thing, Cap. They're all racist. Also, off topic, I wish peeps followed the Ultraman creators and just simulcasted all their stuff on YouTube. Catching up on Ultraman was easy. Yeah. We can never have things easy. It can never be easy. But okay, so we're gonna do the 40K timeline, Warhammer 40K timeline Bricky video. Now we'll start with that, and then Grim, you said you have a video you want me to watch. It's another Bricky video before we do the faction videos. So I guess we'll do that. We'll do 40K lore video. Then we'll do the other video that Grim has, and then we'll do the faction reimagine. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. I'm gonna have so much knowledge that I don't care to know about, but it's gonna be great. I'm doing this for you all. You're welcome. They're all bad guys, but that doesn't mean they're bad guys. Let's see. Also, I'll have to. I understand that reference. Are we doing a faction explain? I just mentioned it, so we will be doing it in the order that I just mentioned. So that'll be easier. I'm skimming around, and yeah, I think I see a good one that might have a little overlap with the long videos, but it doesn't seem like it has a ton. Okay, cool. Yeah, because at this point, I'm not digging that deep. I'm not digging that deep. I'm gonna be upfront with y'all. I'm not digging that deep. I don't be planning to play no 40K anytime soon. I would just like to learn about it, since you apparently all want me to learn about it. So you can blame yourselves. You brought this on yourselves. You chose this. You chose this. So you get what you get. If I'm not watching it in a way that works, too bad. Too bad. Yeah, you mentioned it right after I was like, timing wise, I was like, that works. Well, there you go. That is the plan. I read your mind. Look at it this way. We're not asking you to read Black Library novels. It feels like it. It feels like it. Timeline. Space Marine legions. Like, not legions. Legions. Because legions is a very different thing and not very good. I'm gonna lurk and peace out. Enjoy Warhammer. Thank you, Clock. It was good to see you. Thank you for the lurky lurks. I appreciate it. Oh, I meant to mention it for those who have been popping in here and there for the month of September. In case you did not know, and people who are lurking, we are on day 10 of our subathon / partner push for the month of September. The partner push will be obviously, of course, going on past September, but we're starting it this month. So we are on day 10. We are on day 10. Which is why that little guy down here, the subathon counter, is there, just in case you didn't know. And that is also why I have a lot of sticky notes that I'm not wearing, but I am now because I forgot to put them on. That is what these are for. These are people who gifted subs. But yes, for those who don't know, and if you're lurking, this is what is happening. And now you know, because knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Let me pull up YouTube. Well, I mean, I have his YouTube pulled up, but I'm gonna have to multi-screen this bitch. Space Marine legions. Oh, you mean the Death Guard. I was gonna say, yeah, legions and legions are a very different word. Give it up for day 10. Day 10 coming in with a steel chair. I hope not, actually. Okay, let's see. Let me also pull up Uma Musume, because we are going to be multitasking today. We're going to be Giga Crazy Brain. We're going to be Giga Crazy Brain. Full on Subway Surfer ADHD. We're going to be playing Uma Musume while we watch lore videos. So let me open up the Uma. But we will not have Uma Musume music playing. Just so you all know. And trying to defend Batarians is... Oh my god. Brother. Stinky boys. Not stinky boys. Uh-oh. Stinky. Alright, we have an update. This way we can see if an hour of 40K pushes her over the edge before we hit her with 3.5 hours of fact. That's fine. I'll just play the video. It'll be for chat at that point. It'd be for chat more than me. I'll just focus on the Uma Musume. At that point, I'll just focus on the Uma Musume. Because they're badass women. Wait, who here thinks Josie would like the Sisters of Battle? Oh, she's gonna love them, I bet, because they're badass women. Maybe. Perhaps. I do have a big respect for a badass woman. I do have respect for that. Women who can get shit done. Hey. Will we have the Josie Bakushin cover, though? I mean, the Josie Bakushin cover is on the YouTube. I'm not gonna play it, but it does exist. Seems like today is Warhammer 40K, the Haun's Heresy. Yes, it is. Nuns with guns, so basically Lexi, pretty much. Let me see how I can do this. Let me see how I can do this. Do 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 nuns with guns. Yeah, that would be the Lexi Eve collab. Yeah, because Lexi brings the nun and then Eve brings the gun. Yeah, true. Remember, chat, as we go through the grim dork of 40K, that Josie is on record as defending slavery. That's not. Oh my God, I will kill you, Exile. I will send you into the 40K war. All right. Let me make the subathon thing go away for now. Make this go away for now. I'm gonna put you guys behind me. Where did you go? There you are. I'm gonna put you guys back here. Mods, rotate him to the Jado realm. Yes, the Jado realm. And I will be on the right hand side, because at least when we're playing Uma Musume, this is the best place to be. But I'm gonna make myself a bit tinier. We'll probably actually move some stuff around, don't worry. I'm trying to find the best orientation that works for everything. So bear with me while I get this situated. I am trying to make sure everything shows as it should. And I think Uma Musume never likes to work with me with game capture, so we probably won't use game capture. We'll probably have to use window capture. Probably. We were doing... she'll definitely find interest in the orcs, as with most new to Warhammer. Maybe. I don't know. No, he's out of line, but he's right. Bruh. That's crazy. Where did... window capture. What was I using this for? Oh, I see. Hold on, chat. Okay. There's Uma. We got the Uma. We've got the Umas. Let me move throne down here. Because we got to do full crazy, full send. Actually, because of how I'm going to have this, it's probably best to actually have you guys on the left-hand side. I lied. We're going to have you guys over here. It's better to have you guys over here. That's better. It's better. Trust. And then we will put... we'll keep the clock as it is. It's whatever. Hachimi. Good afternoon to Teo alert. Let me... Hachimi no nameluto. Hachimi no nameluto. Okay, water Hachimi. Dun. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go to the Warhammer video I was looking at. Okay, what is Warhammer 40K? The timeline of the 40K lore. Oh my god, Warhammer. Fuck. Okay. Alright, chat. You ready for some war hizzles? Are you ready for some Warhammer? Let me change the game to Uma Musume, because we are going to be playing Uma Musume. We are going to be playing that today. Let me just open up the video. No, not yet. Hold on. Not yet, my guy. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to try something really quick, chat. I'm going to try something. I'm going to see if this works, so that way I can multitask on screen. Let me see if I can. Sorry, I'm going to test something. Hold on. You have to be... Hold on. Picture in picture. Yes! It works! Yes! Yes. Okay, hold on. Yes! Cool! Because I was doing... I did the pop out of the video. so that way I can put this up here. And yeah, I can still see it too. Yes, I'm so big brain. I'm so big brain. I'm so good. Okay, I'm gonna move the clock though. I'm gonna move my clock though. So that way it's not super distracting. We're gonna move this guy down here. We're gonna move it down here. That way it's at least not noticeable. Okay, so now I can multitask. See, ha ha ha. Oh, it's kind of, oh, it's zoomed in. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Hold on a second. It's this one. Okay. I have to properly resize this because I realize it's not properly resized. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, don't move that. I didn't realize it wasn't full sized. Because I was like, oh wait, you guys aren't seeing the full thing. Okay, hold on. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, chat. Were you ready? You ready? Oh, wait. Is it still not? Wait, is it still not? No, it's not. Fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Now it's there. I keep finding that I'm not all the way. I'm not edging properly. There we go. All right. All right, chat. You ready? Lock the fuck in. It's time to learn. It's time to learn. It's time to learn.
In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium.
Actually, I should probably put, does he have subtitles? Does he have subtitles? All right. I don't think they're going to show though, is the concern. Oh well, no subtitles for you. No subtitles for you. No subtitles for you. Sorry. Sorry. It don't let me. Oh well. It's fine. Let's see. Not what? Huh?
Exists the Empire of Man, a backwards carcass of an empire comprised of many devoted forces.
You guys will have to let me know how the volume is though, if it's loud enough.
Machine cultists and incredibly heavily armored women, most likely with sweltering abs. And
hey yo,
what those abs taste like,
brother. Of course, it's Gamer Subs! Gamer Subs, use code Black Dragon, baby! There you go.
My Gamer Subs flavor is here.
Wait! That was his flavor? Wait! That was his? Wait a minute! I had a chance to get that at Offkai. No, I didn't know. Damn it, I didn't know that. Shit. Well, all right, chat. Go support Bricky, but also support your girl by using code Black Dragon at checkout. Go buy the ab one. And use my code so that way it's a win-win, and so I don't feel bad for not realizing it. But then again, there's so many creator flavors that I don't know who's who. I didn't know that. Wah. I didn't know. Oh man, that sucks.
Sweet six-pack.
Damn.
Has arrived.
I didn't even know that was his.
And a refreshing cherry pineapple blend.
That's crazy. Doom.
Yes, my Bricky's official gamer.
A minute in, we're already distracted. Shut up.
Six-pack, not only in regular energy mode, but
decaf?
also in caffeine-free.
Yeah.
The flavor is not the kind of flavor that just
we will
smacks
watch
you
the
in the
ad.
face. It is light. It is refreshing.
We
It
will
is one
watch
of
the
those things
ad.
where you sip it and you go, not bad.
Not bad.
You have your fourth refill the same day.
True.
And it is available now. Link in the description.
Nah, use code Black Dragon, but you can use this code if you want to. That's fair.
Off your entire order.
You can use this code.
Not
It's
just for
fair.
this, but for everything you buy. And I'm not dumb. If you buy any of these tubs, regular, caffeine-free of my sweet six-pack flavor, you will get a Muscle Girl 32
Hey, yo.
completely for free. There are
This was also a while ago, so probably not anymore. Actually, when did he post this? A year ago. Yeah, probably not.
I told everyone.
Probably not free.
Like, once you find out the flavor, you'll be like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that tracks.
Does it track. Sweet six-pack
Bro,
available
okay.
now.
All right, chat. Y'all were right. True. I like his energy. Okay, I'm a vibe with this guy. He's cool. All right. He's all right. He's got my okay.
Link in the description.
Volume could still be a little higher. Okay, gotcha. Good. All right. Thank you. Because it sounds kind of loud to me, but not really. But I just want to make sure it's audible for
The
everybody.
age of knowledge and enlightenment has ended.
There you go.
The age of darkness has begun.
Dun dun dun.
Roughly 60 million years ago, there existed aliens.
Aliens!
These aliens lived short, painful lives. They belonged to radiation-stricken worlds and often died of various cancers before the age of 30. These aliens, the
Damn, that sucks.
looked up to the stars and found extreme beings of real power. Beings with the ability to create life. The old ones
Actually, let me turn up
of the galaxy.
just a little bit more.
They asked these old ones for help. Please cure us of our ailments. To which the old ones said, piss off. So the Necron gathered together and did the sensible thing. They declared war upon these old beings and were promptly beaten into the dirt back to their short, painful lives. In the world of Warhammer,
that sucks.
there is a hell. This hell is not like you and I know it. It's more of an afterlife, a place where dead souls end up. This place has many names: the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, and the Ether. But mostly, we just call it the Warp. While you and I know of hell as a place of horrors and punishment, the Warp isn't really that. Not in the beginning. It's energy, but the kind of energy formed from thought and soul. Psychic energy, where the dead souls of people end up in a place that is impossible to understand. No laws of reason.
What is Warhammer 40K? Bro, I'm already like, what the fuck? What crack cocaine person decided this, what? Huh? What?
Reality exists. Time is merely a suggestion, and it is not something that can be braved.
This is crazy.
The warp would be like sailing the ocean in a pirate movie.
Hey, we got the SSR card.
Would be certain death. To stay in the sea for too long on your boat could drive a man mad. And there are
just the beginning.
things lurking in those depths. Yet the sea is not evil. It simply is. Mostly. There are more malevolent beings in those waters. Areas that you do not sail towards. This would be known as the realm of chaos.
In the water? So I should fear the water. I see. So water is not good. Stay away from water. Water is bad. See chat? The warp and the water. Just stay away from the water. I'm just kidding. No, shush, darling. I'm trying to find a reason to hate on water. I'm trying to find reasons to hate on water. I know. I was trying to lean into it. I was trying to find a really dumb excuse to hate on water more.
The realm of chaos exists in the warp as a special area led by three chaos gods.
I tried.
Khorne, the god of combat,
Khorne,
murder, and
the band? Ayo? Freak on a leash?
slaughter, with a pile of skulls taken in his name. Tzeentch, god of change, mystery,
I don't like
and
him.
deceit, a confusing paradox of lies, schemes, and sorcery.
Put on the 77-piece swimsuit. Fuck.
Rot,
No.
pestilence, and Genshin impact. All
Wait, what?
things rot.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Genshin Impact? What?
In the end.
What?
And Grandfather Nurgle is
Sorry.
waiting for you with
ADHD
open
attention
arms.
span. I was like, huh? Barbara in my 40K lore? Hold the phone? The only constant is change.
These gods ruled their respective realm in the warp, sending their many followers against each other in the great game
crazy.
to be the most powerful of all the gods. So the warp exists. Hell is real, parallel to our galaxy, with the realm of chaos and its gods fighting for control. But there are also gods of real space, gods of the normal world too.
Okay.
They're called Catan, and they eat stars.
Do you think
Oh.
God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?
These star gods saw the plight of our poor Necron tier and how the old ones cast them aside and said, you know what? You guys want immortality? Oh, we will make it happen. We are the gods of the tangible, of real space. We can give you a cure.
Oh.
So then they ate all their souls.
John Warhammer, directed by John Warhammer. Ain't no fucking way. Okay, I like this guy. I like this guy. He might actually let me give a fuck about Warhammer. Okay, you know, I kind of dig this guy. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Oh my god, hating on the ultimate party master. As an unfortunate British person, I can only apologize for how much lore 40k has and how confusing and contradicting it could be. I mean, it's a lot. But you know what? I mean, a lot of people say the same about Mass Effect lore. So I guess it's not nearly as bad as 40k, but I can respect that, I guess. Kind of.
And turn them into robotic automaton, feasting on their souls and leaving a hollow shell of an intelligence left that is technically immortal. With the power of an entire species' souls, they turned their new robotic slaves on the old ones and hunted them to extinction. The Necron tier, now the soulless, undying Necrons, got their wish at the price of their souls. But we can count the number of kind gods on an amputated hand. With time, the selfish star gods turned on each other.
So it sounds like all gods are bad. Or not bad. No, not bad's not the right word. All gods are assholes. Sounds like.
Fighting one another for more chances at glory and power.
Or at least not all, but like he said, you know, most. Most. This is why I only play Tyranids and World Eaters. One faction, my entire story is being hungry at 3 a.m. and the other one is just depression. And I'm like balls deep when it comes to 40k lore. I have dipped my little pinky toe into the 40k lore, so I know diddly squat.
With this, the leader of the Necrons, Zarek, the Silent King, the man who doomed his species when he accepted this deal, waited, planned, bide his time until he seized the perfect moment and turned his legions of undead citizens against the star gods. Gods cannot be killed, but they can be broken. So Zarek broke the star gods into thousands of pieces and locked them away in vaults, taking their
Wait, they can be broken? Are they like not actual? I say they're not actual people, but they're not like. I'm like, oh, they're not people shaped, I guess. They are not people shaped, I guess. I don't know. This is Greek pantheon levels of gods not getting along. So it seems they have their own goals. These ants are pretty neat too. I've only read a few Black Library novels, but my favorite has to be The Infinite and the Divine. It's basically the story of two cranky old Necron dudes pranking each other. Sorry, if off topic, but I just caught the shiny. I was looking for. Let's go. No, you're fine. This is Subway Surfer ADHD stream, so feel free. That's all good. They get broken into shards, I see. And also I realized, hold on, I just realized, let me post that we are doing this so that way if people actually want to watch, we starting the Warhammer lore. Hold on a sec, let me move you slightly for a second. We starting the Warhammer lore. God have mercy on my soul. Sweat. Sweat. Okay. Let's see. Actually, I need to specify Warhammer 40K because I've learned that is a very different thing. It's a very different thing. That is a very different thing. Okay, there we go. All right. Now people can do that. I love that I can move this everywhere on my screen and it doesn't move anywhere for you. So perfect. Thank God. Okay, there we go. All right, as we continue.
Free will away as they did to them and sealed them away as Basically Pokemon to be used as weapons in the future.
Oh!
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Doo-doo-doo!
Zarek then, with his
Dragon.
perfect memory, exiled himself for his sins, flying out to the darkness between galaxies to atone for what he had done.
These are funny.
This entire situation, the genocide of the old
He actually
ones
makes
and
me
the
not
rebellion of Zarek will go
not
down
give a
in
shit.
history as the War in Heaven. It is the most brutal war the galaxy has ever seen and ever will see. This was a conflict that took an entire galaxy-spanning species and pitted them against gods that ate stars. The Necrons, rather crippled from, you know, the war in heaven, decided to go to sleep in gigantic tomb worlds on various planets until the upstart species of the galaxy died out. And so turns out when you have a war that lasts tens, hundreds of thousands of years and involves the genociding of multiple species, the old ones of the galaxy, and the consumption of souls from an entire race, the warp,
as he plays.
it's a little wacky.
Sorry, I swear I have the worst. Okay, I think if anything, I probably have like the most micro, like teeny tiny micro bit of ADHD because I heard the Mario music in the background and I stopped listening to what he was saying. I stopped listening to what he was saying because I heard the Mario music. This is why. But we're sure. Oh my god. I just heard the do 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 do. Oh no. Why do you think I have to learn things on my own speed? Because if I hear something in music that I'm like, wait, I know what that is. I've already tuned out the conversation. I'm like, wait. Hold on, I know this song. I know this song. I don't know. We're getting a 24-hour stream. No. I see the difference is I can lock in. The difference is when I actually want to pay attention, I just stop being whimsical and I'm like, okay, I have to focus. So, but yeah, I tuned out for like a millisecond because I heard the Mario music.
You know, if you had a kiddie pool and it was nice and calm, Corn is over there splashing about, so you don't really go in that direction. Nurgle has explosive diarrhea, so you don't really go in that direction either. But you can still kind of get in the pool. The pool's still fine.
Is it?
Turns out, when you add a couple trillion souls to that kiddie pool, it'll make the waves a little more turbulent. And turns out, a lot of them like to pick a side. Nurgle, Tzeentch, or Corn. So the once calmer warp, the once relaxing kiddie pool, has now been bloated. A million years of war will certainly make Corn, god of murder and slaughter, more powerful. A million years of war will probably make Tzeentch, god of deception and change, a little more powerful. And good God, a million years of war will make Nurgle, god of decay, just the tiniest bit more powerful.
Just
now,
the tiniest
that
bit.
kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem.
Also, I just realized, I think he has a wrist tattoo that I actually wanted to get as well. I'd been staring at his wrist for like the entire stream that I'd been seeing him so far. And he has a wrist tattoo that I actually wanted to get. But I felt like it would be very weird for a woman to have that tattoo on their wrist. And I don't know. I guess I felt like my family might be like, that looks a little weird. Why do you have chains tattooed on your wrist? There's a reason. And nah, fuck that. Not touching that pool. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for the lurk, Remy. The entire stream. Wow, 40 whole minutes. Woohoo! But no, sorry. I have to tell you before the stream continues. This right here, the tattoo he has on his wrist. You guys can't really see it that well. But he has a chain, a linked chain tattoo on his wrist. And it is a very, very specific tattoo. Specifically to that location and the actual tattoo itself. It is a BioShock reference because there is a particular character that you play that has that tattoo. And I wanted to get that tattoo because I love BioShock. And I think it's so cool because every time I see that, I know what that means. I know that they're a BioShock fan. The minute I see that, I know who they are. I know what type of person they are. And I was going to be that type of person too. But I am a big baby bitch and I don't like pain like that. So I didn't want to get a tattoo. So your Battleship baby bitch might get like a henna tattoo of it temporarily. Would you kindly sub to Josie? You know you want to. That's what I'm saying. Would you kindly subscribe to the Josie 62 Twitch channel? You know, please, pretty please. Would you kindly do it now? I'm just kidding.
Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now
I don't like that area. Tryptophobia Central.
A species that won't need to deal with that.
Oh God, not this. Not that sound. Oh my God.
The Eldar.
Eldar.
Space elves. They have a lot of the traits that you probably think
That's an
of
elf?
when you think of elves. Tall, slender, pointy ears, bit more androgynous looking, no matter what DeviantArt will tell you, and a bit stronger on the
True. Yeah, ignore DeviantArt chat. Fuck DeviantArt.
emotional side. The old ones, as I mentioned, could create life, and when they were getting, you know, absolutely bodied by the Catan and the Necrons, they made some new races to try to help them.
Damn, Darth's like, man, they're not the DeviantArt elves. Don't care anymore.
One of them was the Eldar. It didn't save them, but they're here now anyway. Oh, and also the orcs, but
Oh, okay.
they're busy right now.
Okay. Damn.
The Eldar are a particularly psychically powerful race. So they were really adept at being able to handle the new turbulent warp of chaos.
I was like,
and
they got
good
magicness.
Necrons, hence why they went to sleep. Being psychically gifted
I see.
is basically like being a wizard. But you get your wizard powers.
Being a wizard, yeah, let's go. Elvin Josie. No. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Oh my God. The orcs are basically just Krogan / the actual Warframe. Or Warframe. Okay, why did I say Warframe? The World of Warcraft orcs. They're like this. They just wanna fight. The orcs are just freaking Krogan. They just want to fight, man. Yeah, I was like, it's just the Krogan. They're just the Krogans. They just want to fight, bro. Like, the orcs are fun and stupid. Victorville, I've been there. Hello Night Nova, welcome
From
in.
hell. This is
You're
called
gonna
being
regret
a
that soon
psychic.
enough.
And basically,
I
if you
will.
want to do cool wizard shit like lightning from your hands or
do.
reading someone's mind, you can do that. But you siphon the energy to do that from the warp. Luckily, the Eldar are very good at handling this without too many negative effects.
That's
because,
good.
you know, summoning power from the Sea of Souls with the new Chaos friends can be a bit of an issue. But Eldar are pretty good at it. And you see what's really cool and also awful about Warhammer is that most developed species travel long, faster than light distances by going through
the warp, right?
They create a tear in reality to unreality and move through it. Faster than light travel?
Crazy.
We go through hell itself to deliver your packages.
I like
For those
this
of
guy.
you who play Minecraft, you know how
do.
the nether is like a pocket dimension? So moving 10 spaces in the nether is actually moving.
Bro, I understand that reference. He used a reference I understand. Minecraft. Ooh.
Doing something like 1,000 in the real world. That's basically what warp travel is. Just much like in the nether, there are a lot of things that want to kill you. The Eldar found a way to do so in between realities. Not regular reality, not the warp, something else. A purgatory of sorts. A fabricated psychic realm that allowed them to travel without fearing the negative effects of the warp. The Eldar were the perfect fit for the new galaxy, and they took it with open arms and pointy ears. The empire of the Eldar spread everywhere, and it spread all the way until now. The 21st century. That's right. While you were watching NPC streams on TikTok, the space elves were ruling the galaxy, and they did so for quite a long period of time.
Okay.
The
Know
21st
how to
century
be friends.
came and went. Humanity grew and grew, all under the nose of their elf overlords. At this time,
I'm an
humans
overlord.
advanced your classic sci-fi style way. We began to expand, colonize our solar system, terraformed our planets, created new and more powerful machines and starships. The age of Terra, also known as Earth, but we call it Terra here, was here and existed between the 21st century all the way until the 15th millennia. Not much is known about this time. Not much needs to be known. Humanity grew up, sought the stars. It's classic. Then came the years between 15,000 and 25,000, the age of technology, or to some, the dark age of technology. This is when humanity reached a new apex of technological understanding. When you think of sci-fi, there's a lot of things you can think of. Star Trek, maybe Star Wars style, you can go cyberpunk dystopian. The age of technology was deep sci-fi, like a scientific prowess that fringed on magic. This is also when the first ever psychers began showing up in humanity. Individuals with the genetic mutation to be able to access the warp and then, because of that, travel through it. Humanity was no longer constricted to their early ways of travel. With warp travel, they could go anywhere in the galaxy. They equipped ships with gigantic AI machines, with everything you would ever need to know about mankind, and sent them out on colony ships to expand their influence across the galaxy. This was truly the golden age of humanity. And with every golden age, there is a fall. While the new human upstarts of the galaxy were reaching new levels of technology and prowess, the Eldar were engaging in
Debauchery!
Debauchery!
What happens when a species has everything?
It's true. Oh my God, this is like Mass Effect. This is Mass Effect conversation. This is Mass Effect conversation. It's basically the same topic. That's literally what happens. The cultures rise and fall. They become at the pinnacle, the peak of society. They become the pinnacle of their culture, of their technical knowledge, and then they must be stricken down like the debaucherous fools they are. There's a reason AI technology is extremely dangerous to the Imperium. I see. They would not like Data, then, I take it. Probably not. I think we chose the right V. I think so. Yes. I understand. This is just Mass Effect. Because that's literally what happens. You know? They get everything. They have launched themselves multiple decades and hundreds of years into the future with the technology they find. And then the Reapers are like, nah, bitch, you know too much. Smite you.
Produce unlimited food out of nothing. Your need for farmers and workers, gone. You have dominated the stars and have created a fast travel system that doesn't rely on the dangers of the warp. You have nothing else to do. You have no struggles, no problems, and feel as if there is nowhere else to go. Well, you begin to experiment. The Eldar started harmless enough. You know, you take a...
This sounds familiar. This sounds familiar in a particular world we're in right now. Interesting. Interesting.
Serious interest in your species' culture, your arts.
I warned you, you're gonna regret this, probably.
These are Eldar, elves, remember? Their emotions are heightened, more powerful than us humans. So your plays get louder. They start to push on the limits of your hearing ability. Your music becomes different, more deranged. It pushes the boundaries of what is art. The visual spectacle of art becomes more bizarre, more delusional, more eccentric. And let's not forget a very important sense. Touch. Pornography is one thing. Brothels is another. What if they all mixed? What if your brothels were part of your art and music? And what if those became more deranged? The
I'm good.
boundaries of debauchery
I'm so
were
good.
not just met, but shattered. Next thing you know, murder is commonplace.
Oh, murder's normal. Okay.
The art, music, and sex. Pain is a common byproduct of entertainment. Whatever sensation.
So basically, it's just insanity. I'm so good, man. I mean, there are some people, I'm not gonna say who, but there are some people that it's like, okay, sure, like, you know, he started getting into like, it sounds like BDSM just becomes the norm, and I'm like, for some people, they're kind of probably okay with that, but I don't think people would want that every single day. I don't think that would be good to have every single day. I think you just die. I You would just become an empty shell of a human being at that point. You would mentally cease to exist at that point.
You can have must be increased, must be enhanced, must be taken to the limits. The Eldar Empire slipped into a nightmarish realm of debauchery.
Yeah,
and
that sounds like
excess,
too much,
with the
my
worst
guy.
of it taking place in a city in the Webway, a black market for these kinds of heinous acts known as Kamara. Some Eldar.
I mean, I'm just saying, there is such thing as too much of a good thing. That there is too much of a good thing. That becomes a problem. That becomes an addiction, and that is not good.
Saw the writing on the wall, saw what was happening to their species and how far they had slipped. So they boarded continent-sized starships called craft worlds and left their empire, seeking a more enlightened, calmer existence among their peers. Some, those in Kamara, pushed it to even greater heights, relishing the pain
even
and
more?
torment they inflicted on those around them. All during
Sadists,
this,
all of them.
The warp, the yin to the yang of the world, was fed by these emotions, by the psychic power of the Eldar, by the souls taken in these depraved acts on a galactic scale. And just like that, Eldar ended.
Goodbye,
Slaanesh,
Eldar.
the fourth chaos god, was birthed into existence and consumed the souls of 90% of the Eldar population. Those that fled were spared the worst of it, and those in the Webway and Kamara were able to stave off the pull of Slaanesh so long as they continued to commit horrid acts of torture and violence.
Good
But for the
Lord.
majority of the Eldar, their empire died with Slaanesh's birth. The new fourth chaos god, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess of pleasure, pain, hedonism, and perfection, had been born. With the fall of the Eldar Empire came the ruin of humanity. Slaanesh's birth sent storms in the warp.
That sounds not good. I'm sorry if that's what you're into. I'm sorry, you're in for a very rude awakening with life. I hate to tell you. I hate to tell you.
Across the galaxy.
Sounds like it's
making
going to be a rough
travel
time for
between
you,
star
my
systems
friend.
Impossible. Coupled with a huge classic AI rebellion, as a staple in these sci-fi settings, humanity began to suffer the age of strife. Now,
God, I have all these
planets
I have
that
to level up,
relied on
Jesus.
intergalactic travel were completely cut off. Long-range messages normally sent through the warp were snuffed out. If you were a planet that was great at mining stuff but couldn't get food, well, you know that movie about the rugby players in the mountains? Oh, and because of these insane warp storms and fluctuations, psychers began to appear among the human population a bit more often. Now, this initially had them hunted down as witches, because that's pretty common in this setting, but some deemed it right to protect them. Unfortunately for those people, psychers, because they open a gateway to the warp, don't really know how to use their powers well, and they kind of attract demons who then force their way through the psyker as a conduit of sorts and begin to slaughter the population of your planet. The Age of Strife was a catastrophic period of time for humanity and set back their progress tenfold over the not one, not two, but 5,000 year period. During this time,
only 5,000 years? That's rookie numbers. Rookie numbers. See, I kind of already knew Slaanesh were bad. It's like, but if bad, why hot shaped? Too bad. Who's best Uma? Tolkai Teo and Symboli Rudolph. Symboli Rudolph and Tolkai Teo.
the age of humanity that we know began to form. Worlds equipped with large mechs for agriculture began to equip them with weapons to defend from alien and demonic invaders.
Which was
Over
one I needed?
5,000 years, this became a custom and tradition, dubbing them as night worlds, a feudal society of honor-bound knights in gigantic robots that uphold the chivalric code to defend their worlds and honor. A group of individuals on Mars, after radioactively bombing their planet to become inhospitable to human life, ran their entire lives underground on the few life support systems keeping them alive. Those technicians who could work on the machines and keep them operational were revered, and over 5,000 years went from skilled members of society to full-blown priests. The cult Mechanicus, or
those
tech
look cool,
priests of Mars, formed in the ashes of the Red Planet with a religious fervor and doctrine on the cult of the machine god. And
like,
on Earth,
they look cool. Are they cool? Probably not, but they look cool at least.
or Terra. Techno-barbarian tribes waged war across the planet in a Mad Max style of blood and gore.
Oh,
Until
God.
finally, a mysterious man who lived in the shadows of Terra for millennia finally revealed himself to the populace. His name was the Emperor.
The
Deemed
Emperor.
himself the Emperor of mankind. Where did he come from? I don't know. Why is he 10 feet tall and the most powerful psyker of all of mankind? I don't know. Why is he basically immortal? I don't know. Where'd
I don't
Cotton Eye
know.
Joe go? Who knows? But he's here, and he
Cotton Eye
isn't
Joe.
happy with all of you ripping up Terra. So he began the Unification Wars, where he and a very early version of the famous Space Marines, the Thunder Warriors, reunited Terra under
Okay.
a single banner. With blood. Then,
Oh,
after taking
of course.
over Earth, he reunited the Thunder Warriors into the fucking dirt. This is
Oh.
where we get the Imperium of Man, also known as the Imperium. The new faction headed by the Emperor
Also,
of
chat, I think we're gonna do a Maya on Top Gun run where I'm just gonna make her fast as fuck. I'm just gonna go full Bakushin where we're just gonna try and make her fast as fuck. Just so you know.
Mankind with a treaty signed with the Cult Mechanicus on
It's gonna be a
Mars
troll
to
run.
spread out and reunite humanity after the catastrophic Age of Strife. But first, the Emperor is going to need some smaller versions of himself. 20 of them. 18 of them, I meant. Gene
Wait,
Craft.
what was I do not see. I don't get that reference. Why did he? What? Okay, so he said 20, but then they held a gun to his head, and he's like, "Oh, just kidding, 18." Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Clearly, there's a reference in there, and I'm not entirely sure what that means. Some legions don't exist. Ah, I see. I had to build a new Haru because chat kept yelling at me for having only a debuffer Haru. Oh god, highway to the danger zone. Primarchs mentioned. I see. Some legions don't exist, have never existed. All you need to know. I see. There were 2 legions that were killed off. I see. He'll get into why. I assumed. I was like, I see. Interesting. All right, we will learn more.
Crafted sons of the strongest human to ever live. All of them possess unparalleled strategic power, intelligence, formidable strength and size. A real powerful force to unite humanity and stop the chaos of the current galaxy. Speaking of chaos,
Thank you for Battleship
isn't
Head
that
Pats.
image of that guy? It's like throwing the baby like a basketball. It's about what happened. The Chaos Gods intervened and grabbed the 18 Primarch gestation pods and yeeted them across the galaxy at a whim, everywhere they could possibly go. A galactic game of keep away. So the Emperor had to get them back. So begins the Great Crusade, a crusade across the stars to reunite not just humanity, but the Emperor with his fallen sons.
Bruh, as he has fucking Smash Brothers music playing in the background, and I immediately hear Smash Brothers, and I'm like, do, 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 do. I think I don't think it's ADHD, chat. I think it's just musical ADHD. I think I just hear music, and I know, I'm like, oh, I know that song. I know what that song is.
The first to be found was Horus. One of the strongest and most noble.
What? Okay, clearly Horus is a dude. No, it's ADHD with purpose. I have purposeful ADHD. It's selective. Sure. But I love how they do this whole fucking TikTok fucking brain rot. Do with this Horus man.
Sons. The Emperor carried with him a legion of newly crafted warriors. With
What
genetic
heresy does
material
Horus
made
commit?
From their Primarch father. These are the newly made Space Marines. For Horus, his were the Luna Wolves. And as the Emperor continued on his great crusade, he found more and more of his sons, reuniting them with their individual Space Marine legions. Leman Russ, the cunning hunter with the Space Wolves. Rogel Dorm, the phalanx
Space Wolf
with
sounds
the
cool.
Imperial fists. Angron, the barbarian, the very angry with his world eaters.
The very
Fulgrim,
angry.
the perfect
Ooh,
with his Emperor's children.
He's got purple. Those are pretty. Ooh, pretty. Okay. That's like what we call Warframe. We call it freaking fashion frame. That's fashion frame. Not him. No, I just like the outfit. The colors are pretty. That's it. The outfit's cool. I like the color scheme. That's it. It is purely cosmetic. I like the purple. Don't hate on my purple. I like purple. It's going to be hilarious. I'm sure. I'm not saying I like any of these people as people. I just like purple. I like purple. I just like purple. Let me enjoy purple.
And Jagatai Khan, the swift, the stoic, and his white scars. Those were just some of the 18, and one by one.
Oh, I will say, chat. Yes, you can all get very excited. Yes, get very hyped because I know a lot of you like Warhammer. But do not break the lore for me, or I will kill you. This is why I'm watching this. I will learn. But yes, you all can talk amongst yourselves and get all excited and you know, do what you're doing. But just know, I will figure this out at some point today. At some point today.
His lost Primarch sons were returned to him, and their Space Marine legions returned to them. The Great Crusade saw humanity once again reconquer the stars, returning worlds of humanity back to the Imperium and killing any and all who stood against their noble crusade. But in the years of the 31st millennia, treachery would break this all apart.
Oh.
We don't know what we did. Horus, the Emperor's most beloved and favored sons, named War Master for the Crusade, succumbed to the power of chaos and daddy issues. All because of that bastard Erebus. Yo, fuck Erebus. Slowly, Horus would become corrupted, turning the Emperor's sons against him. This begins the most pivotal moment in our story, and the one that has like 50 books written about it, the Horus Heresy.
I see. I see. We're in the meat and potatoes of it now, I guess, when it comes to like what people won't shut up about. I see.
The 18 Primarchs turned against the Emperor, and the following years were a bloody battle for the throne of Terra. The Emperor originally was working on a special webway project, just like the Eldar, to make faster-than-light travel significantly easier and safer. Really improve humanity to allow them to conquer the stars without the risk of the warp. Well, this big red idiot named Magnus kind of blew a hole into that, literally and figuratively. So Big E over there is stuck on a gigantic golden throne, holding back the oncoming rush of demons and powering the Astronomicon. Basically a big North Star for people who are sailing in the warp to help them navigate.
Yeah, he's not joking about the books. Oh, I believe it. The amount of people who talk about Horus Heresy. Even I knew about Horus Heresy. I didn't know what the context was about fucking Horus Heresy, but I'd heard about it so damn much. I was like, okay. Clearly, this is like a big deal. I guess so. I don't know. I always heard about the Horus Heresy, but I didn't know anything about it. I was like, shrug. I don't know. I have no context here.
Horus Heresy saw many loyalist and traitor legions pitted against each other in a bloody war until it reached Terra itself. Horus, unable to break through the lines and with time running out, made a gambit and opened his ship up to be boarded. The Emperor took this challenge, quickly allowing someone else to take control of the throne as he teleported his way onto Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. The Emperor, unable to truly kill his most beloved son, changed his mind right quick when Horus strangled the life out of his other son, Sanguinius.
Oh no!
I'm sure you've seen this image at some point. The Emperor then said, "I'm not gonna sugarcoat it," and proceeded to psychically blast Horus into complete oblivion, killing not only his body, but also his soul. Horribly wounded from this duel, the Emperor is returned to the Golden Throne in order to keep the demons at bay and power the Astronomicon, because without it, humanity would be flying blind. There he sits, slowly dying from his wounds and the strain of powering the Golden Throne. The only thing keeping him alive is feeding upon the souls of 1,000 Psykers every single day. This was 10,000 years ago. We are now in the 41st millennium, modern day. Warhammer 40,000.
So basically everything was leading up to this.
On his throne. The Imperium is a rotting carcass of an empire.
I see.
A fascist, xenophobic cult that worships the Emperor as a deity despite him never wanting to be seen as a god. Over the span of 1 million worlds, the ecclesiarchy, the Church of the Emperor is spread throughout. Inquisitors with unparalleled power root out any sign of heresy or lack of devotion to their god Emperor. The other half of the traitor legions move about as Chaos Space Marines, raiding and pillaging the Imperium, while the loyalist half does their best to keep the Empire alive. All throughout
That's
this,
a lot.
they must endure Orc invasions, Eldar trickery, the reawakening of the Necron race, and the Great Devourer, the newest tyrannid threat from the darkness between galaxies
some
that has
more.
arrived to feast on their worlds.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
The theme of Warhammer 40,000 is regression and intolerance.
Regression. I've heard about regression. There's a lot of anime and Wattpad stories and shit about regression. Isn't that what solo leveling is? Fucking regression? Aren't all manhwas regression? It's all regression.
Every major faction in war.
Not that regression. It's all regression. Wattpad. Ew. That's a different regression. It's all regression. But now that's fair. There's even more.
Warhammer has had an empire that spanned the galaxy only to be crushed back to a hollow shell of what they once were due to their own failings. Culture, the arts, personal freedom, religious tolerance, the simple possibility that alien life might not want to kill us is considered heretical and is often met with a pistol to the head. There is no time for these things. All there is time.
The Korean Chinese mangas are literally, I died and was sent back to level 1, but I know what's gonna happen, so I can change the future. Pretty much. Chat really hitting you with the, it's not the same, Mom. You don't understand. You don't understand.
And for is worship of the God Emperor and a million wars to be fought. To be a human in the 41st millennia is 99% of the time to live a horrible existence. To be one of trillions of other humans across a million worlds throughout the galaxy. A galaxy where AI is outlawed, so humans are repurposed and lobotomized to become slaves. A place where lack of devotion is met with death. And if you even have devotion, there is a good chance the threats to the galaxy, chaos, and aliens will kill you anyway.
Oh, fun! Oh, joy! That sounds fun! Yippee! Oh, boy. Man, I'm good.
Warhammer is a world where you revel in being bad. There are protagonists, there are antagonists, but every faction is some shade of
bad.
evil.
Yeah,
because
bad.
Playing the bad guys is always more fun.
Kinda.
And my friend, you have a selection. So pick up that las gun soldier. You and the other 3 million men and women in this single deployment on this single world in this single battle will now show them the might of the God Emperor. That weapon in your hands has killed 99% of the alien populations in this galaxy. Unfortunately for you, soldier, you're fighting the final 1%. May the Emperor be with us. Glory to the first man to die, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Damn. Unless you're chaos and you just love causing death. True. Glory to the Emperor. That is crazy. God. Lord.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I have helped teach you about Warhammer. If you are a brand new person and you want to get a bit more about the world, there are multiple books that do a great job at showing off how the entire universe operates. For the most part, Warhammer is a setting, and often stories are told in that setting with a Warhammer coat of paint. Gaunt's Ghosts is Band of Brothers, but Warhammer. It's honestly one of my #1 recommendations for new people. Assassinorum Kingmaker is an assassin novel involving those night worlds. This is Mission Impossible, but Warhammer. Bloodlines is Blade Runner, but Warhammer. And the list
Oh.
goes on and on. If I had to recommend a brand new novel for a first-time Warhammer enjoyer, these are the 4 I would recommend.
Oh, he
Horus
has-
Rising,
oh.
Caiaphas Cain, First and
Oh, I've seen the Horus Rising. I've seen that book somewhere. I actually genuinely have seen that book somewhere. I've seen that somewhere. I don't know where, but I've seen it. That book looks very familiar in the cover. I'm like, because remember, chat, I used to read things. I used to read physical books quite a bit. And there was a time where I really wanted to get into the what do you call it? World of Warcraft lore, because I was a very big, I liked the idea of the World of Warcraft lore, but I just really didn't have the time to get into an MMO. So I always wanted to read the books. So I do have a couple of the World of Warcraft books like these that I've wanted to read. And I'm positive I probably saw this book when I was looking for those. Because back home, there is a place called, oh God, it was oh my gosh. I can't remember the name anymore. Hold on a second. There was a place called Chamblin's Book Mine back home. It is a really, really old bookstore that has been literally around for, God, I don't know how long. I think they opened in like the 60s or 70s. And they have literally been open since. And you can literally, it's basically, they call it a book mine for a reason. It is this huge store where you can donate books that you don't want anymore, and then they will resell them. So there are books literally on every single fucking topic you could ever think ever. They also sell game guides, they sell manga, they sell everything. Anything you possibly think of is there. It is the coolest fucking place on the planet, and I kind of miss it, I'm not gonna lie. And they have a huge sci-fi section. Like, oh my God. If you like Warhammer, if you like Warframe, if you like World of Warcraft, if you like the fucking, what is it? Deep Space Nine. If you like anything that's literally sci-fi adjacent, Star Trek, Star Wars, they probably have every single novel you could think of. It's literally everywhere, anywhere. And I'm positive that that's probably where I saw that. I am positive that's probably where I saw it. So yeah, I'm positive I've seen it in there. I got my first edition copy of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep there. Oh, you've been there? Yes, it's so cool. It's a really cool place. So it's a really good place to go because they're very particular about selling physical copies of good quality copies of books. So if there's ever a copy of something that's been out of print, if you haven't been able to see it or whatever, if you ever go to Florida, if you ever go to like the Jacksonville area, go check out Chamblin Book Mine because that shit is fucking peak. And I can guarantee you can probably find anything you're looking for there. It is literally a mine though. It is like you might have to go through boxes sometimes because people will donate boxes of stuff and it takes forever, understandably so, for them to sift through it, and they have to, you know, make sure it's in good quality, and then they have to mark it so they can resell it, and then they have to find they have to put it in the inventory system, and then they have to put it out there and put it, like, if there's even space to put it, it's crazy. It's crazy. If they have a physical copy of Rosaria Vampire, I mean, that's not a very hard find, I can tell you right now. I know there's a lot of you youngins in chat who aren't used to physical copies of books. If you go to your local libraries, I can guarantee you could probably find one. There are physical copies of manga all over the place. You just have to go to local places. But they're not that hard to find, surprisingly enough. Barnes & Noble does have a manga section, but they usually only maintain, like, you know, kind of top 40 stuff, you know, like the popular stuff, and stuff that's not, you know, insanely sus. But yes, go find your local bookstores and I can guarantee you will find physical copies of anything you want. It's from 2004, so it's not that old. That's not that old. I can tell you right now that is not that old. Rosaria Vampire is very common. You can probably find that at any local bookstore. You could probably find it anywhere. What was the name again? Shamblin's Bookmine. Here, I will actually throw you a link for their website. This is the place. It is so cool. You can literally buy anything. You can literally buy old magazines. Like if you're a collector and you like getting certain local book like magazines or like certain copies of magazines, like even really finely bound autographed books, like really, really thick books, like they have everything, anything and everything. It's very, very cool. They did open up a downtown location for downtown Jacksonville. It's not as like, it's newer. It's a newer building. But the OG one, that is on, Roosevelt Boulevard, that is the OG one. That is the one that was built in the 70s. That one is like the coolest fucking place ever. If you're ever in the Jacksonville area, please go check them out. Give them love and support. They are a local business. They're not a corporate entity by any means. It's all family owned. So it's very cool. It's very, very cool. I started Eminence Anime and I don't remember the last time a show made me so unironically mad. Yeah, I do be like that. The website, unsurprisingly, isn't listing it. What do you mean? Listing what? Listing what? I know there's a place in Wisconsin called Noble Knight Games where it's literally just a warehouse of D&D. Oh, yeah. We actually, back home, we actually have a Warhammer 40K store. We literally have a Warhammer store, specifically to people who want to do Warhammer miniatures and things of that like. We literally have a store for it. And it was, just for 40K. Yes, just for that shit. It's kind of stupid. It kind of made me laugh because I would always see it. And again, like I said, I've never... I've never actually been into Warhammer, but it's been all around me so much. Like there's literally a store. I think they actually call it Warhammer. I think literally the business is called Warhammer. The store itself is just called Warhammer and they sell actual just literally dedicated. It says their store, they literally say the Warhammer store is dedicated to introducing and educating everyone we can about the Warhammer hobby. They also offer free support classes for every Warhammer fan, and it is very common in Florida to be a Warhammer fan, which is why like it's been everywhere around me, but I've just never gone there. I've just never been there. Let's see, I've been to the St. Augustine store, Jacksonville store, and Orlando. Yes, stupid expensive. There should be one at most major cities. It's nothing but their stuff. Yes, exactly. I used to be a regular at the St. Augustine one. Hey, Amazon has the entire Rosario Vampire series, funnily enough. Yeah, well, I mean, Amazon's Amazon. But yeah, the website is not... The website's not going to show everything they have. Like, I don't think you're fully processing how many books that this place gets. Chamblin Bookmine literally has hundreds of thousands. They probably get boxes of books. Probably hundreds of boxes of books, probably every week. There's no way they can maintain that online. There's no way. They don't have the people for that. Plus, people come in and buy just as many books as they probably receive. So the inventory is all going to be physical. It's all going to be in their store. The website will kind of maybe give like a general idea to what they have. If it's like a really, really important thing, like, autographed books or like memorabilia that's like very limited, then yes, those they will probably list on their website. But yeah, their website is not going to show even remotely the amount of stuff that they have physically in the store. It has mine in its name. They mine stores for books. True. Like, Shamblin's is a really good place if you want to go, like whenever bookstores go out of business. So like say a Barnes & Noble maybe goes out of business and they close and they maybe have to get rid of all of their product. A lot of people back home would buy books as much as they could. They'd buy them in bulk if they're allowed to, and then they would just take them to Shamblin's and just donate them. Or because Shamblin's does give you money for it. You can donate it if you want for charity purposes, but you can get paid for it, depending on the value of the books you give them. But yeah, Chamblin's is such a good place. If you're ever in the Florida area, go check that place out. It's very, very cool. But side tangent aside, that is why I am almost 1,000% positive I have seen that Horus Rising and all of those books at least once, but I probably had no interest in it whatsoever at the time because I was not interested in Warhammer at all. So I am guaranteeing I have seen that book probably 500 times. It looks very familiar. Oh, let's see. I still have an OG Games Workshop. Yeah, I think we have a couple of those back home as well. Odds are they just didn't change the sign yet, probably. But yes. Let me hold on a second. Let me. What will be next for the lore? There was a video that Grim said he had that we can do next, which is every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell. So we're probably going to do that one next. And then we will do the 40K faction re-explained part 1 and part 2. So we're going to go into the legions now. So give me a second. I need to redo the thing, but I'm going to let him finish his statement so he gets the full view.
Only Gaunt's Ghost and Infinite and the Divine. They are all fantastic novels, and they will get you acquainted with the world without needing to know too much. Thank you all so much for watching this video. Get yourself a Gamer Subs flavor.
Yeah.
Enjoy the new sweet 6-pack. And if you're curious and you want, you know, just a little Lord, you can find him in the description as well on my merchandise store.
That's cute.
Orchidate.com. Thank you for watching.
I want just a little Lord. I want that shirt, even though I don't understand the reference whatsoever. I want a little Lord shirt. That just looks cute, bro. I want to wear that. I would wear that in a heartbeat just cause it's cute. Also, go give Bricky some love because I watched his video. I'm going to share the videos I share in chat so you guys know what video we watched. Plus, it makes it easier for me to give him credit later. Let me get the other video. Let's see. The Warhammer 40K universe sounds like an absolute nightmare to live in. It does. It sounds terrible.
And may the God Emperor be with us.
May the God Emperor be with us, apparently, as he says. May God have mercy on our souls. 1 second. We're going to redo the video. All right. Let me get the new one. Pause. I said pause, YouTube. I said pause. Okay, there we go. Let me oh, I have to play it for like a second for it to register. Okay, let me go back. Whoop. It's just a little lore is the joke about how it's just a little lore is the joke about how much lore is in Warhammer. Oh, just a teeny bit. Just a little tiny baby bit. Just a smidge. All right, let me do. Okay, there we go. Oh, perfect. So it keeps it the same. Thank you. All right, video 2. The next video we're going to be watching says every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell, and then we'll do the really long ones afterwards. There's a ton of Warhammer video games you can play without getting sucked into the money hole that is tabletop. Luckily for me, I have no interest in tabletop. So regardless of how deep I get into the lore of Warhammer, I can guarantee you right here, right now, I have not a single interest in tabletop. Purely because I don't have 1, the money, 2, the space, and 3, I just don't want to do a lot of handcraft. I did handcrafts a long time ago and I enjoyed them, but I realized how much time and it's time consuming and they can be messy. So I will let other people live. I will live vicariously through their handcrafting. So luckily I will be saved from that void of crafting. I don't know. I prefer just lore. I like to read. I like to play games. I like to succumb to the lore. That's about it. It's all very simple. All you need to know is 5 hours later. True. Some legions don't exist, so don't be surprised if numbers get skipped, probably. Oh, I'm sure he will explain. So I'm only a quarter of the way into the price of that 40K.
To the people on the internet, the time has come. The reckoning begins. Your boy got himself a shaker cup.
Oh my God! Gamer subs! Yes, he got me. He got me again.
After many months of shilling gamer subs like mad, my favorite thing
Use code Black Dragon.
We have ourselves a goddamn shaker cup. It's here, the official Bricky waifu shaker cup.
Thank you for the stretch.
The gal on here. If it's not great at focusing, I'm sure there'll be a thing in the background. Skater thing in the background. Long white hair, absolutely. A bit more toned, abs, obviously. Bikini, hit it. Legally distinct mark on the face. Of course, she wants you to do the diddle thing, maybe, but most likely to serve in a glorious.
This man. This fucking loser. Oh my god. He's such a loser. But I love him. I say loser in the most kind, endearing way. In the most endearing of ways, because he makes me laugh. Holy crap. That's crazy. That's wild. It's wild of him to say.
Army. Legally distinct? I think so. The Bricky Shaker Cup is available now, and you should get it while it is hot. But if you're thinking, Bricky, what should I put in this? Well, how about my top 10 favorite gamer subs flavors? From number 1.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? The emotional damage. Oh, this was before they started doing all of the VTuber collabs. I see. This was a while ago. This was a bit ago. That is very true. You can tell he had a character building arc. I love him. I love it. And also, I'm gonna turn on my fan really quick because it is warm in here. It's Warhammer warm in here. Hold on. It's so hot in California. Why is it so hot in California? Okay. Anyway, this video is somewhat aged. Yes, just a smidge, but that's okay. It's okay.
To number 10, all of them incredible, but listed regardless, and an addendum for those that are caffeine free. This shaker cup is available now in the description of this video. You may use
finding the
code
warm
Bricky
hammer.
as
I
well
am
at checkout to get a discount on your order. A massive amount of profits goes to yours truly, and a huge thank you to Gamer Subs for sponsoring and for getting me this beautiful, beautiful cup. Go out there and get it. I'm gonna take one more sip for the camera, slow it down, throw some sexy music in there.
I'm also gonna drink a sip of coffee as well. Because coffee. This one is after he started working with VTubers. Yeah.
Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently stuck in the walls of the most prodigious school in the Imperium by punishment for falling asleep during class. God bless the Skull of Progenium. Many of you have come across my every faction.
Bruh, yeah, God bless whatever that is. I don't know. God bless whatever that thing was, or whatever he said. Sure, I trust him. I trust him.
Explain video. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, we are here to dig a little deeper. Space Marines are the quintessential poster boys of Warhammer 40,000.
Yes, they are.
When people think 40K, they think Space Marines. But
I do. I think it's Space Marines.
Of Space Marines, formed from 20 separate legions. We are going to rattle them off in order and give you a quick rundown of each one. A disclaimer, like in my every faction explained video, this is a mix of accuracy and memes. If I say the Salamander's Legion specializes in hugging children and petting puppies, they aren't exactly doing that, mostly.
Oh.
I would like to pet this creature.
But you can infer that they care about civilians and are a bit kinder than the average Space Marine. A Space Marine being a genetically modified super soldier that's had 1 million new and terrifying organs shoved into them,
Ew. That's too many organs. That's too much.
Raiders strapped to their bodies, and are so far above the average human that they are referred to as demigods instead. Each Space Marine has a father, unlike you, a Primarch, which is basically
that bitch! You bitch! How dare! Wow, 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 wow. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. You don't know me! I mean, kind of, but you don't know me!
an even bigger Space Marine that was forged in a lab by the God Emperor of Mankind, that gigantic golden dude you see everywhere, who is both the leader and now the martyr of humanity. The Primarchs are his 20.
Actually, you know what, chat? Someone clip that. I'm gonna make a short of that shit. I'm gonna tag his ass. I'm gonna tag his ass. Come for him. Come for my family. Come for me. How dare you? How dare you? You fucking... Why? Why are you gonna call me out like that?
Sons built in a lab who lead 20 legions of space marines who are their sons, not from a lab but rather a dissection table.
Oh, I missed it. What happened? He said I have daddy issues, basically. TLDR, I have daddy issues. That's fine. It will be clipped. I will be calling out his ass. How fucking dare you?
Giving them the powers and skills of their associated Primarch via a gene seed, a special organ carrying the genetic makeup of their Primarch and, you know, their seed. So if Jagatai Khan of the White Scars has the genetic makeup that wants him to go really, really fast,
fast as fuck, boy,
the Space Marines also want to go really, really fast.
Go fast as fuck, boy.
I'm only referring to the legions this time around. If you're interested in sub-factions like, let's say, the Black Templars, then it's not going to be here. However, I do have a excellent Black Templar video. I'd argue it's probably the most accurate one I can think of. It goes through the whole lore, everything about them. It's a very long video, and I'll put it in the description. Just look up Black Templar video in the description. You'll get what you need. And now, with the easy explanation out of the way, let us begin with our first legion. Dark Angels.
Dark Angels.
Loyal.
Okay.
Primarch Lion L. Johnson, a duelist.
I love all these inner references that I have no context of, because so it sounds so funny to me because I have no context whatsoever, but it's funny. But it's funny. I just don't understand. The amount of times people get hit with that remark is very funny to me.
A knight. A real asshole, I'm not gonna lie. The single word descriptor: paranoid. The Dark Angels are our first legion, hailing from the death world known as Caliban. Their Primarch,
it blew up.
I see. What happens when you try to make the side profile Chad meme into a genuine character. He is a master tier duelist, a brilliant strategist, and an overall dick. There are few situations he isn't prepared for, and few fights he isn't ready to lead head on. This makes the Dark Angels have a very Knights of the Round Table vibe. They look like the knights of old with these large suits of power armor, often donning robes and...
I like the wings though. The wings back here at the top or behind the head thing, it's kind of cool. It looks pretty cool, visually at least.
Hoods. Their names also follow this. They have like Ezekiel, Azrael, Belial, Samuel, and so on. However,
the biblical names, the names of God, I see.
The common thing associated with Dark Angels are the Fallen, a part of their faction that turned traitor against the Imperium, and they are very heavily trying to expunge all knowledge of them from existence. Fallen? What Fallen? Never heard of any Fallen. Do you know about the Fallen? We're gonna take you away and mind probe you to make sure you have never heard of the Fallen. They definitely don't exist, and if they do exist, which they don't, we will find them even though they don't exist. The
Fallen? Who is that? The fuck is a Fallen? What? Huh? I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know about this fucking Fallen. I don't know. These people saying dumb shit. Crazy.
Love their interrogations. They thrive in it. Lionel Johnson is a scorched earth policy sometimes, and it's given to his sons in force, which makes sense considering that when the Lion heard of a Chaos Primarch on the homeworld different Primarch, whose mom was there, he was like, let's nuke it. The Dark Angels are a special group where they formulate themselves into 3 different factions. The Deathwing Terminators, slow-moving, tough phalanx. The Raven Wing, fast jet bikes and flyers. And the Green Wing, which is your standard Marines. They are
I like the Green Wing. Those look cool.
But not in the sense where they're good at everything, but rather they have a lot of things that are good at specific things. Like instead of 20 people that have a multi-tool, they instead have 20 people with gigantic power tools for every job imaginable. If you like being suspicious about everyone and everything in your surroundings, but you also like to have a whole lot of deep knight type lore, run the Dark Angels.
The One Piece!
The One Piece is real! The One Piece is real!
Legion is a special one.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. I see what you did there. I see what you did there, good sir. Green is their current color because before the Horus Heresy, Dark Angels had jet black armor instead. I see. I see. Throne is doing good, Ice Digger. We're doing much better. We're doing much better today. Nothing bad ever happened to the Emperor's children. Ah, ha, 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 ha. We will find out. These are the purple folks. This was the fancy one that I liked the color. I liked the color. That's it. But now I'm going to find out what is actually about them.
Numbers all go to 11.
The Emperor's children. Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Fulgrim, a perfectionist, an artist, a sneaky snaky snake. And the single word description.
Sneaky snaky snake. This guy is gonna break me, I swear to God. The sneaky snaky snake. Oh no. I'm gonna be more entertained by Warhammer than actually like logistically keeping track of all of this lore. The sneaky snaky snake.
Perfection. The Emperor's children are all about the pursuit of perfection. Perfection in all they do. Perfection in war.
I'm kind of a perfectionist though. Kinda sorta. Not a sneaky snaky snake though, but I'm a perfectionist.
Artistry and perfection in every other aspect of life. Their armor is a gleaming pink, purple, and gold. Their ships have spires of gorgeous marble and gold statues.
I mean, that looks pretty cool, though.
Fulgrim is a man who believes the pursuit of perfection is the goal of all things. And I mean, look at him. Can you truly tell me that he is not perfect? The hair, the features. As Primarchs go, he is the one you look at. And if 40K had a guy that would give you the best sex you've ever had and never call you back, this is the fucking guy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up now. Hold up now. Methinks you protest too much. Methinks you assume too much. So still into him? No. I'm not really into fuck boys, especially ones that look like fucking what's his face from freaking Castlevania. I'm good. I'm so good. I'm good. I will hard pass. Yeah, he's very Alucard coded, and I'm so good with swiping away from him. I'm good. I'm so good. What is a man but a stupid vampire? Stupid vampire. Fulgrim's the fuckiest of fuck boys, and not even joking. He's very Griffith and Sephiroth coded. Yes, I could. Yeah, I was thinking Sephiroth at first. Very Sephiroth, Alucard, a miserable pile of secrets, a miserable pile of stupid. But yeah, nah, I'm good. He may throw himself and be like, hey girl. He might be like, Discord kitten, and I'll be like, no, I'm good. Nah, I'm good.
Which is why this pursuit of decadence led them to the evils of chaos. Double it and send it to the next person. I'm good. Yes. Emperor's children are our first Chaos Legion, and not just a normal one. One devoted to, you guessed it, Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, God of unspeakable success. The Emperor's children horny on main children are now horrifyingly mutated beings through Slaanesh's great will. They torture and maim to feel perfection through pain. They screech and attack with... Itsy! Hello, Raiders, welcome in! Shrimp Raid! Hey, yo! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time hanging out with Itsy today. I hope your stream went well. Welcome. Hopefully you guys had fun. I'm not sure if you were just chatting or just hanging out and vibing, but thank you for the raid. And everyone who came with the raid, I hope you're having a wonderful time zone. And yes, you have come into a lore stream. We are Subway Surfering today. Because chat had voted to do this, we are doing a lore watching today. We are learning about Warhammer 40K.
So I am doing several lore videos, understanding at least a bit more about the 40K world. We're just chilling and catching up and talking about Gecko. I see. Well, good. If you need to vibe though, if you need to run, because I know you just ended your stream, so if you need to run and do some stuff, and or if you're hungry or tired, whatever you need to do, definitely feel free to run. Same with everyone in chat who came with the raid. If you feel like lurking and hanging out and learning about 40K along with me, feel free to vibe. Feel free to lurk and vibe. We're just kind of chilling. And thank you, Kurr, for the follow. And if actually you don't know who I am, before I even jump into this, hello, I am Josie62. I am the incarnation of the Battleship New Jersey up in Camden, New Jersey, and one of the many VFleet talents. We're just, chilling. We're chilling today. How appropriate for a fraudster to come in during the Emperor's Children segment. Oh my lord. Anyway, yes, we're watching Bricky videos because everyone recommended Bricky, because apparently everyone said Bricky was like the best when it came to learning about Warhammer, but still making it fun, because I love lore, lore's great, but I don't want to be bored. So he's very funny, so I'm very much enjoying his videos. But yeah, feel free to vibe. We are kind of chalking along. Today is day 10. For those who don't know, it's day 10 of our subathon / partner push for the month of September. So feel free to vibe and hang. I do appreciate the support. But if you do need to lurk, run away, whatever the case may be, your health is more important than numbers. So feel free to do what you got to do. But we're just vibing today. Hit with an ad break right as she introduces herself. Yippee! Ricky already called out Josie with savagery. Yeah, he already threw out the daddy issues. So I was like, oh, that's cool. That's fine. Fuck that guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. But it's fun. It's fun. But we're gonna be vibing. We're also playing Uma Musume in the background, which is why I called it the the Subway Surfer stream, because we were playing this while also passively playing Uma Musume on the side. So there's something for everyone. Sci-fi for the sci-fi people, horse girls for the horse girl people, and VTubers for the VTuber people. So yeah, don't worry, it was clipped. Oh joy. But yeah, so lots of things. But we now jump back into the video. For those who would like to know where we're at, just for reference, we did do his basic rundown of what Warhammer 40K is, the basic lore breakdown, and now we are learning every single Warhammer Space Marine Legion in a nutshell. So just for reference, that's what we're currently doing right now, and we are learning about the 3rd Legion. So that is the TLDR, the summarization. That is where we're at. So feel free to lurk and just listen along if you would like. Since I gotta lurk, since I'm still at work for a couple more hours. No worries, Vader. Take your time. Lurk away. Do what you gotta do. I'm now wondering which Uma would read 40K besides Takuan. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, video time.
Sonic weaponry for perfection through sound, and they slaughter aiming for perfection in war. Fulgrim himself lost the battle against Slanesh as a demon sword corrupted his mind and transformed him into the sexy man he was.
Sexy
into the
though?
Sexy snake he is now.
Snaky snake.
Primarch, corrupted and bringing his legions will by himself.
He actually did become a sneaky snack. Okay, he actually became snack. Okay, gotcha.
As far as Emperor's children go, they are some bad people. They do horrible things to anyone and everything. In fact, they're such trolls that their battle cry is for the Emperor, despite being horribly mutated and corrupted. If you've ever taken a little too much of a drug, or maybe
so they're the druggies. I see. They are the addicts of power and debauchery. Oh, the addiction. Oh, I see.
Sick of the concert was too loud and you didn't bring any earplugs or whatever the reason. You just take all those things and you dial it and you twist it and the knob breaks. And that is the Emperor's children.
Is dead.
Galactic Tweakers. Iron Warriors, 4th Legion.
Is dead. And we have killed him.
The Iron Warriors.
Hello, Brian.
Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Perturabo, a warlord, a siege smith, an incel. Single word descriptor.
Oh no, not the incels, not the space incels. God help us.
Siege. Continuing the trend of our Chaos Legions, we have the Iron Warriors led by Primarch Perturabo of Olympia. To understand the Iron Warriors, though, one must first understand Perturabo. A man so bitter, coffee beans run for light. A man who hates the world and everyone in it, who never got recognition for his deeds, who hates his brothers and hates their accomplishments even more. Someone so laughably petty, so incredibly bitter that he goes full circle to becoming likable. Why?
Oh my God, he goes full circle. Does he have a redemption arc? That's crazy. He really is. And thank you for the hydrate. Microsoft, why do you try to open recently closed tabs in Edge after a reboot? Because that's Edge. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Because he's competent. The Horus Heresy. We didn't talk about the Horus Heresy. Intermission. So Horus.
Intermission. Thank you for Battleship Headbats. No redemption, just understanding. I see. That's crazy. I legitimately can't tell if you're being tongue-in-cheek while saying that. Me, I understand nothing of 40K. So this is all. Yeah, this is all I don't know. I'm just going with what he tells me.
Was the Emperor's favorite son, right? You know, so the Emperor walked into his room. Horus said, Dad, I just gifted 150 subs to Amaranth, and she said my name a ton, and she loved me for it. I really think that I might get to meet her one day. And it kind of played out something like this.
Your feelings for her
are not real.
They are
They're real to me.
And then
Star Wars!
it started playing out a little bit more like this.
Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall.
Oh no!
So it takes the last drop of my blood.
Yeah. So Iron Warriors.
Wait, does he literally just... She's real to me, Dad. I love YouTubers. Fuck you. Oh no, he truly is Mr. Incel Man. Oh no, time to drop 150 subs for Jersey so me and my dad can start a grand battle. Please, no wars on my behalf. Please, no.
This heresy wouldn't have gotten shit done without Peter Turbo. Imagine an entire faction that is the personification of brutal industrialism, where you serve the Legion until your dying breath. You build and you kill and you siege and you kill and you literally summon demons just to take them and trap them in machines and use them as cannon fodder. This is a thing they do. They summon demons.
Oh God, that's terrifying. Oh my God, that's terrible. Look at these damn Marines, the face that launched 1,000 ships. No, unless that war is donating to the Battleship New Jersey Museum. That's the war you should do. The war on protecting the museum ship. I know, Thomas, the Iron Engine. Bro, Thomas saw some shit, bro. Thomas he was struggling. Wouldn't that make us all incels then? Only if you start wars in a bad way. If you start positive wars, like, oh, we must siege war upon donating to the museum ship and caring about my friends and blah, blah, blah. Positive friendship is magic, My Little Pony style. Then yes, please start wars. Start wars. Positive wars. It's like, no, I think you're a better friend. No, you're a better friend. No, you're the better friend. Like war in a positive way. Yeah. Shh. Let me have my copium. Let me have my copium.
To trap and use as shock troops. The Iron Warriors are siege warfare incarnate. They are heavy weapons, they are tanks, they are turrets, and they don't die. They hate Imperials, they hate Imperial fists.
Do you need a pacifier, Iron Baby? No, I don't.
They are bitter incarnate. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors don't serve the Chaos Gods because they like them. They serve them because fuck you.
Because fuck you. Yes, friendship is magic, but magic is heresy. Guess it's time to go on a crusade. Go on a positive crusade, slaying everyone with kindness and understanding and love. Yeah, fuck you. Enjoy this positive head pat or something. I don't know.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition.
Sonic! 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 Okay, this video's good now. This video's good now. He referenced Sonic. I understood that reference. I understood that reference.
The White Scars. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Jagatai Khan. A speed demon, a plain strider, a roast god. Single word descriptor.
Speed demon.
Speed. Hailing from Chagoris. The White Scars are all about speed. They love melee, but they love it even more when they are doing it from a motorcycle or land speeder.
Okay, these dudes are cool.
Running really damn fast. The White Scars are
Ooh, these dudes are cool. Okay, I like speed.
A lot. And that's lore accurate. They are a legion that doesn't seek the recognition or glory from the combat they engage in. They engage in it because it is their duty and because they love it. Not in the insane slaughter enjoyment of loving it, but in the thrill of the fight. They are known as the Laughing Killers because they ride into battle with a smile on their face and a chuckle in their throat. And as you can tell by their Primarch's name, they are Mongolian based. Remove horses and replace them with motorcycles and land spears, and that's your style.
That's kind of
cool. On the old times of Genghis Khan, and you consider this is 40K and everybody's evil. You know, that fits. The White Scars are actually physical scars on their body, going back to their heritage on Chagoris. The Khan himself is kind of a dickhead, but a reasonable one. He thinks ahead, he's intelligent, he's patient. He is often underestimated because he doesn't scream his accomplishments from the rooftops, which is what makes him and the White Scars dangerous. His skills are kept at bay, only to be truly shown when the time is needed. The White Scars are a forgotten legion often, but that doesn't diminish their accomplishments. All it does is surprise those who underestimate them. Speed, awesome Mongolian vibe they got going on, and if you really like to stab people, that's the White Scars for you. Shameless.
I do like to stab people. Not really, but in game, in Minecraft.
Thirst break.
This is Dog. Woof, 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 woof. Woof.
Wolf.
The Space Wolf.
It's furry time. It's furry time.
Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Leman Russ. A Viking, a Savage, the Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
Wolf, 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 wolf. Goddamn wolf units. Skater, how many units in the Space Wolves Codex have the word wolf in their name? Wolf. The Space Wolves are the 6th Legion and hail from Fenris, a frozen wasteland of a world with their Primarch, Leman Russ. I don't really need to spend a whole lot of time talking about the Space Wolves because it's very obvious who they are. They are the second most obvious what their shtick is legion in the 20 legions besides the World Eaters. When you look at the Space Wolves behind, what do you see? Do you see Vikings in space?
Yes.
You've done it. Congratulations. You have found Vikings in space. But
Vikings in space! Ah, Vikings in space! These Vikings, they really are. Space wolves are violent space furries. Oh my god. But to pay, you need 2 coats of white because, well, white, yeah, you know, you got to double up that coat. You got to coat that shit 3 times, 2 or 3 times. Love their colors. Very cool. Very cool.
They have as much in common with a regular Marine as an old-day Viking with a Roman soldier. You see, as a Space Marine, your body is so enhanced that you filter out poison, and so you can't get drunk. The Space Wolves distill a special mead out of a horrible poisonous plant that would kill a normal human so they could get drunk. They have fangs in their mouths. They sometimes cannibalize their enemies. That's kind of determined. Yeah, sometimes they eat people because they gain knowledge.
I'm sorry, what? They do what? They eat people? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm good. Don't worry about it. I think I'm gonna worry about it.
About them from there and about battle plans. The Space Wolves are savages. They're raiders. They're Vikings. But despite all of this, they are loyal to their core.
Bro, eating people ain't even that bad. That's a wild statement. Man, Warhammer be causing so much questionable thoughts in people's minds. But I mean, is eating people really that bad? Man, let me think about that one.
Leman Russ is an egotistical guy who just shouts stories and tales of his accomplishments everywhere they can. But at the same time, he was so damn loyal that instead of gunning down his foes, he hit him with a fucking backbreaker to show his devotion to wrestling. If you want Vikings in space,
With
you
the metal
found
chair!
it. Play the Vikings in space.
We're gonna build the wall. We have no choice.
Imperial
We have no
fists.
choice. Build that wall.
Oh,
Build that
no.
wall. Build that wall.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that audio clip was quite a choice. That aged poorly. Anyway. Oh God.
Imperial fists. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Rogel Dorn. A builder, a phalanx, and he needs a hand. Single word descriptor, fortify. The Imperial Fists
Dear
are led
Lord.
by Primarch Rogel Dorn on their homeworld of Inuit. However, they themselves are actually a fleet-based chapter with their main source of recruitment coming from an enormous moon-sized ship called the Phalanx. The Fists are a chapter
I'm sorry, the what? The what? The what? What did he name that thing? Okay. Believe it or not, I go to say, hi, Ellis. What in the hell? The Phalanx. Okay. Ooh. Are we compensating for something, sir? Are we compensating for something? Interesting. I now know who you are. I now know what you are, Lord Farquaad.
you think of when you think of duty. They love to serve. The love to serve and the inability to be moved. Rogel Dorn
He just horribly mispronounced
a master builder, and basically a rock.
Wow,
In brain
he said masturbator! He said masturbator! He said the thing!
and body. A lack of humor or ability to lie shows that he is as blunt as the weapons of war he creates. Not the swords he makes, but like blunt, strong weapons. The fists are the same. Take your archetypical American Marine style look, a buzz cut, a hard sense of duty, and then throw in some power armor and a love for building defenses, and you have the Imperial fists. They are immovable. When you find a spot, they're ready to defend. You can't breach them.
Hold
Their
the
knowledge
line.
of defensive warfare is paramount. Without them, the Horus Heresy would have been so much more effective, but thanks to their insane and immovable tenacity, the Imperium lives today. And let's not forget that Iron Warrior and Imperial Fist rivalry. Want to know why the Iron Warriors are so bitter? These guys are the reason why.
Guys, bring the thing!
Oh.
Where is he going?
Oh no. Okay.
Hey! That could have killed me! Hey, guys! We missed! Get another!
Dorn and Perturabo are basically two sides of the same coin. One is a bit more level-headed and got better jobs. If you want to be defensive, to be good at everything Space Marines are good at, bolters, heavy weapons, vehicles, you want a classic military fighting force, start fisting.
I am having a very bad day. Today is one of the worst days.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh no! Visibly excited. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
The Night Lords. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Conrad Kurz, a sadist, a vigilante, Depresso Espresso.
Depresso Espresso! So basically Shadow the Hedgehog in a Legion. Got it. And thank you for the lure, Grammy. My favorite spiky boys. It's Shadow the Hedgehog, the Legion.
Word, fear. The Night Lords are my favorite legion, hailing from Nostromo and their Primarch, Conrad Kurz. They are a traitor legion from a planet known as the Sunless World, or the World of Endless Night. Nostromo is a horrible hive city that is known for being host to some of the worst gang violence, murder, and working conditions around. The only thing keeping the population in check is the suicide rate. The
what rate? Damn, that's shit. No Shadow is less edge than them. Oh, interesting. Homies wear human skin as an Oh, that's concerning. I have returned with gold ship. I return your gold ship with Horus Heresy. Or insert Warhammer reference. I don't know. I don't know. It's they are literally Batman if he didn't mind killing. Oh, wow. Okay, interesting.
Night Lords followed in the footsteps of their Primarch, a man who believed in a twisted...
Hold on. There's a Hachimi. I might have to turn off Hachimi for the lore. I might have to turn that off so people don't... Actually, hold on. I'm going to use this while I pick something. Hold on a second. Use this. Oh, I got thrown out. I got thrown out. Oh, I got thrown out. I think there was an update. Well, apparently there was an update. Yippee! That's actually good. Now I can fix this. Or throwing babies out the airlock. Don't throw babies out the airlock. And now you're good. You're good, Gigantic. It's all good.
Sense of justice, and that the only way to make humans compliant is through fear. The Legion's lesson has been lost on them, as their ranks were repopulated by gang members, murderers, arsonists, torturers, and other words I can't say on YouTube, as young as 12.
I see.
Years old.
Naruhodo.
Murderers before they were even teenagers, raised to become demigods. Now, fear is what they sow, and flesh is what they reap. The Night Lords are scum. They are the exact opposite of all other legions. They torture and they maim and they flay because they think it's fun. They run away often so they can come back and kill you with more numbers.
Oh no, I don't like them. Never mind. They sounded cool. Now I don't like them anymore. The Night Lord trilogy was dark. If that's your introduction to 40K, I feel sorry for you. We just did a Gemini Cup go live. So, yep, that's right. The Gemini Cup did go live. That's true. I see. They're not that bad. Yeah, now I don't like these guys anymore. I don't like these guys anymore. They looked cool, and then I found out what they do, and I'm like, oh, no, never mind. I'm good. You can keep them.
They prey on the innocent and the weak. They kill normal civilians because it's easy, and flee any battle where they don't possess overwhelming odds. They are the antithesis of normal space marines. They are scum. One time, a world did not comply to their demands, so they raided one of their ships and brought it into atmosphere. The crowds cheered and clapped as it appears that they had won the battle. And the airlocks opened, and the skinned and flayed bodies of the crew were thrown down in the populace. In other words, a legion of gangers and criminals. Add together a heavy Slavic influence to them. You've got my favorite faction.
You have not done the dishes for 5 years. So embarrassed when people come over here.
What does it matter? You bring them over, you kill them. Vampires don't do dishes.
The Blood Angels.
Vampires don't do dishes.
Allegiance, loyal. Primarch, sanguineous. An angel of
sanguineous? Oh my god. Can we make the name any less vampiric? God. Jeez Louise. Sanguine. Okay.
Empire. A dead-ass motherfucker. Single word descriptor. Blood. The Blood Angels are 9th Legion, hailing from the homeworld of Baal, with their Primarch, Sanguinius. The Blood Angels are a tragic tale with one of the...
Okay, that looks pretty cool. That design back there looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie. That's pretty cool. Visually, it looks pretty cool. Pretty cool. The perfect baby. Oh my god. The angel. He will be the angle to your devil.
Best Primarchs. One beloved by almost everybody. A genuine angelic figure who led his people to glory. Killed by the hands of the traitor Horus before the Emperor's eyes.
No! Oh no! He died. Oh no.
The death of their Primarch led the entire Legion to madness as their gene seed malfunctioned and created something known as the Black Rage. The Blood Angels degrade over time, experiencing something called the Red Thirst, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for blood. As their minds degrade and break down, they get angrier and angrier, becoming berserk killing machines with no other goal than to tear everything in sight apart. But
that's not good.
They see themselves there at their Primarch's demise with Horus in sight, and to them It's time for vengeance. That Space Marine over there, that Chaos Space Marine, that's Horus. Kill him. That Orc War Boss over there, Horus. Kill him. That Tyranid Swarm.
So everyone becomes Horus. Everyone must die.
1,000 Horuses. Horai. Kill him.
Horai.
Did your toast come out a little bit burnt? Horus sabotaged your toaster. Destroy the toaster. Destroy it. Do it. Do it. Kill your toaster. Do it. This slow, debilitating disease takes over the Blood Angels, and it gives them this angelic, vampire, and Catholic-inspired imagery. They have chalices of blood. They rest.
Ooh, Catholicism design. Ooh, wait, it's all Horus? It always was. It always was, Artemis. It always was.
In coffins, and can even use psychic powers to
Same brain cell.
Angel wings from their bodies. They are a tragedy through and through, and the only thing that will look more tragic are the mangled bodies of those they come in contact with.
I got a diesel engine, and honey, we forgot to mention, we're gonna take your job away.
The Iron Hands. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Ferrus Manus, a machinist, an inventor, and not a great head on his shoulders. Single word, Bionics.
Oh
no! From the home planet of Medusa and their Primarch Ferrus Manus. Does Ferrus Manus have an iron hand? You fucking know he's got an iron hand. The Iron Hands believe that the flesh is weakness. But despite all of their enhancements, despite all the things that made them demigods, replacing some of the flesh with bionics will allow them to serve the Emperor more. They go hard into vehicles and dreadnoughts. Dreadnoughts being giant walking sarcophagi that have wounded space marines powering them from the inside. Vehicles, metal upgrades. These are the things that make up this legion. Their tech marines have servo arms sticking out from all directions. They have a wide array of mechanics and extremely often replace limbs with metal ones, serving all kinds of different functions to deal with their enemies. The Iron Hands are also not particularly nice. They're kind of assholes. I mean, Marines are already normally pretty big assholes.
It sounds like everyone's kind of an asshole.
A little bit up there because of their flesh, civilians made of flesh, because you see, the flesh is weak. Flesh is corruptible. Bionics, the strength of the machine is pure.
I
and cannot so easily
Robocops,
be
basically.
So if you want people who have this little techno-fetishistic vibe to them, that love their vehicles and their walking coffins, hit up the Iron Hands.
Understand, Commander. I was never here.
Legion 11.
Oh no. Damn it. And I love 11. 11's my favorite number. Damn. Okay, never mind. I guess not.
Why, hello there. I have returned from touching grass.
Hey, yo.
I'm pretty cool.
Oh my god.
With the grass touching. Now let's continue our Warhammer lecture.
This ruffles my jammies. Okay, so what's going on here? I am a super sandwich!
The World Leaders. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Angron, a butcher,
Angron.
Extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad.
Single word
fuck-ass mad.
Anger. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you mad? Do you just fucking hate everything? Do you want to murder everything in sight and get rewarded for doing so? Then you should join the World Leaders. Home planet of Nuceria and Primarch Angron, who, if the name didn't suggest, is real fucking angry.
He's
Angron was raised a slave, forced to fight in gladiator pits. When he refused, they shoved old world tech into his brain, so that if he ever felt any emotion other than anger, it caused him extreme pain. All his sons, wanting to be like their dad, also put a version of these nails in their brain. So now you have an entire legion who literally feel unimaginable pain if they are feeling any emotion other than anger. Slap them with a freight train of armor, 2 goddamn chainsaw axes, and
oh god, this man. Thank you, Tempest, for the resub. Thank you. That time again. The nails, they bite. Which completely fucked up his whole character. Imagine having a shock collar that induces rage, bruh. Welcome, Tempest. We're watching Warhammer lore while also playing Uma. He was supposed to be the empath Primarch. Damn, and I was like, I love empaths though. Damn.
can see what's gonna happen. It's no wonder they're corrupted by Khorne. They're honestly a surprisingly sad legion that I actually screwed up in assuming that they were all just angry murderers. I mean, they are.
They are.
But they didn't start out that way. Their Khorne corruption degraded their intelligence, their free will, and made powerful warriors into arguably even more powerful warriors, but blunt, like frothing at the mouth psycho warriors.
Yeah.
The World Eaters, like I mentioned, the Space Wolves, they wear their concept on their sleeve. They are angry, they want to kill things, they want to kill you and maybe some of their friends, and that's the faction. They're red, they're mad, they're gonna run at you and cause death. If you like that, you play the World Eaters. Or you like because they were, you know, at one point a lot better than that. Most of Warhammer was a lot better than that. I was once a lot better than that. That was when I was in college.
Feels.
I didn't finish college, and neither did Angron.
It is. Hail Caesar. If it's not done by sunrise, I'll cut your balls off.
The Ultramarines. Allegiance, Loyalists. Primarch, Rabute Gilliman. That's how
I see them a lot. I see them a lot. I was like, I've seen this design a lot. Yes, the blueberries. I've seen them.
Yeah, that's how it's said. An analyst, a diplomat, a blueberry Boy Scout.
A blueberry Boy Scout.
Duty. When you see Space Marines on a box or just Space Marines.
I was like, yeah, they're like the poster boys. I see. He's a blueberry Boy Scout. See, I'm never gonna not call him a blueberry Boy Scout now. Thanks to Bricky, I'm gonna call him a blueberry Boy Scout forever now.
The promotional material. Notice how they are always colored blue. These are the blue Space Marines. These ones here, the Ultramarines, who hail from the world of Macrog with their Primarch Rabute Gorilla Man. Ultramarines are the white bread of Space Marines. The grilled chicken with salt and pepper. This is by no means an insult. They are plain Jane, but that's also because they are so goddamn good at their job. Their skill for warfare is paramount, but so is their ability for leadership. Gilliman for a while was a damn boring Primarch for all the reasons he was great, because no matter how hard you try, you don't win a war without logistics, without supply lines, without trade routes, without infrastructure and economy. You don't win anything without all that stuff, and Gilliman knows it, which is why he is one of the largest standing empires in the Imperium, named Ultramar, which is why his sons are the most recognizable of all the Space Marines.
Actually, okay, I gotta ask a question, because I've been hearing this shit a lot. How do these people procure sons? Where is the mating process occurring? Where are these women? I'm seeing tons of men, but I ain't seeing not many of women. Where are these children birthing from? Are they just spawning from the void? Like they just procreate out of pure convenience? It's just, they just birth and it's like, there you go, there's your new soldier. They birth on the battlefield? Like, what is happening? Don't worry about it, okay? And break! They're mating with the men! Oh no! They don't procreate. They don't even have sexual urges. They just fight. Genetic manipulation. This is a very abridged explanation. They take teams of human children and augment them. So the Space Marines are not literally the Primarch sons. They are humans that are implanted with gene mods based on the Primarchs as children. Where are the women? They're called the Sisters of Battle. I see. They just spawn. It's just a Build-A-Bear with sons. It's a Build-A-Bear. Oh no. That's kind of a good explanation, but that's funny. They recruit from other worlds. They train them and give them new organs. They need to become Space Marines. I see. Build a Marine. True. You get to pick. Oh, build a Marine. I get to pick my scent. I get to pick the sound that goes inside of it, and I get to put a little message. Oh, thank you. Fuck, you're dead.
The only thing that rivals the weight of their victories is the weight of their egos. They are good at everything and bad at nothing. They are great at everything. Other legions can do other things better than them, but they are good at everything. The most interesting thing about the Ultramarines is their characters, as they are all now inflicted with various amounts of ultra depression for many reasons. Gilliman is, at the time of recording, the only playable Primarch currently on the tabletop, and the only one that has returned to the 41st millennium for the Loyalist side. He took one look at what his empires become and immediately wanted to fucking die. Being forced to lead everything he once hated, an Imperium rotten to its core with his sole responsibility to save it, is kind of what makes him interesting. They are a perfectly standard legion with perfectly standard ideals, and great if you want a simple, clean slate.
Uh-oh. Stinky.
Uh-oh. Stinky. Oh, no.
Funny poop. Poop funny. Woo.
The Death Guard.
Oh, no.
Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Mortarian. A reaper, a poison, an ungodly stench. Single word descriptor, rot. The Death Guard hail from Barbaros.
I don't like rot.
The Primarch Mortarium. The 14th Legion were known for their incredible resilience to damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Where the Imperial
That's
fists
a lot of
were
damage.
defensive thanks to tactics and posturing, the Death Guard were resilient because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving. They are slow, yet they are resistant, which was only confounded as a Death Guard captain, Typhus, codename Dickhead, sold them out to Nurgle, god of rot and decay.
Ew.
Now, the Death Guard are a Nurgle-worshipping infected legion whose ability to feel pain and take damage has all but just gone away. They wade through gunfire, able to kill normal Marines 10 times over and continue unharmed, all while spreading rot and disease in the name of their dark, very stinky master.
Very
Where the Death
stinky
Guard
master.
enter, plague spreads. People get sick and they die. They spread debilitating disease to all around them.
Oh,
Why would
fun.
a legion need to be anything more than very tanky when their enemies are falling over, puking, firing out of both ends, and having their skin peel off just by their presence? Entire worlds infested with a zombie rot, swarms of insects that eat flesh and metal alike, all while the legion advances slowly, painfully, allowing the disease they spread to take its toll before they reap the lives they believe belong to them. And look at Mortarian's model, dude. The man is baller as fuck.
He's
a
baller
gigantic
as fuck.
moth with a gigantic scythe. Come on now. The Death Guard.
Oh, what a Oh.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
The Thousand Sons. Allegiance,
no.
heretic. Primarch, Magnus the Red. A scholar, a
here.
sorcerer, a fucking nerd. Single word
keep it here.
descriptor, magic. The Thousand Sons hail from their homeworld of Prospero, with their Primarch Magnus the Red. The final of our 4 major Chaos God factions, the Thousand Sons are disciples of Zeech, the Changer of Ways. Heavily inspired by their Egyptian theming, the Legion themselves are slaves to the god of trickery and change. Most of them no longer even
They look
having
pretty
a
cool
physical
design-wise.
form, reduced to just dust, piloting suits of armor at the whim of a sorcerer leader. The Thousand Sons do not deserve their fate. There's a common joke that Magnus did nothing wrong. This is untrue.
Alice, and Magnus did everything wrong. That's so funny, bro. That's funny.
Has done much wrong. However, he is very sympathetic, mainly because the Space Wolves and Legion of Rust sought to end their rivalry through the annihilation of their legion, escaping only through the assistance of the Changer of Ways, and forever changed because of it. Meanwhile, magic is their main tool. Take some Lovecraftian style abilities with eyes everywhere and potent spells to be cast at their foes, whether these are bolts of psychic lightning, reversing time itself, opening up portals to unreality, or changing the very fabric of the universe. The Thousand Sons sorcery knows no bounds, and they are very good at it. If you're a fan of like wizards, your classic style of spellcaster, and you want a ton of them, combined with a tragic backstory and a Primarch who, like Mortarian, looks fucking baller, the Thousand Sons are for you.
You fucking asshole! There's no way you're a fucking cheater. You're such a sore loser. You're a cheater. My dad works at Nintendo!
My dad works at Nintendo. Oh no.
Or the Luna Wolves or the Black Legion. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Horus, a warlord, a treasured friend, or the traitor himself. Single word descriptor, assault. The Sons of Horus are the formal name of Horus's legion, hailing from the world of Chthonium. The Sons of Horus themselves were assault.
Why do all these places blow up? Oh my god, so much explosion, so much blow up. No, so much blow up.
Troops. The strength of their attack was some of the most powerful in the legions. While the White Scars may favor speed for their strikes, the Sons of Horus were known for their overall offensive power. It was even said that if the Sons of Horus met the Imperial Fists, they would be at a stalemate for eternity. However, the Sons of Horus are no longer, because, well, the They are now in...
Sorry, my brain's trying to focus on 3 things. No, you're good. You're good. You are all good. No worries. That is what the stream is for today. It is Subway Surfer Day.
Instead, the Black Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still an offensive and assault-based force, but they act much like the Ultramarines, but for chaos. Your standard black and brass Space Marine, who are known for recruiting in all different kinds of avenues. Anyone can become a member of the Black Legion. Anyone can swear allegiance to the War Master. You gain
Sign me the fuck up, bro.
Not just one, but all 4 gods equally. Their famous line, "Let the galaxy burn," is the best way to describe them. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. So long as the Imperium dies, the Black Legion has done its job. They are a legion formed from hatred and spite, with a clear goal in mind. As the Dark Gods are calling, and the Black Legion are sure to answer.
Hello. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
The Word Bearers.
Oh no.
Heretic. Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, a preacher, a fanatic, a choir boy.
The choir boy, the fanatic choir boy. Oh no.
Descriptor: zeal. If the Black Legion...
Oh my god, that was a League of Legends! League of Legends mentioned! Sorry, I knew that. I know that's a League. That's League of Legends. Ah!
Answer the call of the Dark Gods.
That icon was literally League of Legends. That's so funny.
If instead you decide to call the gods first, well, then the Word Bearers are for you. The 17th Legion, led by Primarch Lorgar on the planet of Colchis. Originally obsessed with worshiping the...
Ah, yes, another blew up. I see, man. I'm just going to assume everything blows up, pretty much.
Emperor of mankind as a god, they found that despite his divinity, he was not worthy of worship because... you know, he raised their equivalent of Jerusalem to the ground for daring to worship him. Like, could you imagine if God actually showed up and was just like, Jerusalem is stupid, it just destroyed the whole thing? Like, what would that do to your head? But there are gods that want worship and will reward those who do. The Word Bearers are chaos worshippers to a T. All chaos gods. They specialize in demonic rituals, the summoning of demons, and the mutual possession of their own troops. They welcome demons to their bodies to fight as one. They exalt the dark gods themselves for aid, and guess what? They answer. In the world of 40K, Satan doesn't just call you back. He hops in his GT Mustang and he crashes on your couch. In the world of 40K, your rituals will end with genuine results. The Word Bearers know this. They know through sacrifices, through devotion, through dark baptism, the gods will answer and they will be rewarded. So they use it. They bring forth demons. They bring forth possessions. They bring forth the power of the Neverborn, the damned, and those that hide in the dark to bear against the Imperium. Lorgar sits there, smiling, as the truth he always knew, the existence of gods and the importance of faith is a reality. It is a tool he is using to rend the galaxy.
Dear Sir stroke Madam, fire! Exclamation mark. Fire!
Exclamation mark.
The Salamanders. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Vulcan, a Forge Master, a Behemoth.
What is that dragon thing? Holy, that thing, that is crazy.
Very huggy boy.
Huggy boy.
Fire. The Salamanders hail from Nocturne, a volcanic planet home to their Primarch Vulcan. They are the largest of the Space Marines, not due to numbers, but rather size. Vulcan, he is an enormous slab of beef, by far the largest of all the Primarchs. However, don't let his size fool you, as he is also the kindest. Salamanders have the juxtaposition.
He's just a big guy. Just a big guy. He just likes to. He's just a big gentle giant. Well, okay, maybe not. Maybe. Okay, maybe not gentle, but you know, still, it tracks.
The position of looking frightening, being larger than other Marines, while also boasting an ashy, like coal color skin and blazing red eyes.
Oh, those
while
are cool.
Simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So
I love flames.
Might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest of all the legions to those.
Okay, so they are gentle giants, quote unquote, as gentle as you can be in Warhammer. As gentle as you can get in this series. I see big teddy bear at 40K.
Vulcan believes that to safeguard the Imperium is to, at the end of the day, safeguard its people. So unlike other legions who put their lives far and above the average human, the Salamanders spend significantly more time trying to save them, often taking numerous losses by doing so. They are very independent as well. They're forgers and blacksmiths, maintaining their own weapons and crafting versions of it. They also have the very rare privilege of being able to see their families even after becoming a space marine. They care, which is the funny part, because the 7.5-foot tall giant with flaming red eyes who just reduced a traitor to bubbling metal says, "You have nothing to fear, young citizen. Take my hand." If you enjoy fire, melting things, and being the nicer of the Marines, Salamanders are for you.
Okay. Sneak attack! Saga, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance.
That's cool. The Raven outfit looks pretty cool. But all right, I'm liking I like the green homies. All right, the big teddy bears are pretty cool. They're pretty cool. That's pretty neat, gentle giant. But if you need to get got, he will get. Okay. Vulcan, please stop using phosphex. Fight humanly. Vulcan, I think. Cool. When are you going to stop burning people? Vulcan, I don't understand that question. See, so basically, if you're weak, choose Salamander. What do you mean if you're weak? What do you mean if you're weak? Sounds like requires actual strength. Real strength is understanding empathy. Man. The Raven Guard best loyalist Salamanders are like the big dudes from Green Mile, gentle giants, but if you need to get got, he will get. True.
Loyalist. Primarch, Corvus Corax, a Raven, a Shadow, an industrial dance DJ. Single word descriptor, stealth. The Raven Guard are the final loyalist legion at 19 and hail from the planet Deliverance with Primarch Corvus Corax. If it hasn't been made clear enough already, the Raven Guard are stealth specialists and proficient in all manners of assassination. Despite this, their signature winged jump pack and double lightning claw look is, well, not very stealthy. They are named after, of course, the Raven and embody the entire concept of it as a herald of death. They are stealthy, patient hunters that have no problem with waiting and waiting and waiting until the moment to strike is at hand. It's not easy being a stealth faction when your stealth involves people in 1 ton of power armor, but they find a way. That, more than anything, should not be used to show how ridiculous 40K is, even though it is, but rather to show how good the Raven Guard are at their jobs. It's not about them sneaking around you without being seen, but it's also about them having lied in wait for so long that it wasn't until they were in striking distance that you even realized they had been there. And also, if you want, edgelord Marines with a long black haircut, pale skin, ravens everywhere. If you want to field assassins and snipers abound, then the Raven Guard are for you.
It could be in this very room. It could be you. It could be me.
It could be me.
Even. Whoa! What? It was obvious.
The Alpha Legion. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Alpha.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Furious and Omegon. Saboteurs. Destabilizers. They're in your walls. Single word descriptor. Espionage. Finally, 20th Legion, the Alpha Legion, led by Alfarius and Omegon, the only legion to have 2 Primarchs who were split as twins. The Alpha Legion are heretical, we think, and specialize in destabilization of society and armies. Their entire shtick is the Hydra, because when you cut off one head, two more. All of the Alpha Legion look exactly like their Primarch. Olive skin, shaved head. All claim to be Alfarius. All are liars. They make the largest use of sleeper cells and cultists in the Chaos Space Marine factions because it's extremely easy to take over a planet when you
poison our water supply,
burned our crops,
and delivered a plague unto our houses.
Where the Raven Guard use stealth and sabotage to eliminate their enemies, the Alpha Legion prefer to weaken them over time with sleeper agents, impersonations, basically anything you could imagine from a hardcore spy movie or Cold War level espionage. Being Alfarius is not only an honor, being Alfarius is a requirement.
Oh.
There's a story of someone chasing down an Alpha Legion agent for years upon years, and when they finally catch up with them and they see that the agent is wearing the same face as their pursuer, because this was the plan all along, to kill him and take his spot. We're talking facial reconstruction surgery, we're talking hacking, we're talking political assassination and impersonation, everything.
Alpha Legion is the hardest to learn. This is by hands down the most confusing chapter in all of 40K. Oh, Naruto.
They are Space Marines in name only, because being a strong stoic warrior is not what the Alpha Legion is interested in. In fact, the Alpha Legion is interested in you not even knowing that the Alpha Legion is a thing. I am Alfarius. You
change my mind.
Are Alfarius. We are all Alfarius in his Lord's
we are all Alfarius.
glorious army. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I hope you learned a little something. I hope if you were on the fence about what Space Marines you wanted to field, you would now have a better idea of what you want to play. Buy my Gamer Sub Shaker. It's on sale. It's on pre-order. It's ready to go. Just get it. Just get it. Use code Ricky in the description. Just get it. And a huge thank you to all of my patrons over on
just a manual, yep. And we're going to go into the big boy ones now.
On the YouTube channel.
So this was the YouTube video we just watched.
Thank you.
If you want to give him some love.
Generous. And I need to answer a question. Have you ever attempted to touch grass but end up touching the Destiny 2 loading screen?
Wait.
Oh, damn it. I just...
Destiny 2 loading screen, ayo?
Yeah.
Damn.
So?
Come on.
Dang. Big oof. But thank you for the 100 bits, Paratrooper. The first line in the book about Alfarius is literally, I am Alfarius. This is a lie. Oh, fun. Oh, there's thousands of sub legions. My God. Well, we're going to watch that. Now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes. So yeah. Your legion appeals to you most. What your thoughts, Josie? Which legion appeals to you most? I mean, from what I remember, at least when it came to personality, the salamanders were pretty cool. I'm just scrolling over. Hold on. That and the white scars were pretty cool. The 5th Legion was pretty cool because, you know, fast as fuck, boy. Other than that, I think that's probably the ones that like called to me the most, I suppose. And the Blood Angels were pretty cool. The Blood Angels seemed pretty cool. They seemed pretty okay, but I feel bad for them because they sound angry. I feel like I would have liked the Blood Angels before they lost the homie. I feel like I would have liked them before they became like crazed. So yeah, probably just the white scars and probably the oh well, actually the Ultramarines are pretty cool. The blueberry Boy Scouts were pretty cool. So I would say white scars, the blueberry Boy Scouts, and the salamanders are pretty cool. Dante is the goodest of boys among Space Marines. Call me vanilla, but I really like the ultra. Yeah, I was like, the blueberry Boy Scouts seem fine. I like the Smurfs seem fine. They seem fine. For me, Imperial Fist and Alpha Legion. Dante, sorry, no, you're fine. Lord Commander Dante, now you good. But of course, otherwise they will burn down your home in 7 different ways. Oh no, Roman in space and they're blue. The Blood Angels are actually pretty chill most of the time. It's more like they get crazy over time. Exactly. If you like the Ultramarines, have I got good news for you? Yeah, isn't Ultramarines basically what you play in the Space Marines game? Basically in the 40K games? Isn't that what you play basically? Or even create your own, same with the Dawn of War. I like the Raven Guard. Like, okay, there's a lot of legions that I like their design. I like the idea of them because their designs are cool. The idea of them and what they stand for is a whole nother ball game. But you can customize your multiplayer marine. Salamanders and Ultra. Let me see. Like I said earlier, the recent books have really turned around the concept of the Ultramarines, and I see Gilliman definitely in Space Marine 1 and 2. I see. Just wait until you meet the Sisters of Battle. Oh, yeah. So now we get to do the other video. Now we get to do the long videos, chat. Now we're in the thick of it. Now we're in the thicky thickums. Where the big thickums. Let me find it. Let me get it though. 1 second. No, not that one. Not that one. Now we're gonna be doing the big boy video. The full hour, almost 2 hour long. All right. Now we're into like a 3-4 hour long segment. We're going into the big deep dive of 40K factions re-explained. All right. Distracted for far too long. I get back to work. No worries, Ellis. Enjoy work. But before we do that, chat, I am going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to get some water because it's going to be a long ass fucking video. So give me like 2 minutes to just run and use the restroom real fast because we're in for a long one. And then I will be right back. Get a snack. Yes. Get your waters, get your snacks, get your stuff because we got like 4 or 5 hours of video to watch. So give me like a couple minutes. Don't go nowhere and I'll be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. I'm back. I have snacks. I have water. I'm ready for the long haul. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. All right, chat. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. I have snacks. I have food. I have water. We are ready to game. We're ready to game. We're ready to learn. All right, you guys ready for this? Yeehaw! Get ready. We're locking in, chat. We're locking in. It's for the long haul now. All right. All right. Let me get this.
In the kind bright.
No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. I must make you bigger. There we go. There we go. Hold on a second. Whoop. All right. I must go for now. Discussion and quiz in 2 minutes. Good luck! Did he strap in or strap on? Both. All right, let's go, baby. Time to go. Now we're starting part 1 of every single Warhammer 40K faction re-explained.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life through the stars. Shortly thereafter, a new species began to arise. The Necron-Tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron-Tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lull and a Lamau.
A Lamau.
And with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron-Tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones.
I like this guy.
Revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from
that is from The Princess and the Frog. That's a Disney reference. That's funny.
Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron-Tier accepted the Catan's offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A ruse! The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron-Tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and
the 6 degrees of Keith David
of the Necron-Tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against the Old Ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron-Tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video.
What? Hey, whoa, whoa, what is this? What is this meta? What is this wall-breaking meta? He's breaking the fourth wall! I'm offended! Don't call me out! Shh, you'll see nothing. No, 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 hush, hush. You see nothing. Continuing on. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm not a Twitch streamer. Nope.
You existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched.
True! Kill him! Kill him! He knows! He's seen! We must kill him.
Golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself. And around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities: Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. However, a fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born.
All these names. What in the TikTok iPad kids? I told you, it's Subway Surfer stream. It's Subway Surfer stream. We're watching 40K lore, and we're also playing Uma Musume. So that way we're getting your visual stimulation, but also your audio. Yeah. I'm touching all of the senses at once. You're welcome. I thought this was a faction video, not another lore video. It is a faction video. It's called, you have to get the context. You got to get the background. You got to build. This is called story writing. It's called script writing. He's building the context for those who maybe didn't watch the other ones. So there you go.
The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those
he's gotta make sure you understand in case you didn't watch the other videos.
The birth of Slaanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the Age of Strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same.
Clifton posted, oh no.
Earth, the Emperor would need more than
highly recommend the short film Astartes S tier. I see.
To reclaim the Earth with ease.
I will keep that in mind.
Warriors are a blunt tool and had overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be
in a linear way. This is the deep dive. The deepest of dives.
Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears sometimes. Some cat
ears? And Warhammer? Crazy.
Far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Voton. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be
girls are canon, apparently.
The Imperium of man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy
he said the thing!
Would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable.
Roll the credits. He said the thing, boys. It's done.
Would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure. And the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiastical command...
I thought he said apostrophe. I thought he said apostrophe. Apostrophe. What you eating? I am eating pretzels. I am eating pretzels. Because I felt like... I like pretzels. Pretzels are a nice little snack. Sounds like chips. Yeah, I wish I had chips. I wish I had chips. Chips sound great, though. I would love that. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's true. Nobody does expect that.
Of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000.
40,000. 40K.
Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy.
Oh, Lord. You might find what I sent and oh boy. Let me see. Let me see. Message to talents. Let me see. I thought you would get a laugh, or one of my clubmates managed to do in Gemini. Bruh. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Insane. That's so crazy. These people be crazy. Sakura Bakushin. Yeah, Burrinos. The best of girls. That's so good. That's so good. Hold on, I'm laugh reacting that because that's so good. So good. That's so funny. That is crazy. He said the thing for the greater weeb. I was wrong, and now you're gone. Get the fuck out of here.
As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way.
He has a long Bakushim.
Monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I love war. Not really. Is Josie learning about Warhammer while playing Uma? Yes, I am. That is why it is called the Subway Surfer stream. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Yes, we're learning about Warhammer because that is what chat voted for. For the sub goal that they wanted me to do for a lore video watch, they picked Warhammer. So here we are. Here we are. We're learning today. We're gonna learn today.
Fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone
criminals!
In his body.
Not
and
really,
with
but
that,
yay!
Once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark. So make sure you
love
pack
extra
those
dark
extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, right. It's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight.
Skin capes. Hey, yo.
Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled?
Oh.
Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%.
Hey, yo.
The Night Haunter smiled? This, no.
It can't
this
be.
Can only mean one thing. It is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively on this here news network.
Hey,
That's right, your esteemed
yo.
host, Bricky myself, is dropping a
Dang,
3-part
that
Gamer
was smooth. That was a smooth transition for an ad. I'll give him that. That was smooth. That was smooth.
Pre-order available now and only for a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah. If you ever want any, if you see any of his stuff actually in there, you can use this wonderful little code. You can use this wonderful little code, get you 10% off. Ayo. Support both your favorite people.
Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of
he can't keep getting away with it.
One of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs, but it also comes with the first ever
all over print Gamer Subs 32-ounce jug.
That's
if
crazy.
That isn't enough for you. If the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not
and
enough
yes, I
for
let
you,
the ads
we have
run.
a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking
color,
Atlas, we're talking smooth. And if that wasn't enough, I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you, thanking you for supporting this network.
Dang.
All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the
Granted, this was like,
this video.
I think this was like 5 months ago, I think. Yeah, this was 5 months ago. Sorry, guys. I don't think it's there anymore. Actually, I'm going to check right now. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to see if it actually is. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's gone. Yeah, that's definitely gone. It's definitely gone. That was 5 months ago. So yeah, sorry. But his flavor's available. His flavor is available. In case you feel so inclined. Hold on, let me save you the trouble, my dear sweet chat. Hold on. Let me get you. Let me get you. Let me get you. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. If you want his thing, there you go. That is where his flavor is. That's where the flavor is. That's how, if you want to go to Flavor Town, there you go. That is how you go to Flavor Town. There you go. Let's see. This dynamic duo shirt won't soon forget. I've tried that flavor before. It's really good. I have not tried that one yet. I'm kind of sad. I was debating on getting that one at Offkai and I did not. Now I'm like, oh damn. I should have. Well, damn. Unfortunate for me. But yeah, there you go. Gotta rep the homie.
Go to gamersubs.com.
And my own Top Gun wins.
Code Bricky.
Love it.
10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader.
Just being nice to us, yeah.
Thank you, Gamersubs, for
I know, it's
sponsoring the
surprising.
Strama News. And let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40K faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels.
Wetzel's Pretzels?
The hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games and a couple miniseries. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However,
I'm just saying, man, get a Games Workshop just get them to sponsor you, my man.
That video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and
Adeptus Ridiculous. That is crazy. That's crazy.
Condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1 million stories over 1 million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire.
The Necrons, baby!
as mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march.
You do what you're told.
Are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself.
They were organic once.
Realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like
nom 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 nom.
Every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul.
Damn.
And your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with.
I love that. Love that.
Is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact, not their souls, mind you, because
Minecraft
are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But
I'm impressed with his ability to script write. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, shit. No wonder this dude is like the guy. Makes sense.
Gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar,
if it bleeds, it can die. True.
Prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron.
See, I hear this and it makes me think of, just this particular description makes me think of the Protheans from Mass Effect. Because of course I'm gonna tie it to, you know, Mass Effect. Of course I will.
Nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesis Zandrak, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imatech the Storm.
It's like turning on a 20-year-old PC that hasn't been updated since then. Yeah, I mean, it's basically what the Protheans were. If you've played through Mass Effect, at least with one, you'll see as I go through the story on stream. There's reasons why I say it's like they were in stasis for a very long time, and they are, you know, try to come back, and it's like that didn't work out so well, huh? After many millennia.
Stormlords seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron.
They are also Mass Effect fans too. Would not surprise me.
While scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris. And 60 million years.
Hubris is always one's undoing.
That does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they
also me and Mihono Bourbon are oh god, gold ship. Oh god, gold ship.
Like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years
gold ship scary
witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology,
fucking gold ship, bro,
their mastery over time,
crazy,
reality itself, despite all of this, they still
thank you for hydrate doors. Hopefully you're doing okay.
And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers.
We literally did get drop kicked by gold ship
at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek
hello
himself,
baby,
is
hello
to return
Tobias.
The souls
my cat says
to
hello.
Their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That
oh no, the pest. Yeah, my cat, I know he keeps on dynasty. I'm like, dynasty? My cat went to lay on his bed and he was we did the eye exchange. He was like, hey, and I said, hey. We just, you know, exchanged eye glances. Hello. Yeah, you comfy on your bed. I know, so comfy. He's comfy laying on his little window bed as he stares upon the peasants beneath him.
That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones, Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream.
I have no mouth and I must scream.
As the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming, and slowly they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality,
Dear God.
The dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for
presumptuous
the
of you.
and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer,
the warp.
A soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, all of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp. Now, the warp is not
in
like
the warp
reality.
we pray.
It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has
Ooh, I like to surf on hell. That'd be cool.
Depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension.
Okay.
But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the
I could probably Photoshop that. Oh God.
And to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate.
I would dwell in the warp.
You could say it was more calm. But a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as
Chaos. Chaos control!
Chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like.
Okay.
No, they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing.
Yeah, Nurgle, the icky boy.
Not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course. Demonic, one might say. In the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people.
I love a wholesale slaughter
and power of martial combat.
That's crazy.
The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not.
Milk for the cornflakes, bruh. Crazy.
For he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world
Anarchy, do not perceive this fucking terrible dark hole that I am in. We are doing this, are we? Blame chat. Blame chat. This is what they voted for. This is what they voted for. They want for the lore video, they wanted Warhammer. So apparently we are watching Warhammer. Yeah. We have been watching for like mostly 3-ish hours, 2-ish hours now. We're now on 2 very, very long videos that are at least in almost 2 hours each. And we're only a half an hour into this one. Blame us. Blame us all you want. I will not apologize. Goddamn. I voted for Call of Duty Zombies. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anarchy voted for this, too. I see. So you are the problem. In essence, every faction of Space Marine feeds Khorne, but I don't like cornflakes. Welcome to my world now. This is a hell of a world. It's a hell of a world. We did go over the general idea of the factions earlier. The different legions, and we did just the basic 40k lore earlier. So now we're in the deep dive. We're watching Bricky's video. What is it? The every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained. We're in part 1. So yeah, it's a lot. I'm gonna see if I have any of my people in chat like, oh my lord, the fucking Warhammer. So I was like, I'm everyone talk amongst yourselves because you all clearly know this much more than I do. I am just learning as I get dropkicked. I am learning slowly but surely. But yeah, it's a lot of info. It's a lot of info. But feel free, get a snack, get some water, get comfy. We're learning about war and blood and carnage and heresy and people named Horus who caused that heresy. Oh man, it's a time. It's great. So yeah, get comfy, and yell about your favorite people because I don't know. Y'all know more about this than I do.
There are many ways to reap a high tally for him.
The Khorne followers are freaks on a leash. They really are. They really are. And welcome, Carpenter. Welcome in. I voted COD Zombies. The Warhammer factions clearly are very strong.
Giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne.
Their skulls are for Khorne. Cornflakes.
Khorne, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard.
Mass Effect! Mass Effect! I understand this reference!
Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on.
I understand that reference! Fellow sons of Vulcan? No, I don't know. I don't know, chat. Are there any sons of Vulcan in chat? Any fans? Because I don't know.
Is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate.
Oh, there you go, paratrooper Vulcan. There you go. They're hiding. They're lurking.
But there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Zeech is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear. His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream You can do so.
That poor kid. Protect that poor child. Oh my God. I always feel bad for that kid, man. He'll never live this down. He'll live in this meme forever, for his whole life.
You want him to do you so much you could do anything?
He's so cute.
A conniving little bastard.
Bless that poor child.
Every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All of these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains
that thing's fucking nightmare fuel, though, if I'm being honest.
Mouths that I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
Oh.
But are they? The
but are they?
At his disposal adorn themselves
I like this guy. I like this guy.
And the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune.
Bitch, don't wake me up in the night. Don't wake me up with your freaking caca bitchery. I will show you no end. I will kill you.
The third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence. The grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle
that thing is
believes
disgusting.
In stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all
God, this thing triggers my tryptophobia like crazy. Ugh, disgusting. Ugh, I don't even want to look at him.
Rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and
also my Maya on Top Gun is kind of, she's choking real hard.
And girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end.
All things die in the end.
Of life, there must be an end to that life, and nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every moment,
Daddy Nurgle,
every
Grandfather
blemish,
Nurgle.
every
Okay.
pus-filled wound and disease,
Ew.
every rot and every.
Yeah, you keep listening, Richard. I'm not putting any of that on screen. That is the true funny editor. A funny editor, man, be funny.
Every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This humorously keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter. And by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean,
so kind of him.
Is the great unclean one. And look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love.
No
the fear
thanks.
Of death
I'm good.
In general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed.
So basically, Nurgle would do well in a convention room, game room. Got it. A convention, an anime convention game room. Got it. He would be the game room overlord. I see.
Nurgle, the timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strengths. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does.
Ew.
However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls.
He'd be the actually guy. He would be. Discord moderator mentality. The cliche, that is.
As a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is.
I don't think so.
Maybe. His
I don't think so.
Shall wither and die. His allies shall wither
and die.
The universe and all within it shall
wither and die.
And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those
I'm
were
good.
The three major chaos gods
okay.
for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had, or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an
60
attempt
million?
to combat the Necrons,
a lot.
The old ones made a new species, one with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to
Man, the
sleep
Amazon
in
Prime
order to
horse is
wait it
demon.
out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
I see.
The Eldar.
The Eldar.
Humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves.
Space elves. Oh, that's right. That's right. The space elves. Right. We were talking. Hence why the elf ears came out. That's right. That's right. The elves. Yeah, right. The elves with no ears.
Went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into
yeah, I dressed for the occasion on this one.
So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality,
Fireball!
To then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes. However, in Warhammer 40K, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force, to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers.
I forgot Uma was on the left side. I was just listening to the lore, so I thought Goldship somehow made it into the warp. Who says she didn't? Goldship lives in the warp. What do you mean? Goldship absolutely is part of Warhammer. I would believe that wholeheartedly.
One of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the webway? What about dying? Miss me with that.
Miss me with that.
And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What?
She might be a Primarch. She would be a Primarch.
Could the Eldari Empire possibly fear? Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. The society so perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing.
No. Let's just never make cannibalism a thing. Let's not and say we did.
But how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, if
Blood Bowl.
If both participants are willing and clear about it, like what really
I know of that game.
There, you know, art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism, with a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse.
Oh no, let's eat elves currently with elvers. Let's eat elves. No! You cannot! You are not! You know. No, I kill you. No, I kill you. You are not worthy!
The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can
insert Minecraft eating sounds,
pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed.
Damn.
And a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacy.
It's no use.
Life.
It's no use.
Offend Slaanesh.
True. Damn. Chaos God! Chaos God!
Slaanesh, the prince
Good timing.
of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth Chaos God, with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 Chaos Gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires, but for Slaanesh,
that is no good.
Desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more. The want to do more, experience more.
Yeah, I already know. I don't like this one. I already know. I already don't like this one. Because like I've told you, there's too much of a good thing. That's how you become an addict. Just saying. That nope, deny them, shark. Nope, run away. No, save your sanity before you become an addict. Nope, run away. They don't love you. They say that. They don't mean it. Trust.
More. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex. Specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of interests. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically...
What is that? What was that? Fucking God help us, Jesus.
derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling
Thank you for the hydrate, Blue Admiral.
and scent and desire. And a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex. But it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh.
Oh my God. That picture right there was pure addiction. That was pure addiction. People who collect, well, okay, I used to be one of those people. People who overly collect Funko Pops. Yes. Collections, addictions, obsessions. Hoarding!
That aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft.
Bounce on it, Dio. Say no to Slaanesh!
Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
Oh God.
There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job.
True. That's fair.
But is there a line?
No, man,
the
no.
Concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam.
See, like I said, this is what we were talking about earlier when we were originally bringing up Slaanesh. So it's like, okay, you know, it's like, again, there can be too much of a good thing. I'm just saying, liking the weird shit isn't bad, but you shouldn't have it every day, because good Lord, that's how you become an addict. No. Say no to drugs, at least by women like that, or whatever androgynous entities like that.
Music can increase to
oh no. No. I'm just saying, just don't. I will eat steak every day and be happy. But can you afford it though? Can you afford it every day? That is the sacrifice you make. Because then you become, you know, a slave to the grind just to get the money so you can afford the steak that you have every day. Can you afford that? Probably not. So no, probably not. Josie likes the weird I did not say that. I did not say that. I was just saying that, yeah, sure, okay, weird shit is fine in small doses, but like if you like something that much, don't do it every day. You will regret it. Trust me. Trust me, you don't want that every day. Trust me, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. Trust, you don't. Not that I would know, but I'm just saying, just trust. Just trust me.
May hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More,
no.
Have more.
As Tommy are still worth no. Instructions unclear. I have chocolate from the German tank cruise.
The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and
I will be off. Have a good day, Sedonic. I just need to stop giving money to Josie, then I can afford steak. I mean, that's if you want to. I mean, hey, it's your life. If you want steak, have at it. Deny, Slaanesh!
Can crush you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers.
Speaking from a spirit, I just say no. I'm saying from things that never mind. Never mind. Yeah, you know what I mean. I wasn't leaning into it that way, but just things that are not good in excess. Any good thing could be bad. Even water in excess is not good for you. I mean, that's, you know, called drowning. I'm just saying.
Participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet.
And also, hi, Haku.
Of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, it gets you slowly but surely. They give you something nice, and then they give you a leg like, oh, don't you like the thing? Oh, don't you like the thing? And then all of a sudden, you're having the thing all the time, and then you can't say no, and then you're just having it all the time, and then you become obsessed. Trust, you don't want it. Sounds like a party. No, sounds like addiction. That sounds like drug addicts. No, I will protect all of you. No, I needed this. It has been a day. Tell the day to fuck off. Tell the day to fuck off. Make the day your bitch. Aren't you guys glad my voice is back? Aren't you guys glad my voice is back? I can curse out everybody in full grandeur. I'm so happy. Yay. Yippee.
They are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the
tags.
river of wine,
oh my God, what is this?
So much that they cease to function and fall.
Don't look at the tag! Ignore the tag! I'm blinding it so you can't see it.
Of these 6 layers of Slanesh's palace. This was the
oh my god, that's terrible.
The Eldar civilization indulged in for
that's hilarious.
And did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it.
That's
Find
crazy.
pleasure in every moment. Indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every
no, do not find pleasure in every moment. That's how you don't appreciate the pleasure in the moment.
We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities.
No.
We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command.
No.
We are eternal.
No, you're not. The gang goons are cussing! Oh my god, the gang goons are oh my god, I can't.
With the birth of Slanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be.
Oh
a catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror.
Is the goon god.
Of this god's largest breath, the
That's
Eldari
terrible.
souls are a currency to be now collected.
Oh Lord.
Trillions of Eldar died in an instant.
I feel like Slanesh would be like a what do you call the praying mantis, if you will. I feel like Slanesh would be like a praying mantis if they were a bug. I just have this feeling that would be up their alley. You know what I mean? If you know, you know.
Gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slanesh now stakes a claim.
No one tell her.
And every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote
man, you guys with your Slanesh, man, I pray for you. I pray for you.
Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the Craft World Eldar are the main
Craft World Eldar
and represent the elf style that
yes, there you go, chat. The elves you were talking about.
Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. The Craft World is a monumentally large starship.
Jesus Christ.
Of a continent that acts as a form of flotilla during the highest
flotilla. Quarians mentioned. Mass Effect. Woo!
Many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the
you don't get to leave your debauchery. You made this choice. Bury yourself.
From Slanesh's awakening. The main thing the Craft World Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you.
Oh joy. Naruhodo.
Not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slanesh they can think of.
Yeah, fuck Slanesh, but not in the way you want.
Stones act as a backup, and instead of their
metaphorically, not
Slanesh,
actually.
they're then trapped and stored.
And thank you for stretch.
Stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally. as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stone, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation.
Just stop giving in to debauchery, Shrimple.
To move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so
Jar?
These gods are aspects of the Eldar
Concerning?
pantheon, and while
Concerning?
many were killed in Slaaneish's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their
That was
god
concerning.
of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors
Abstinence is cool, Josie 2025. I mean, you're not wrong. That's not a untrue statement, but you know, just you know, choose kink wisely is all I'll say. Choose kink wisely. Do not throw your kink willy-nilly. I'm just saying. You will probably regret it in the future. Just chill. Just chill. Just be chill. It's fine. The world is not dying tomorrow. It's fine. Well, maybe for them it was. I guess in Warhammer, yeah, their world could be dying tomorrow. That is true. No. I'm not even gonna give them that. Nah, they don't deserve it.
Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the soul.
Just don't give in to kink easily. Just choose kink wisely. It's true.
Hawks or Malgan Rod as Dark Reapers.
For some though, abstinence it's fair, but still, I'm just saying. In the Warhammer world, choose your kink wisely, because Slaanesh will make you regret it. Many regrets.
Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting.
No, I'm saying choose wisely. That's what I'm saying. Choose wisely.
The craft world Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves. And
they fucked themselves.
Remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts.
Yes.
But for some,
deny she who thirsts. Deny.
It's just beginning. Deep.
Aw, damn. Oh, no. They got me with the freaking... Oh, no. Oh, no. The RGB and the Night Core? Oh, no. Oh, no, Chad. It's over.
The city of Commerce.
Oh, no.
This dark city
it's over.
As a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport
oh, no.
between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be
the pad touch knife ears
territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin.
Shit,
the
here we
Eldar
go
race
again.
Slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the prince of pleasure. And if they kept
I
this up on the
see.
regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born.
Drukhari.
Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology.
We do have our
Drukhari
pointy
are
ears.
soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst. And
The
to
thirst.
quench it effectively,
The
they have
thirst.
mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy.
Do not, hey, not to dampen spirits, but speaking of pointy ears, were yours on the last 2 hours? Yes, because I kept them on. Because we were talking about things, and I was like, well, we'll keep pointy ears, because sure, why not? Because sure, why not?
Majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slaves.
I'm trying to make a point that there are good pointy ear people out there. They're not all demonic Warhammer demons. You know what I mean?
They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go
The ears stay on. It's really fitting. True. Don't hate on the elves. There are normal ones out there.
Organized in an extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their archons. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus.
Thank you for head pats.
And discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time.
That's concerning.
Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari,
I mean, I guess more power to him, but I think I'll pass on that one too.
Not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death. For death will see them in the talons of Slanesh for
That
an
is no
eternity
good.
of
Thank you for
torment.
hydrate.
So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport.
This sounds terrible.
By the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40K. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, they sound pretty fucked up.
In the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in these flesh smiths control group. Or
With the fucking dollar sign! Damn. Sheesh! That's crazy. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll pass.
Being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love.
They
Grow
learn.
to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those
And also,
will...
I know I see you all talking in chat. No lore. Bricky's gonna be my lore guide. Bricky's the lore guide. He is the lore shepherd for today, and you all are the sheep. You must follow his lore. That is it. That is it. He will be the Lord sheep person. Whatever. Follow.
Join
Follow.
smaller parts
Blindly.
of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins.
Shepherd Commander.
Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers.
That is pretty true. It is pretty baller. I know the 40K lore is deep and wild and crazy. And I'm not going that deep. I just know how this is gonna go. the doors will open in chat, and then everyone's gonna be spamming lore that I have no context and I don't understand, and I'm just gonna be like, don't be doing all of that because I don't know. I don't understand these things. You're gonna say stuff and it won't make any sense to me. So I am following Bricky today because I know he is just kind of my gateway drug into this, but I'm yeah, no, I know how this is gonna go. I know how this works.
Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival
He looks like a clown.
Jesters that serve the
Jesters,
Eldar
so there you go.
god of Kegarok. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly.
Plus, he's funny.
Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar. And
you don't want to understand, to be fair. No, I probably don't.
Reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of
it's just a theory, a game theory. Oof.
Kegarok's master plans to get back at she who thirsts and save their species.
Cuff that copium.
Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarok, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of.
The Imperium of Man!
The Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man wants to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
As the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check.
Ayo.
Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions?
Damn.
Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist.
As I see, for the Emperor, for the Emperor, for the Emperor.
Nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place.
Oh, damn.
Place often being a grave. Now, Terra was
I see.
thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars.
Adeptus!
Mars
all these names are crazy to me.
Allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology.
The toaster guys
did not treat the red planet kindly, however.
The toaster
Mars was
people
cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves. But others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the Cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity
these guys
known as the 3-in-1.
That's right. I said I liked their design. I liked these guys visually because they looked really cool. But I'm kind of good on not relying on the machine, if I'm being honest. But the design is dope as fuck.
God, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief
Praise the Omnissiah
in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router. And
the back of a router
no longer even look slightly human.
Oh.
In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages
I see that, and it just makes me think of freaking oh my gosh, the name is escaping me now, from Star Wars. Oh my god, what is his name? I swear my brain has been filled with 40K lore. I've already forgotten his name. Oh my god. There's only so much space in my brain. You will know who I'm thinking of when I look at this and I think Star Wars. General Grievous. Yes, I knew the Star Wars people would know. I was like, fuck, it just makes me think of General Grievous. I'm like, this is just General Grievous and Warhammer.
that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The cult Mechanicum,
the coward,
the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great.
I'm very tired, but no, you good, man.
By giving us life,
imagine my brain is filled with this.
He presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him.
That's the guy.
That's the guy right there.
That's
and
the
they
guy.
Immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus.
Machine Jesus
is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor
capital
saw
H heresy.
Picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars. And this union will be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor will be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to
They aren't non-binary, they're entirely binary.
Banner. And the Mechanicum of Mars will be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether.
Is that the brick? It is the bricky.
World, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus, or AI, is a big no-no. And basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with. And that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them, and then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them.
Oh.
Yay! So now you can rest
no.
easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI
God.
and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves.
Oh.
Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and
Oh.
whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Oh, God. Oh. Oh.
An excerpt from
Oh.
Servitor.
That's concerning. Oh. The babies are vat grown. That doesn't make it any less weird.
Creation factors.
That's even
Making
more
human beings were
concerning.
standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The Manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slip drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted
As I focus
floors.
on the classical
As the
music in the
line slowly
background.
advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away.
What
More
the
scanners,
fuck?
more rejects winnowed out.
What
Machines
the
forcibly
fuck?
dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another process force-shrank them to fit their bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and
God
collars
help me.
bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor, to stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois. As for their...
God damn. That was detailed. God. Oh, this is 40K. What do you expect? Rainbows and sprinkles? Well, fucking my bad. I'm sorry. I got used to like Star Wars and Mass Effect, where like there was some monocle of like someone that was decent in this world. Sorry, my bad. I'm used to there being just like a tiny sliver of hope in there. Apparently 40K is all death, all despair, all sad. It's not good. It's just bad. It's just bad. Yo, no. You want truth and justice? Not today. Not today.
Scientific pursuit, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge.
Oh, bless your heart.
To expand it, however, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper
Hey, yo, Hawk beginning his villain arc. Let's go.
The machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the age of strife, humanity was able to...
I think after watching this, I'm only... How far are we into this? An hour and 12 minutes. I think I would rather be dead. I think I would rather be dead than live in this world. I think I would rather die. I think I would rather die. Don't resurrect me. Do not anything me. No, just let me die. Just let me die. Let me die. You don't understand. I brought a debuffer in Gemini Cup. Yes, yes. Actually, hold on. I have a response to that, Hawk. Hold on a second. Hold. I saw this image today for you. I saw this image and I felt like this is for you. And your statement just now is very true to this. This is very you right now. I feel like this is very you right now. I put it in messages to talents. That is very you right now. I have a feeling. That's not going to stop the tech priest. You're going into servitor. You're a day late and $1 short on that one. Oh no. Death is mercy. True it is. It's true and real. Understandable. 40K is the one franchise where the fan base will happily say no thanks when asked if they want to live in. Yeah, no. There is no saving. There is no salvage. There is no sanctity. There is no nothing. You're half right. You have the wrong character. It's not a naughty nature. I see.
To populate the stars with devices known as standard template constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives.
A machine taught us how to make knives. I see. Goo Goo Babies. I see. It's the demon that is the Goo Goo Babies. Oh boy. Sounds like just a bunch of people who are psychopaths. Let's see. I don't know if you saw, but I linked the Azra's video in messages. I shall. Because for this, we're probably just gonna watch these two, because that's already gonna be the part 2 is gonna be another hour and a half, I think. And it's already 5:30. Jesus Christ. But we will definitely. I will probably watch those in my off time, because Lord have mercy. Warhammer is I mean, I knew it was gonna be a lot. But Jesus Christ, I did not think it was gonna be. I don't know what I expect. I don't know what I expected. I think I had a thought that I thought, but I clearly didn't think the thought that I thought. So it is what it is.
To their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure, with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult of the
tech priest is such a wild title.
Straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturer,
they love being told they're a good boy.
They have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings.
Jesus
Ultimately,
Christ.
Their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create...
You thought there'd be a mix of good and bad? Probably. No, I definitely didn't think there'd be a mix of good and bad. I think I just thought there would be, like, some good, like any type of good. But clearly that is not the case.
Anything new, and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do
become
not
one with a machine.
You who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it. to protect
Now you
it.
know what to do. The
One
next
day
you
will
have
see
scuff,
the
just
folly
grab the
of your
incense and
ways,
start
and then
chanting.
no doubt
Exactly.
you will
Luckily, I don't
bend
have
into
any
my
scuff.
order
I'm very
to
lucky.
preserve. After the
Probably
groundwork
one of
had
the
been set
few VFleet talents that don't have
unification-wise, it was
scuff.
time to start getting
So,
things
but
together
yeah, if
for
I
the
ever
Emperor's
do, I'll be
great
whipping out that
crusade across the
incense real
stars
fucking
to bring
quick.
humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a
Oh
perfect
my
fighting force for
lord,
unifying
that's a
Terra
lot of
and Luna, but the
text.
galaxy was a whole different thing.
But thank
see,
you for
these
the 300 bits. To be honest, the emotional levity needed for a universe like this comes from interpersonal interactions between characters. Yeah, I would imagine the bonds formed between people trying to survive through the yeah, it's like it would be like the suicide mission in Mass Effect, but like that's all. That's it. It's just suicide mission every day. Every day. Every day. There is good in 40K on an individual level. Like individual people and soldiers in 40K and universe are capable of good. It's just the factions. True, true, true. Very true. Except the one.
Warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools, used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did. And he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle.
Were these the wait? Are these the Blueberry Boy Scouts? Are these the Blueberry Boy Scouts that I like? The Blueberry Boy Scouts?
Clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be
not quite. These are the Crimson Fists, not the Ultramarines. Damn.
Defenders of humanity.
I liked them. They were cool.
Are my
Space Marines. I see.
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkin. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch
Also, I just
project
realized
was
this got a
started
little
to create
smaller. We're gonna make this a little
charismatic and
bigger.
unique leaders in the
There we go.
Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders
Daddy Pedro
that each one
Caldor
could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it.
Okay.
In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly
oh my
molded
god,
by
the correcting.
himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order.
Are you now reconsidering maybe playing Space Marine 2? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, because I know the backseating would be insane, and I shall not. I shall not suffer that backseating experience, even if the lore sounds intriguing, and I've always been kind of intrigued by it myself. I shall not. I shan't, because Holy Lord Kenobi, I will not. They will make me rage. It sounds like a really cool game, but I just do not. I do not want to experience the backseating that would occur. I'm so sure.
Order. Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan.
You could co-op instead of campaign. I mean, so play co-op. I mean, there is co-op. Okay, I did not know there was co-op, but I know how this will go. I know how this will go. This is why I don't play War Thunder or World of Warships or any of those games, because those people scare me. Because I know how this goes, and I will be fighting people, and I will be like biting people's heads off. Play it off stream for a VOD, maybe. Because it does sound really cool. The lore sounds very cool. It sounds very fun, but maybe. I don't know. And thank you for Hydrate. I'm finally free. Welcome back. Welcome back, Beb. Maybe. Maybe.
Brad Curse, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman.
I just realized he's playing the Pokemon rap in the background, bro. Bro, he's playing Pokemon rap in the back. That's wild.
Ortarian, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have
my villain arc shenanigans got me qualified for round 2. Yeah! Get it, baby, get it.
Paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury.
Vampire Jesus.
Not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigilite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go, in order, the Dark Angels,
Pokemon rap in the back.
Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion.
Okay, what were the ones that I liked, chat? When we watched the other one earlier, which I know that was just the summarized version, I think, didn't we say the ones that I liked were, I liked the Blueberry Boy Scouts. I liked the Blueberry Boy Scouts. I did like them. I liked the Salamanders because they are just gentle giants. And then what was the blood? Yeah, they were like the ones with the white and the red. The ones with the white and the red, because fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, you said no, say no more. Give me white speed racers, sure. There we go. White and red. Let's see, the shadowy type ones. Nah, I didn't really like them. The speedy boys, yes. White Scars, yes. Salamanders, Ultramarines, White Scar. And I think that was it. I think those were the ones that I liked. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure. A lot of other legions and whatevers, I liked their getup. I liked their design, like the tech bros, the tech. Oh my God, lizard. The ADHD is here. I liked the tech bros, but at the same time, more so they're just design rather than anything else. But yeah, those are the ones that I liked personality-wise. Cub Brother Freds, let us give Josie Fred a hug. Oh my God. You liked the Blood Angels when they weren't succumbing to the... Yes, the Blood Angels were cool when they weren't wanting to, like, murderize everything. Yes. It's time for my scheduled rest. Hope I get some good sleep, Darth. Good night. Head pats for Darth. See you next time. Have a good night. But yeah, I liked the blood folks when they weren't crazy. But yeah, those were the homies that I liked based on what I've got so far. That is my general opinion as of now. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll change my opinion later. Go full Sith and rage upon the world. Who knows? I don't know.
Unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man. But don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons.
Jesus, that thing looks terrifying.
And are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here's a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells.
How do you make blood strong? What? Sure, okay. Sure, whatever.
The super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you...
Goat stomach, new game plus. What the fuck? New game plus. Also, hi, Saku. The blood clot really quickly. I guess so, yeah. I'm like, super blood? Okay. That's kind of crazy. Can I have the brain that lets me sleep when I'm not asleep? Can I have that? That sounds great.
To absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed.
You think?
Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is... The Space Marine is
now I'm starting to make the connection as to the whole Gears of War connection. I see now. I see. I am now understanding the full connection of why there was such a with Gears of War and this. I understand now.
In a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted. The gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the salamanders. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration.
What is with the Obama? What is with the Obama? That's
White
wild, bro.
Motorcycle riding Mongolian
That's crazy.
Vikings. These Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table.
That was crazy, bro.
This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante,
Dante?
Or Zorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen
Daddy
the darkness in our
Dante, that's a
galaxy.
statement.
I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind.
That name kills me every time.
We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer 40K as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself.
Yeah, I
These
could see that.
Angels of Death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all."
Oh God.
While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi...
The exception is the Salamanders. They defend citizens above themselves. Yes, that's why I liked them. And will the VOD be uploaded to YouTube? Yes. I'm usually, I have it to where it's usually like delayed a couple days just for, you know, obvious reasons. But yes, all of my VODs are uploaded to my VOD channel. So yes. Yes, it will be. Probably next week, though, more than likely. Because the VODs take a hot minute to upload. But they're usually like one a day, I believe. Except for the weekends. But yeah. Yeah.
Universe would be complete without its Navy. When you think of the Navy or...
The Navy! Wait! Hey! Wait, what is this? What is this? What the heck? How ironic. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute here. Hold on. Wait. Ah! Hold on a second. My ear. Fix my ears. There we go. Hey, it's me. Hello. Oh, hey. How's it going there? That wonderful 62 you have right there. She is I, and I am she, and we are we. Thank you. And enjoy the video. As I keep messing up my ears. I need to lock these bitches. That's crazy.
And see, you think of something that is...
That's crazy.
Something mobile and something pretty big. For perspective,
that's funny.
The longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC Wise Giant.
That's crazy.
That was about 458 meters long, or over about...
That is kind of ironic that he would pick that. That is very funny. Speaking of the military, speaking of the Navy, there I am. Hello, YouTube.
1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40K ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size...
Wait, am I in front of it? Yeah, that's fine. It's whatever.
...of a Sea-Wise Giant. And the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most
Not the Navy!
The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers
Would be cool if VFleet Towns got their own power armor like in Space Marines. That's just up to fan art at that point.
3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals.
Yeah, it does look a little crazy.
With weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor.
I would imagine, of course, so.
Generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40K is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh.
Now what? I suppose you're gonna show
Oh
me.
no.
Gee, that's very nice.
Not the zipper dimension. That's fucked up. That's crazy. But it seems like it, actually.
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship.
That's crazy.
How wrong I was, though. So, space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real, and you can surf on it.
Yes, surfing on hell.
The current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble.
That's a title.
It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly.
Oh,
Being
fun!
subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew.
Okay, so basically just going through it is you never know what you're gonna get. A basket of fun.
Imperium, because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can.
That
Giant
sounds terrible.
With data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the
Imperial Navy! Oh no! Shit, sorry, never mind.
Of this video, it is what shepherds around the entire
That's crazy.
Forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. the hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the
Imperial Guard. Okay, we're at the Imperial Guard segment.
These things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor.
My favorite faction, balls to the wall. Wait, balls to the walls. Balls the size of cannon shells. Jesus.
The sheer
the
volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No.
I have a Sonic video.
No fancy suits,
Sonic.
No biological enhancements.
We're loring with 40K right now. I will watch that later. There's only so much. There's only so much I can do at one time. I'm in an 2-hour-long video. I swear to God. No, I will watch this now. I gotta finish this. I've been sitting in this fucking video for an hour and 30 minutes. I swear to God, you must wait. You must wait.
Basically, no expectation.
I want to finish the first part of this video.
They are sent directly into battle with
my brain is full of Warhammer lore. Give me like 20 minutes. I want to finish this first part. My brain is full of Warhammer lore. Been sitting here for an hour and a half trying to process all this Warhammer lore.
That they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the guard is throwing
I've had terrible ADHD all today. I will finish this goddamn video. I swear to God. I will finish this video first. I will finish this video and then we will Sonic. Because I swear to God, I have like the worst ADHD and I need to finish this, damn it.
However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive,
I admit the ADHD. No, I just know. I have moments that are like, distraction. Like now! I will finish this video, god damn it!
Battle and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared.
I am doing what chat wanted.
The average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you.
The orcs threw a moon?
The soldiers of the guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of
Bro, what did they do to Eminem?
And these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops.
Cadian shock troops.
Notable guard factions.
Okay, that outfit's kind of cool looking.
Mask-clad death corps of Krieg.
Okay, those look kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, that outfit's kind of cool. The death mask. The mask part is pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Rambo level of Catachan jungle fighters and the iron-willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special
Zalanos, thank you for the
that
follow.
came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is
why does he look like, what's his phrase, from Street Fighter? He literally just looks like, you know who. I can't think of his name right now. You know who. You know who.
But instead of singing songs to the troops and
Bison, yeah. He looks like Bison.
Are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm going to get a visual.
They just look like Rambo.
Right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking. But zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people. And behind those people are tanks. And behind those tanks are flying artillery shells.
Jesus
there
Christ.
Are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people.
Jesus
the Imperium
Christ.
is described as having 1,000,000 worlds.
What the fuck?
Worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and
that seems so excessive.
The night sky day.
That seems so excessive.
And NPCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings.
That seems excessive.
And spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of
like the Horde
rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all
that
this
sounds
sacrifice, a
great.
guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line.
He will hold the line.
Fighting for the honor of the Imperium,
when you see the Tyranids, it ain't. I suppose.
Does not matter.
That's what you need to take over the galaxy, I guess so. Considering the horrors they fight, sometimes it's not enough. Suppose so.
Gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people. People who are happy and sad. People who laugh and love. And in there are stories. Because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance
I'm like
of these
so locked
machines,
into this like
those
words.
that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the
Imperial Knights. Oh, fancy looking dudes.
He must be humble of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the Emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and
like
more
they look cool,
and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects of the Imperium, the
Thomas,
nobility
the
of the
tank
houses
engine,
remains just
please.
that, a nobility-focused
Leave him
feudal
alone.
hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however.
Can I have
Of the nobility of
death
any
ponies?
given
That'd be
house
cool.
must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, you know, lifter thing. It is, in a sense,
I was like, that looks very Ripley-like,
controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of
oh my god, that just sounds like freaking
with the mental
Darling in the Franxx, but terrible.
The prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes
Thank
the
you for
mentality
hydrate.
of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly.
Except this is much better than Darling in the Franks, unfortunately. I hate to tell you, Darling in the Franks is terrible. So at least this is kind of cooler.
To the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across
no, it is not decent.
And it's honestly the one
Darling the Franks, it's not good.
There are also
It's not good.
like
It's very bad.
bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal. How about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More auto cannons. Maybe
more
add some
auto
missiles.
cannons.
Whatever you
Yeah,
can do
I agree
to
with
make it
that.
as
I agree with
over the top
that.
as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grim, dark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to
that sounds
Warhammer,
terrible.
most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The League? The kin, I
see. The origins of what will be known as the kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means. It is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the
like the Volus people in Mass Effect.
Why risk messing up a good employee when
the
you can
dwarfs.
just make a new one?
I
These
see.
would be known as the squats, and they would all
Squats.
die, except for when they didn't.
What a name.
And now they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton,
Earth Clan.
the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone!
Rock and stone.
Actually, kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die,
Oh, you
they
said
would know
that in
that
chat,
sucker would
Jenkins,
need to
for
be
Rock
uploaded
and
to the machines
Stone.
like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. That these computers began to
sounded like my
develop
computer.
a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more
it definitely sounds like the Volus.
Now this sounds
definitely sounds like the Volus.
Right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors.
That sounds like a very boring
existence. The
existence.
thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif.
Yeah.
But they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade
that's definitely the Volus.
Humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2.
Oh, no.
I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh, Lord, my brain hurts. You guys consume this by choice? Oh, yeah, y'all consume this by choice? Oh, I will not immediately start part 2. No, my brain, I need a break. My brain needs a break. Why do you all consume this by choice? The autism helps, bruh. It's so much. It's so much. Like, I can understand why people like it, but like, that's a lot of information. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information. That is a lot of information. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just download more RAM. My brain only has so much RAM space. Thank you for the head pads. We could be doctors or engineers if we didn't find Warhammer. You could still be doctors and engineers. You just also like Warhammer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. I don't have... Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have so many things. Oh my Lord Jesus. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Oh my Lord. It's on Instagram! I don't have Instagram on my desktop, and I don't have Instagram on my PC. I don't have an Instagram account. My God. I'd have to play it on my phone. We could use it. It also helps that you could also turn off your brain and just play the game. But then, no, I can't. I can't. You and I both know I can't just do that, because then there's going to be people in chat who are going to be asking me questions, who are going to be like, hey, what do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? What's your favorite this? And I'm not going to know. And I'm going to be like, I don't know. And they're going to be like, man, this fake fan. What is this e-girl playing Warhammer? I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. Oh, I don't want to deal with that at all. I want to turn the music for a second. I'm going to turn on music for a second. Oh, I don't think we would be that bad. I'm not saying you all will be. I'm saying the other people. Tourists or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. And thank you for the 100 bits. One thing is to find your favorite group of war criminals and obsess over them specifically. It's okay to be new. Everyone starts. I wish everybody felt that way. I wish everybody felt that way about it. A lot of people. I have tried to get into many fandoms of things, and not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. I'm not saying Warhammer specifically, but just like other fandoms with very large fan bases, you know. Not everybody is as welcoming to new fans, or they expect you to understand it a particular way, or they're like, why don't you understand it right now? I'm looking at you, gotcha fans. I'm looking at you, gotcha fans. I just want to introduce my favorite ship girl to my autistic interests. Then you could buy figures and paint them on stream. I will not. I, 1, do not have the money for that. 2, I don't have the space for that. And 3, I don't have the money for that. Plus, like, I've never really been into the idea of painting figures. I like collecting figures more than painting them. Do not get a Warhammer mini. Some are literally 3 feet tall. Yes, very true. I'd rather collect normal figurines of like anime people and things. Those are already expensive enough. Plus, I have a cat. She'd have to keep her cat out of the... Yeah, like I literally have a cat So painting things would be very frustrating because he is very full of fur, and I constantly have to clean because his fur is everywhere. So knowing my luck, the painting portion would be very tumultuous because I would have to keep them in a very particular place so his fur would not just magically fly onto it, and that would be frustrating. I have a feeling I would probably rage. So it's probably best I don't. It's probably best I don't. The hobby is getting a lot more new people in the last few years. There are lots of turbo nerds who love introducing people to this hobby. I should know. I'm one of them. She'd also have to, keep my cat out of the maze. No, Josie, no war soldiers for me, thanks. Just booba figures. No, I don't even buy booba figures. I just buy normal figures of characters I like Nico Yazawa and Kaori, I forget what her fucking name is, from Your Lie in April, and tons of Hatsune Miku figures. We can be your cat. I'm sorry, my cat is cuter. I'm sorry. Next, we need to introduce Josie to Trench Crusade. Oh, we still have part 2 of this whole fucking thing to play. I'm just taking a mental break. I'm taking a mental break. Oh, God. But, oh, what was it? There was something. And Shadow the Hedgehog. Yes, that's true. Let me see. Hold on. Of course, my scroll still doesn't want to scroll. Hold on. I can't scroll in my chat. Oh, my God. OBS, thank you. So, in regards to, some fan bases, ew, a girl, true. The other fandom that I get really scared of, is, where is it? It's, oh my gosh. Warframe. Speaking of Warframe, the war people. I remember when I got into Warframe, there was a lot of really, really kind people. The Warframe community in general is like 99% awesome. Super wonderful, very kind, very understanding, very helpful. But then there was the few that, yeah. There's always somebody. There's always someone that ruins it for everybody. But yeah, there's always really big fandoms that are like, you're not like level 30, you're not master rank 30. What are you doing? I've already like gotten the new Warframe. I already got them. Blah, 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 blah. I already got the new things. Why aren't you there yet? Because I have a life. I have a job. I'm not spending 500 hours in Warframe. Like some people just don't understand. I don't have that hyperfixation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's fun and I want to get into it, but it's like casuals are a thing. Well, it's not even so much about being a casual. I think people forget that like when you start a new franchise or a new series, you will technically be considered casual, even if you are hyperfixated on it. Because it's like, I don't understand everything yet. I have to like learn. I have to learn. Let me learn. Jesus Christ. But yes, casuals are a thing too. You didn't hit SR 152 and hit Lysandra Chronicle. Like, oh my God, kills me. One of the best parts of Warhammer 40K is that it's huge. This means that there's an exception to every rule, and anything you create can usually fit into canon without much of a fuss. It's a creative hobby at its core. Yeah, but there's always going to be the actually people. There's always going to be actually people. But then again, I guess with that theory, it's like, well, there's actually people in every fandom, I suppose. So at that rate, I wouldn't get into anything now, would I? But yeah, there's just certain types of fandoms like Warhammer that I've been very hesitant to join because the hyperfixation is real. And I get very hesitant because I know I will not be hyperfixated, and I have a feeling that I'm going to be hounded down if I don't hyperfixate and I don't understand every fathom, every corner, every piece of the fandom like within my first week of getting into it. So I just hadn't done it because it sounded really cool, but at the same time I'm like, I have a feeling I won't be hyper fixated on this, and I'm pretty sure people will hate me for it. Pretty sure people will hate me for it. Have you heard about warrior cats? I have heard of warrior cats. Why am I not max rank? Because I have a job to pay for the top tier things that you still haven't managed to get. A great way to shut down the elitist. Damn. Sheesh. Sheesh. All I know is that Warrior Cats is a series that has multiple authors writing for it and releases so many books for it at the same time. Yeah. And it's a big series. Big series. I've heard of it, but I have no, same. I have no idea of the lore. I've seen the books. I just don't know anything about them. There's even a fan dub of it. Crazy. Let me see. Oh God. Hold on a second, chat. Hold on. I am going to perceive something. Hold on. I'm going to perceive something. Give me like 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I am checking something real fast. 1 second, chat. 1 second. 1 second. I am checking something. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. All right. So this, I have the video that I was being advised to watch. So hold on. Let me see how I can do this, because Instagram is a little funky on desktop, so I have a different way. Hold on a second. Oh, 1 second. Okay. I have a way to watch this now. That was a good handful of 1 second you were given, yes. Okay, all right. You know, I've given you guys shit on that too. That is like a pet peeve of mine. When it's like, oh, give me a second. Everyone's like, I'll give you a second. It's been like 5. I'm like, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Oh my Lord. I don't have the psychopathic multitasking ADHD abilities like everybody does. Give me a second. I have one of the Warrior Cats fan dub bloopers. Oh my, they have bloopers? They made bloopers? Impatient Sonic idle animation. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Dun 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 dun. Brum, 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 brum. I need to do it through, where is it? Media source. Do not make the source visible just yet. Dun 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 dun. Oh my Lord, y'all are going to kill me! Oh my God, y'all are the most impatient people. I swear to God, I'm gonna choke every single one of you. Oh my Lord. Y'all are gonna chill out. Y'all are gonna wait. Jesus Christ. Hold on. For free? Mine was memeing. No, I know. You're fine. I know. You're joking. I know. Psychopathic multitasking, ADHD, whatever could you be talking about? Ain't no way. Whoa, wait, Sonic. I know. That's what I'm doing. Hold on. That's why I should chill the fuck out. Hold on. I will lose my voice again. I swear to God. Don't make me. I swear to God. I will hunt all of you. Chat would be into you choking. True. That is very true. Actually, you know what? No, I don't think I will. Actually, never mind. No, I don't think I will. Hold on a second. Restart playback when. I'm getting a file. Hold on. Use hardware. No, I do not want it to loop. I don't know how big this video is gonna be. I don't know. Hold on a second. Kind of hard to chug me if you can't find me. Joke's on you. I'm everywhere. Joke's on you. I'm everywhere. Hold on a second. I am being called. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god! What?
Watch the fucking video.
I will! Oh my god! Y'all are killing me. Oh my god, everybody.
Right now.
Everybody's like, play this video! Watch this video, streamer! Watch this video, streamer! Watch the video, streamer!
I posted it in your chat for you.
I did, I have it, but I downloaded it so that way I can play it and not have to open on Instagram.
In your Twitch chat, and then they watched it and they know how great the video was.
They could do that. Then they go, oh hi, yes, killing you with love. Don't kill me with love. I'd rather not be killed.
Open the video. I will continue to.
You will chill. You will wait. I will hang up on you. You will wait.
Fine, then I'm just gonna post
like, fine. Okay, hold on. I'm
just gonna post this.
You can post all you want. You post all you want.
I will change your Discord profile. I will, are you ready? I will have. Have it this. I will have it this.
Things take time, right? Adding sources in OBS takes more than like 2 seconds, right?
You guys know Donkey Kong from the Donkey Kong animated series with the big lips?
Oh my god.
There's this image. Matter of fact, I might have one of the mods posted.
Watch, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Y'all need to just chill, or else I will literally shut all of you out. Because I swear to God, y'all.
Banana slammer.
I do not have enough ADHD for all of you. I swear to God. I don't have the ADD. I don't have this level. Y'all are like throwing 50 things at me and you're like, do them all right now, streamer. Do them now. Like, oh my god, I will get there. Hold on. Sheesh.
See chat, she doesn't even do anything for me despite I'm the boss.
I know. My brain, I don't know the numbers, chat. What do they mean? Oh my god, don't lend me your ADHD. I'm so good. Thank you for the offer, though. Okay, I have it. I don't know how big this is gonna be. Okay. Oh, it doesn't have audio. I can't hear it. I cannot hear this. Okay, hold on. I can't hear it. We're gonna have to play it again, chat, because I can't hear it. Hold on. Sonic video. I have to go to advanced audio properties. Sorry, chat. I can't hear it. This is why I don't do these things. Where are you? Sonic video. Output only, so I can actually hear it. Holy moly. I want to be able to hear it, please. Let's do this again. One more time for the folks at home. Oh no.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Oh my god. For the love of Jesus Christ. For the love of God! I know to set it to monitoring. I know. It just takes a second. Oh my god.
Great video.
Oh my god. All of that for that!
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Y'all.
But I thought you liked K-pop.
I do. Oh my god. Y'all are gonna give me an aneurysm in the brain. Y'all are gonna give me an aneurysm.
You don't want there to be K-pop Demon Hunters like Sonic collaboration?
No, I don't. Not at all. Not at all. Also, I just realized I didn't have my group chat thing visible. Oh no. I was like, yeah, I'm talking to the void chat. I'm talking to the void. My bad. I forgot I didn't have it visible.
Alrighty, campers, today's challenge. See how much you can spam Sonic memes in Josie's chat.
Get jokes on them, they can't.
A year's supply worth of chili dogs and a date with Shadow the Hedgehog.
Hey, too bad for them. Joke's on you. You can't put links in my chat. Haha, sucks to suck, chat. You don't win nothing. You get nothing. Nada. You lose.
You're no match for me.
Hey, mods, take their links and put it in the chat.
Oh my god. I swear to god. Lamau. Oh.
Disturbing the peace.
Oh my god.
You can't.
Y'all will literally give me an aneurysm. Also, thank you, Nick Costa, for the follow. And I meant to say it earlier. Thank you, Ocelot, for the follow as well. I'm literally gonna lose my mind.
You like K-pop? I saw it. I was randomly scrolling on Instagram. I saw it, and I thought, you know what? Josie would really like this.
I would.
What's your name, sir?
I would.
My name's Deez.
Oh, God.
D's what, sir?
Disturbing the peace. Look into my
Norman
eyes.
says, but I don't like Shadow or Trade-offs. Well, that's fine. That means you get kicked off Sora. Drama.
Oh god, the tenacity.
Sir, let me see your ID.
Oh my
shucks.
god, this is gonna kill me. What? Y'all started a hype train with fucking bits? What? What? Oh my god, I can't.
What's your name,
Not
sir?
this one again!
D's what, sir?
Disturbing the peace.
See what Chad, this is what you should have Sonic meme. And then she goes on the whole Sonic brain ride.
Sir, let me see your ID.
Tenacity. Oh my god, I can't. Bap, I thought you said you weren't gonna buy any more bits, you liar. You said yesterday you weren't gonna buy any more bits, you liar. What happened to that?
Anyways, I just wanted to show you that wonderful video,
Well,
but
thank
you know,
you.
I wanted to ask you one question. Did
Do you know
that
I'm moving soon? I get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! I knew where this was going. I knew where this was going. Oh my god. Jesus! Thank you, Sir Jenkins, for the gifted sub. Thank you. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh my god, my soul is dying. Thank you for the gifted to Kindred Karma. Thank you. I had like 400 some bits. At least he got a banana slammer. That is true. At least he got a banana slammer. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. My soul. My soul. My soul, it hurts. Now all I have is 80. Is there a Tangia for that? Wait, at least, no, there is not. At least not that I have, no. Oh no, my god. Oh, Lord Jesus, my soul is tired. A banana slamma Tangia, no. You know what's good for your soul? Soup, chicken soup for the soul or something? Bits, huh? Bits, you say. But thank you for the lurks out, sir. Disturbing the peace into my eyes. Behind my back. The tenacity. Alright, anyway. Well, thank you for the incoming hype train because of bits and harassing me. But thank you for the lurk, Seltzer. And yeah, is there all I have? Did I miss any? Oh, thank you for the head pads, Django. Thank you for the head pads as well earlier. Did I miss anything? I don't know. I didn't buy any more. Okay, cool, good. All right, I am all mentally caught up. Thank God. Ugh. Do I buy $50 of bits to get the 10K badge? I don't know. I don't know. That I don't know. Just disturbing the peace into my eyes. Singing your back behind my back. The tenacity. But no. Oh, and for those who may be new, who have not seen it as of late, just a refresher course for all of you before we start round 2 of this nightmare hell that is Warhammer lore. This is where we're at in the subathon. Oh, you can't really see it. Hold on a second. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna put him right here. Right here. Or no, we're right here. There we go. Right there. All right, 9:31. The next goal isn't for a little bit. So I am sitting pretty. I am comfortable. So we're good. We're good. I liked the never see it coming. Yeah, I never see it coming. That's a good one. While most can't post links, I can. Here is something to help heal your soul. Oh no. Matzo soup. Matzo soup is good. Alright, I hope I can swap out my RAM tomorrow. I hope you can as well. Pray to your RAM, the RAM gods. What if I want a birdhouse in my soul? I mean, then go buy a birdhouse, I suppose. Oy vey. What was I looking at? But yeah, we've got a while, so we're at 9:31 right now. So that is where you're sitting at. For those who are curious, that is where we're at. And now that goes away. Oh, my brain. My brain. How much? Oh, see, how long is the second one? Let me see. How long is the second one? Out of curiosity. An hour and a half. Oh, okay. All right, chat. You ready for round 2? You ready for round 2? Are you ready for round 2? For another hour and a half of Warhammer lore? Are we locked in? We're sitting pretty. Are we hydrated? We ready to go? I've got my pretzels. I got my Wetzel's pretzels. It's not a Wetzel pretzel, but it's a pretzel. Thank you for hydrate. Build your birdhouse. Autism the sequel. I mean... oh. Okay. I had to send my death threat to Admiral. All right, now we're done. Okay. Go away, shadow music. We do not need you now. We do not need you right now. I need to put this back out. Put this back here. There we go. I need to make this actually bigger for myself, so I need to adjust it on screen. And never see you coming. And there we go. There we go. So it doesn't cover. There we go. All right, chat. Lock and load. We're here for round 2. Round 2 of space drama, baby. Let me do this. Correct the location. And all right, here we go, baby.
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series on every faction re-explained. If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the YouTube algorithm, or you don't let anything, not even common sense, hold you back. And for that, well, I wish I could be that strong.
Unless you have a chat that, you know, wanted you to watch this. I am the minority.
The quest to find the Primarchs was expansive and treacherous, to the point where they really should write a book about it. Despite never seeing the Emperor before in their lives, the Primarchs all instinctively knew who the Emperor was, whether it's his psychic connection.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna take off the elf ears. You don't get elf no more.
Giant golden god is a bit of a giveaway. The Primarchs all lived their own lives, and some lived substantially better lives than others. Rabute Gilliman of the
Why do I? Oh, I know what I hear.
Worlds and ended up turning an entire sector into a high-functioning society, where others, like Mortarion, lived on the poisonous hellscape of Barbarous under the boot heel of his own adopted father. When the Emperor arrived, some wanted to play a little bit of catch with their dad at first.
I don't like elves, so fine by me. That's so funny.
And some didn't want to play at all. Eventually, one by one, the Emperor returned his sons to his side to bring them back together.
Actually, hold on a second.
Happy family.
Actually, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, we are pausing interactions for right now. We are pausing interactions right now so I can finish this damn thing. So I can suffer. So I can suffer. And I will actually, hold on. Can I put the Tangia thing not right there, please? Not right in my face? I don't want it right on my face. We'll just do this right now. No Tangia for now. They are paused for the next hour.
Who needed a
I just went and hid the source.
Are you tired of boring old soap? Is your son the foulest being ever?
Not a gamer subs?
Comes near? Well, clean that man right back up with the power of Cheeky. That's right.
Cheeky. That's the soap that that Moist Critical does. That the moist man, the Charlie does. It's a Charlie brand.
Moisturizing bar soap brought to you by Moist Critical and Bricky approved. Nurgle hates it, but you'll love it.
True.
Bar soap is always so sticky and has a ton of fuss, but now you'll be glowing to the surprise of Lehman Russ. Cheeky
that was a nice rhyme.
So good, we didn't even take a down payment for the sponsor. That's right. We love this soap so much, we are operating on 100% commission.
Wow.
We are supported purely and only by those of you who buy Cheeky. It is the best bar soap we have ever used. That is not a hyperbole.
I'm running low on soap. I don't get a discount on that, but hey, go support Moist Critical if you want.
The man himself.
The man says it's good.
It's very good.
Enjoy a
It's very
multitude of
good, he
flavors,
says.
including lo-fi lavender, Pulp Francis, Just Soap, Touch
Pulp
Grass,
Francis,
and
that's
absolute
crazy.
cinnamon. Cheeky alone has made me swap back to bar soap as my primary choice. No more liquid soap for this brick. Cheeky is the play. Go ahead and go to usecheeky.com/bricky or code bricky for 10% off your purchase and domestically support these videos. That's code
Actually,
bricky,
I'm gonna move this.
usecheeky.com/bricky, or click the link in the description to learn more. Get clean now.
I'm gonna put this right here for right now. And I will adjust it when it's back.
Oh, yeah, so half his sons turned on him. After the Emperor was able to bring all of his sons back into the fold again, he sent them on their way with his end goal in mind, reclaiming the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his Primarchs fanned out across the galaxy to accomplish this goal, but the one they were expected to report to was his favored son, and the first one found, allegedly, which was
Allegedly.
Horus. Horus was granted
Ah,
the title
the
of
Horus
Master, and
man.
he certainly lived up to Big E's expectations, which were very specific and set by Big E himself to all of his sons. However, either intentionally or not, the Emperor did not mention
If
to
I could
his
open this
sons
bag.
some of the more chaotic aspects of the galaxy.
There we go.
Horus himself, while in the process of reclaiming a more advanced world, was informed of the existence of chaos gods, a factoid that Horus initially did not believe.
It is
To him,
Horus.
it was a bit unfathomable to think that his father would admit such significant
I love how his
information
brow
on
is
the
so
inner workings
furrowed.
of the galaxy. However, he soon realized this was the truth, and this betrayal was unacceptable. With the astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately leaving it all in his hands, combined with the slow corruption of his mind by those closest to him, he began to change his tune. Horus began amassing a following behind his father's back with several other Primarchs and began to formulate plans to usurp him from his throne on Terra. While this was occurring, Magnus the Red tried to FaceTime his dad back on Terra,
FaceTime
and
his
that
dad.
resulted in the shattering of the protective barrier between Terra and the demons of the warp. Due to this damage, the Emperor was forced to sit on the Golden Throne to assure that it would continue to function. Ultimately, half of the Primarchs would fall to chaos, and the remaining half would fight back viciously against their brothers. Horus eventually gained the upper hand and arrived in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed himself from the throne, strategically putting his old friend there as a seat warmer, and went to confront Horus himself on the Vengeful Spirit, his flagship. The Emperor faced down his son, and after a heated battle and 64 novels, the Emperor managed to obliterate Horus on a
64
somewhat
novels.
but not before his favorite son was able to mortally wound the Emperor. As the dust settled and the traitors
That's a
fled
lot of
from
novels.
Terra, the Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden Throne, where it sits permanently to assure that it continues to function. A corpse forced to constantly hold back the horrors of the warp and
That's
guide
crazy.
humanity with his pale light. And that light is flickering. From there, the remaining members of the traitors to the Emperor fled to their respective safe havens. These are the veterans of the Long War, the spiteful, and to them, the wronged. Those who would let the galaxy burn if it means the Imperium gets caught in the flames. These are the
Chaos Space Marines! Space Marines!
And what are the achievements of your fragile Imperium? It is a corpse rotting slowly from within while maggots writhe in its belly. It was built with the toil of heroes and giants, and now it is inhabited by frightened weaklings to whom the glories of those times are half-forgotten legends. I have forgotten nothing, and my wisdom has expanded far beyond mere mortal frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as we knew it at the time.
Oh, my cat
And half
apparently
the
wanted me to
Space
say hello to
Legions
him.
fell to the ruinous powers. Though the favored son, War Master Horus, was killed and the rebellion ended, the heretical forces retreated to the warp and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the warp may bring, the Chaos Space Marines act as a mirror to the loyal legions, and as time progresses, their warp taint further changes them to suit the needs of their patron deity. Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably Space Marines in stature and shape.
They look
And
kind of
according to
crazy, I'm
them,
not gonna lie.
They have never been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to Chaos in the first place. The majority of these legions, the Black Legion, the Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and the Night Lords, are supporters of Chaos undivided, either enjoying
one
the
hate
powers of all Chaos gods, or
organization.
sometimes shunning them altogether. But
I
few
see.
of them follow a very specific Chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of
Black
Tzeentch,
Licorice
the
Legion.
Death Guard follows Nurgle, Slanesh has their claws in the Emperor's children, and the World Eaters are avid followers of Khorne. From there, the legions themselves are separated into roaming war bands that may go under their own unique names or may stake a claim to one of the primary legions. Most of the gear and armor of a Chaos Space Marine remains the same, but stylistically it changes quite a bit to reflect the intention of the legion or their patron god. The Death Guard's armor has become rotted and full of gaping mouths and plague-filled boils. The World Eater's sharp and violent armor reflects their bloodthirst, and the chaotic noise of the Emperor's Children armor, nipple rings included, pleases
Nipple
Slanesh
rings
greatly. Due to the
included. That's crazy. But I guess makes sense.
Chaos, the armor itself becomes less about plating and more about a new skin for any given Chaos Space Marine. Though the Chaos Space Marines have no true fear of death or numbers diminishing, there are still major recruitment efforts for their legions. However, the conscription of these recruits is a lot more chaos-fueled and is more of a forced assimilation, and in some instances, breeding. The organ implementations and other modifications are the same, and the necessity of a gene seed remains the same. But
That is true. Slanesh would be the god of the Bad Dragon Company. Probably.
Exercise. If we took my original video 5 years back and looked at the Imperial Knight section, it mainly focuses on big stompy robots. Now that I understand more, I can discuss the Code Chivalric, the Throne Mechanicum, Squires, and Monarchs, and bring some more context to it all. To assume Chaos Space Marines are simply the opposite side of Space Marines would be
My
foolish.
cat says hello.
For once you understand the plight
Would you
of
like
their
to come
Primarchs,
sit?
it can provide a context always needed. Horus himself
Would you like to
turned
come sit?
through an overwhelming weight on his shoulders and lies told by his father. But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator.
Come on,
for
my
his
son.
planet's masters,
Come
who
here, my
took
son.
Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so experiencing any emotion other than rage was agony for him. He finally leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The Emperor finds him and says he will take him home, but Angron refuses. He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators, all of them outnumbered and on the verge of
Slave
death,
gladiators.
the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship and none of his compatriots, leaving Angron to live and watch all of his friends die. You kept that mule Corferon. Russ kept his kin friends. The Lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army? No. Did he free the Warhounds and order them to battle, fight alongside me? No. Did he save my brothers and sisters the way he spared and honored the Lion's kin, the way he honored Corferon? No, no, and no. No mercy for Angron, Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer. Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy scrounging the dregs of a hive city plagued by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided
Depending on the Primarch,
was destroy his holy city.
Depending on the Primarch, Big E is either meh dad to holy shit, that is some fucked up parenting, bruh. That's crazy. Oh, Space Marine is currently 60% off on Humble. How convenient. How convenient. I'm so good.
The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is why didn't they sooner? To them, they are not the betrayers. They are the betrayed. They were under the boot of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position of Demon Prince and act as a direct connection between their god and their legion. However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular Chaos God, their actions tend to be separate from their legion's actions. Fulgrim, for example, is so infatuated with being a Demon Prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as
you
opposed
think?
to conquest. And
Narcissism is a slippery slope.
Meanwhile,
that it is.
Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on
Stalked
edge.
by
The
a
most
bird.
adamant against the temptations of the Chaos Gods, Perturabo was even made a Demon Prince as a reward for being the one who did the most work on the group project. Chaos Space Marines are a fascinating faction because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance that is represented in them. Depending on which faction you follow, your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron deity, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely up to their warband. You have all walked different paths, but together we have come to the same destination. The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium has failed us all. It has failed us by the laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and in the injustices heaped upon those of us who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us for the blood we shed and bringing about its ascendancy, and never providing unity when we needed it most. It has failed us by being flawed to its core, imperfect in its pursuit of a perfect culture, and in its weakness against the encroachment of Xenos breeds that seek to twist humanity to alien ends. And it has failed us, most of all, by being founded upon lies. The Imperium is forged by a dangerous deceit and erodes us all by demanding we sacrifice truth on the altar of necessity. This is an empire propagated by sin that deserves to die. And here
that's
on
deep.
Isstvan 5, we begin the purge. From these ashes shall rise the new kingdom of mankind, an Imperium of justice, faith, and enlightenment. An Imperium heralded, commanded, and protected by the avatars of the gods themselves. An empire strong enough to stand through a future of blood and fire. Naturally, however,
who writes the words for these damn things? God, jeez.
Of the fighting force in the Imperium. So it would be ludicrous for me to not mention their dark cousins. The Code Chivalry is the sign of the power of the Imperial Knights. But what about the
Dark Mechanicum? Yes, the Dark Mechanicum, folks.
During the Horus Heresy extended beyond just the Space Marines and the Primarchs. Mars itself was subject to a revolution that saw half of them fall to chaos as well. And some of the once loyal knight houses saw themselves swearing fealty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows for the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted.
Oh, I've collected 40 trophies.
Equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Mechanicum, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedoms.
Fantasy and sci-fi novelists mostly. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Early, due to some of the Mechanicum not really seeing the Emperor as the Omnissiah immediately, and Horus exploited this to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally. Unlike their Imperial brothers, the Dark Mechanicum have the ability to invent and innovate. What a concept. While also utilizing forbidden technologies such as the Silica Animus or AI. The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires to find lost technologies and put them to use, but they're more interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from
the General Grievous people
for their own purposes. Because what good is a bunch of knob and tube wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible? However, instead of being clear-cut and generalized creations, the inventions of the Dark Mechanicum are inherently tied with the warp and its demons. Genetic experimentation and modification, the fusion of man and machine are exceptionally common, and no creation is more reflective of this than the demon engines. Instead of regular tanks,
demon engines?
the demon engines are machines bound with the presence of demons to make them living war machines. Unlike the vehicles of the Imperium, where a Mechanicus priest may be there to aid in its repair, a Warpsmith sorcerer is there to essentially repair and irritate the demon engine so that it can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and siege-loving Iron Warriors, they will lure demons with the promise of glory.
Hello, Jake. Welcome in.
Only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons of war against the Imperium. Some lesser gods, like Vashtor the Archifane, is also a contracted arms dealer for the demonic stuff that comes out of chaos. Many demons may sign a pact with Vashtor in the soul forges of the warp, and in doing so are given the weapons of war to kill as much as they can. Should they do so, excellent, you may keep it. Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity.
Oh, fun!
What you signed with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Loyalist realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knight houses are deeply intertwined. There were, of course, many Knight houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to War Master Horus during the heresy, but a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by warp storms and corrupted into compliance. Many of these Chaos Knights reflect the very early Dark Age technology Knights with more corrupted weapons. The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hatred. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to aggravate and bring the machine to their will while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen enemies.
I don't know what this guy's talking about, but it sounds like a company I used to work for. This is Warhammer lore.
Ancestors. Some of these nobles may do such a good job that they themselves fuse into the throne itself.
And I don't either. That's why we're watching, because I have not a clue.
Dies,
but apparently a lot of people in chat do.
Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead. The Night Worlds also see full corruption as well. Where there were once peasants, there are now cultists, and the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are sent to war by the ruinous powers. Others may protect Dark Mechanicum Forge worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruinous powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight, but it's hardly the same as it is on the Imperial side.
Why am I
to a beautiful knightly.
Why am I hearing Discord? 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 What the heck? What the heck? What am I hearing Discord for? This is gonna drive me crazy. What am I hearing Discord for? Do I have Discord open somewhere? What? Where am I hearing Discord? I don't know. Why am I hearing Discord? Why am I hearing Discord? I should not be. I should not be. Troll in the video? Bro, if there's troll in the video, that'd be insane. I would drive me crazy.
Stallion, the knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories of the ancestors trapped within. An invasion by a house of Chaos Knights.
It's in the. Okay, so it was in the video. I was like, bro, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. What is happening? I'm going crazy.
One might ask, how do knights enter the battlefield? Normally, they can be deployed via drop
That's
ships,
crazy.
But Imperial Knights can be deployed with a drop keep. A gigantic knight keep with like towers and stuff will hurtle towards the surface like a drop pod and be slammed into the ground with an excessively thunderous crash. Then, massive drawbridges slam down, banners unfurl, and huge horns play the song of their people as these lumbering robots charge out of their, again, drop keep to fight for the Imperium. So imagine what a warp-fueled version of this
I see.
If you get the opportunity, you should kill yourself.
Oh.
Chaos Knights have such a presence, the warp fluctuates in their tread.
15 signs are a yogurt male, super rare, and is it better than alpha? Oh my god, bruh.
They bring doom, dread, and despair across the battlefield. Warp storms occur overhead, and psychic phenomenon cling to them. A chaos
Don't mind me,
knight
I'm just here to
will
drop
arrive
this
either in some warp debased platform,
Hi,
or perhaps
Remy.
a portal itself, or climb out of a pool of blood.
Thank you for the
As
drop
air
off.
gets heavy, the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to rain blood, acid, and God knows
Hopefully
what
you're doing
else.
okay
The
so far
horrors of
today.
the warp have resulted in a dramatic change in technology in the favor of their forces. Though in practice, it is a horror beyond comprehension, their baseline desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are creative builders, working to innovate and improve technology while utilizing anything they can to accomplish their STEM goals. Looking at the dark forces of chaos and the Emperor now on his golden throne, humanity is fractured. The Emperor himself is the guiding light for warp travel for humanity, and in being that exists as a beacon for the entire species. Without him, things would get somehow worse. Therefore, he needs his protectors. Where a Thunder Warrior wasn't enough for his armies, and half of his Space Marines turned traitor, the Emperor's personal bodyguards are something else entirely. They are not the fallible Astartes, nor are they a nightmarish concoction of organs.
The Banana Boys.
They are built and gene-crafted, with science bordering on magic. They number 10,000 strong, and each of them is a hero. They are the
Adeptus Custodes.
Rare is the battle where an Emperor's custodians.
I see. Anybody seen that
We are
fucking
ever
idiot? I
beset,
got that shit. I
surrounded
see
upon
now.
all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand resolute, indefatigable, indomitable. Let the enemy come. Let them darken the horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail. Though the Emperor sits rotting on the golden throne, his talons remain sharp. The talons of the Emperor was the name given to the most elite forces at his disposal. The left hand of
Half
his
of them
talons
turn
comes
traitor. I
in the
hate it when
form
that
of Sisters
happens.
of Silence, psychic blanks that scoured the galaxy to claim souls, to
Oh.
fuel the Astronomicon in the form of the Great Tide. 1,000
I
psychers
see.
sacrificed daily to keep the Emperor of Mankind alive, dragged into the black ships of the Silent Sisterhood.
I
Right
see.
hand of the Emperor's protectorate, his golden bodyguards that serve him and only him. These are the custodians. While the members of the Space Marines went out to take back the galaxy, the Legio Custodes stood back and kept a close watch over the Emperor himself. The Custodes
I've been mad
are,
lurking,
in a
but
sense,
now, but how are we
similar to
feeling
Space
about the
Marines,
lore?
but
It's a
they're
lot.
genetically
It's a
modified
lot.
Super soldiers clad in power
Welcome
armor,
home,
but
Ellis.
that is where the similarities stop. Their genetic makeup seems to be made from the Emperor himself, or at least something quite close. And the precision of their creation predates the development of the Space Marines and even the Primarchs. Unlike Space Marine recruitment, where there's a process undertaken when a subject is at least somewhat grown, a custodian's process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret, but what is known is that at the very beginning, each custodian was made by the Emperor himself. Regardless of the bioalchemical process, the process is exceptionally long and grueling, and only a handful of selected aspirants make it to the end. Those that do are clad in the most regal and effective armor in the Imperium. Commonly, a custodian is seen carrying a guardian spear, an utterly yoked up version of the stabs the Praetorian Guards of the Emperor in Star Wars had. They are also clad with specific shields and blades, but the most interesting
His editor
thing
is
with
very
all
funny.
of their gear is that due to the meticulous and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor and gear, these items are the same ones they used 10,000 years ago. The custodians do not age biologically, so some of the veterans in the garb may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely as a solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics.
And saying that
Each
all this came from
custodian is
Rogue
the
Trader.
trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked entirely to reload their weapons. They fight with a singular purpose, if not action. Groups of custodians will dispatch enemy after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are truly the Emperor's bodyguards, masters of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the Custodians are a part of the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the Custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of Custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the Imperial Palace. The Tower of Hegemon serves as their primary base of operations, but there is a dedicated elite guard of Custodians known as the Companions that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's.
Oh, jeez.
The Custodians are 10,000
That's crazy.
strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the Custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their gains are both physical and literary. They are the protectorates of everything the Emperor
Thank you
stood
for Battleship
and
Head
in
Pets.
doing
Thank
so,
you.
The Custodians are also artisans and scholars, in addition to being the Golden Guard of the Golden Throne. However, due to this nature of being protectorates, they have a very strong view when it comes to the Space Marines and the Primarchs. The Emperor himself had insinuated many times that once the galaxy was brought to heel, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore.
Okay.
And they were to go the same way that the Thunder Warriors went before them. The Custodians were meant to be the judge, jury, and executioner
yeah.
of this will, and are biologically designed not only to be able to take down Space Marine with ease, but to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Primarch as well. During the Heresy, the Custodians mused on how suspiciously easy it was to kill Chaos Space Marines, as if they were trained and
So what's the retirement plan look like? Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying.
Valdor, one of the closest advisors of the Emperor, was asked if he ever disagreed with Big E on something. And he said
Big E.
once, with the formation of the Primarchs.
I feel I do my best, but they don't.
Let me ask you a very fair question. What do you do successfully? Quickly.
Damn. Sheesh. That's crazy.
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the
That's
trained
crazy. Bringing RuPaul out of
the
this.
Custodians also have evidence for their distrust. The Horus Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to chaos and turn traitor against the Emperor. In the mind of a Custodian, the fact that half of the Space Marines fell before means that the other half can fall with ease. They are fully capable of wiping out literally any force put against them, and in a sense are the final representation of the golden age of terror. However, they are forced to stand in silent and blind service to the Emperor and to the ill of the Imperium. And they, for 10,000 years, have stood vigil over the Imperium and have watched its rise and fall with the inability to do anything about it. While they do
Actually, I just realized I should get comfy. It's getting like 7:30. I'm gonna get comfortable. You guys cool with that? You guys cool with that? You guys cool with that? It's time to get comfortable. Hold on. We're gonna chill out. We're getting comfy time because we're watching lore. We're getting comfy. We're doing crazy shit. Comfy good. Yeah. We chill time. It's chill time. It's like 7:30. So, which isn't late, but comfortable? I don't think so, VTuber. Too bad. That's what we're doing.
some battles here and there.
I know, right. Comfortable in Warhammer? Crazy.
At the end of the day, the vastness of the Imperium means that the closest advisors to the Emperor himself are powerless to make any change. But goddamn, can they kill a Space Marine? For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers unseen. Days, months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within, little moved and nothing changed. For 100 years, I did not but wait, yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon.
Getting
Of course,
comfy. It's bedtime. Back to work tomorrow. Yeah, get comfy.
Would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You truly have to be foolhardy or insane to think that you can take on Terra itself. However, one faction certainly got close. In the dark ages of the stars and in a river of misery, there is one faction having a cracking old time.
Oh.
The galaxy sees them as savages, yet they have already figured out the questions of the universe. Their numbers are uncountable, their technology incomprehensible, and yet their violence is so very green. I am, of course, talking about the The orcs are the pinnacle of
Orc
creation.
time.
For them, the great struggle is won. They have evolved a society which knows no stress or angst. Who are we to judge them? We Eldar who have failed, or the humans on the road to ruin in their turn? And why? Because we saw answers to questions that an orc wouldn't even bother to ask. We see a culture that is strong.
I love that you guys use the orc emote.
During the war in heaven, the old ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their cause.
Okay,
as
this
possible
music's
by
very,
seeding
very
the
good.
galaxy in a specialized sense. The Eldar were made to be a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan and the Necrons. But another prominent species was made by them as well. The Krork were warriors clad in ornate armor with more dangerous weaponry. However, things changed.
It was like, okay, this music is dope.
Changed, and the Krork are no more. They are now known as the boys, the lads,
The boys.
The orcs, 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 orcs.
Orcs,
An orc
orcs,
in
orcs.
40K looks like an orc in most other fantasy media. Hulking, warlike monstrosities with big teeth and worse attitudes. However, unlike the
Actually, this
more
requires
creatures,
hold
the
on.
devastating nature of the orcs is in their biology. Unlike most species in
There
the
we go.
galaxy, the orcs are actually a type of fungus. This fungus itself comes in various forms. The small goblin-like Gretchen and snotlings are a part of this fungal ecosystem as well, and
Yeah,
also the
yeah.
squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless
They're
of what is
British
a part of
soccer
the system,
hooligans.
all of them are born from spores that land on the ground and grow. As they travel around the galaxy, they drop spores literally everywhere, and then an orc dies, and
Oh.
they drop tons of fungal spores that allows for their numbers to be replenished over a period of time.
Oh.
Because of this, orcs are not only extremely prominent across the galaxy, but they are exceptionally resilient due to their growing cycle. Even if one orc lands on a planet, it will be nearly impossible to get rid of all of the orc presence unless the planet itself is completely destroyed. And even then, they might find a way to survive. Due to their
The music
fungal
suits this
nature,
so
orcs
much.
don't really stop growing. And the more long-lived an orc is, the bigger they get. And the more an orc fights, the bigger they get. Of course, since they're constantly getting into scraps, an orc's lifespan isn't necessarily that long.
The Krogans,
so the bigger orcs are hard to
basically.
find. Though alongside this, however, they are a tribe-based species that is comprised of war bands, and the biggest and the strongest.
The biggest and the
leads
strongest.
war band known as
Oog,
the
oog,
Warlocks. At the bottom end of the orc tribal system are the Gretchens and the Snotlings. These members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and sometimes their actual ammunition, despite being a bit smarter and more cunning than their bigger brethren. Because in
Yeah,
orc
Krogans,
culture,
but more
the
ooga
biggest
booga. Yeah,
boss,
oog, oog,
the
oog.
smallest gets picked on and thrown around. Beyond the war bands and the tribes, orcs also belong to a
Okay, no more
specific
emo.
clan. Tribes constantly shatter and rebuild, but the
I
clans
miss
do
Warlord
not.
Orc
They are,
here.
in a sense,
Oh,
a
God.
psychological state of being for any given orc, and gives an orc their specific character and traits. And to make things easier, these clans are also color-coded, so that's very easy to tell what orc does what. Though there are many clans out there, 6 of them are the most prominent and well-known. The Bad Moons are essentially the merchants and have a lot of money because their currency is teeth, and they grow teeth faster than any others. The
Oh.
Blood Axes are the stealth units, and by stealth, it means like slightly more quiet than the others, and they have a love for LARPing as humies. Death Skulls
As
are the scavengers, and the
humies?
Goths
Oh,
are
God.
combat specialists. And on the two ends of the spectrum, we also have the tech-savvy evil suns and the more traditionalist and tribal snakebites. Another major facet of orcs is their religious beliefs. They believe in two gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is cunningly brutal and Mork is brutally cunning. The difference between them, according to orcs, is that Mork hits you when you aren't looking, and Gork hits you when you are. There's a lot of confusion as to which one is which, and this results in a lot of infighting.
Hold
in other
on, let's
species,
adjust
this
this
would be
really
considered
quick.
a sort of
We're
religious
gonna adjust
conflict,
this really
but for
quick.
the orcs, it's
Hold
just another
on.
excuse to fight. I have a quote here, but I don't.
We
I don't
will.
really do a good
We'll put
orc
this down
voice.
for now.
So I'm going to get my co-host, that's ridiculous, to read this one, and I'll try to lip sync it.
Oh, he's more cunning in a grot and more killing
There
in
you
a
go.
dread. The boys that follow me can't be beat. On Pisana, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was
I like how
covered
they
in the
got the voiceover for
from
that.
the dead ends. We burned their port and killed their bosses and left nothing but ruins behind. I'm Warlord Gezgul Mac Uruk-Drucker.
What the
and
fuck?
I speak
That's a crazy
with
ass
the
name.
word of the gods. We's gonna stomp the universe flat and kill anything what fights back. We's gonna do this 'cause we're orcs, and we was made to fight.
Not
and
cockney
we-
enough.
This fucking sounds terrible. Fighting is the
This
biggest
is
aspect of
yeah.
orc culture, and it's essentially their life's purpose.
No,
They're
God.
genetically hardwired to get into battles and
Oh,
scraps
God.
with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the bigger they get. This, combined with them getting bigger over time, means that some of the biggest and baddest orcs of all time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was about the size of an imperial knight. If an orc runs out of other enemies to fight, they will immediately start infighting to scratch the battle itch. For
Oh, they just fight each other. Oh, that's
war,
cool.
A planet exists where a band of orcs are in a constant state of war and battle, and have been for an improbably long amount of time, strictly because how much Korn enjoys himself watching it. For some, being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than death, but to the boys,
The
this
boys.
is heaven. In the event of a particularly big battle, a massive amount of tribes and war bands will unite under what is known as the Wa. The concept
The
of a
Wa?
Wa covers a few bases. The first is the group aspect of the massive green tidal wave of orcs fighting for the same cause, the cause being the second base. But the most prominent aspect of the Wa is the psychic aspect of it. Remember how the old ones made the Eldar and all the Eldar are psychic? Well, the orcs are too, kinda, but just not as much. Only a little bit of it. And they often don't know how to use it and frankly don't care. But a huge gathering of orcs generates a psychic field that allows orcs to be more organized, dangerous, and dedicated to the war-based cause. However, the true extent of the psychic energy and its usage is relatively unknown, but that doesn't matter considering the outcome 90% of the time. In a similar sense, their ragtag technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who encounter it purely because of that Wa energy. The technology the orcs use seem to be held together with duct tape and plastic glue, and crude doesn't even begin to describe it. Their guns seem to have an inordinate amount of ammunition and firepower, and they are seemingly able to put things together on the fly in the middle of combat. The Imperium is of the mind that the
What
orcs'
the
weapons and
fuck game
machinery
is
only
this?
work due to their innate psychic ability, but realistically,
Oh,
orc gear
Skull
hardly works in
Showcase.
the
I
first
see.
place.
I was looking in the
Weapons blow up
top
in a
corner.
Bugs Bunny-esque manner all the time, and their war buggies can collapse in the middle of battle. Just because it works a handful of times does not mean it's an effective weapon. But this doesn't stop the orcs and their green tide. To really understand the power of the Wa energy, orcs can operate purely off of belief. Now, a misconception is that orcs believe something is real and it happens. But that isn't true, because that's just one orc. However, there's never one orc. There's normally a few billion orcs together, and if they all believe something is true, the warp will tend to respond with a positive green light. Sometimes.
So hive mind.
The red ones go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah. How does an orc bug you with
Hive
an
mind
engine block
makes
that's
it
just a
happen.
boulder with
Got
vroom,
it.
Vroom written in chalkwork? Who cares? Orcs breathing on a ship with a hull
That's
breach?
crazy.
Go ahead. An orc went back in time to kill a version of himself so he could have 2 of his favorite weapons. It is
what?
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. That is accurate.
Orcs tend to be presented in a comic relief sense in a lot of media, particularly the media from their perspective.
Yeah.
They're bumbling and loud and goofy British football hooligans, and they
British
say silly
football
things
hooligans.
in silly ways. But to the citizens of the Imperium, the orcs are far from funny. They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or ultimately dinner. They have no
Orc players are also the coolest players, are they now?
Nothing else. They are genetically designed to be a violent species that was capable of beating back the Necrons and the Catan. And if the orcs were ever able to unify under one banner, they would be utterly unstoppable. However, due to their aggressive nature, their organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun of it. All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting, and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Ouroboros doomed to an endless war cycle, but to an orc, why does it matter?
It doesn't even matter.
They win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight. Now that the Xenos are
yeah, it definitely sounds very Krogan-like to me.
More are threatening the safety of the Imperium. They need to bring new methods in order.
The original orcs were far more intelligent, though. I
is
see.
on the Golden Throne. Half the Space Marines are traitor, and they are beset from enemies within and without. So now the Lords on Terra must prepare for anything possible, and sometimes the impossible. For that, they take to the stars to explore and expand. They recruit assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a secret police to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known, yet most feared.
Oh. The Agents of the Imperium.
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small, unassuming object contained in a neat box of Pluvian obsidian. It is a modest thing, relatively plain, adorned with a single motif and a simple motto. Yet with this little object, I can sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. Where the Imperium may see its justice dealt out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its Astartes, when one needs eyes, ears, or both cut
They're so terrifying with how big they look.
In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version of multiple factions from the original video 5 years ago. They comprise multiple aspects of the wide and all-encompassing armies of humanity and serve different roles. Whether it be the law enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, the void-faring explorers of rogue traders, the invisible hand of the Assassinorum, or the hospitality.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what did I just read? I love how I just look to the left and see what? What are you talking about? What in the world are you talking about? Okay, sure. I see a horse girl, but yeah, true. Okay, it's an Uma. It's not tits, bro. Get your mind out of the gutter. Oh my God, I can't with y'all. Y'all, I swear to God. I think Warhammer's just gonna make me aggro. I think Warhammer's gonna make me a warlord. I think I'm just gonna seek war on everyone. It's gonna make me go full war on everyone. I'm gonna become, I won't be nice anymore. I'll become a full warlord.
Undiscussed part of the Imperium, its nobility. While you may see the General Imperium as a totality,
it's not okay. It is a character. Don't focus on that. That is where your eyes went. That is not what it's focused on. That is your perception. That's also, I'm not like sexually drawn to women, so I don't look at that. But yeah, just be mature. Be mature. That's really it. That's it. TLDR. Thank you.
Totalitarian hellscape, because it is. This is to those under the boot of the nobles that run it. Rogue traders are a special kind of explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the monumentally sized warrant of trade, allowing them to be given almost complete and utter freedom. Their task is simple: to chart the uncharted, learn the unlearned, and do whatever they can as an
Do you say learn the unlearned? Learn the unlearned. I'm gonna learn the unlearned right now.
Explorer and conquistador for those back on Terra. This information is, strictly speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector can be settled and colonies built, or precious rare resources exist on a floating asteroid.
Actually, Warframe. Is Warframe... Okay, so Warframe games are... Well, Warframe. I keep saying Warframe. Warhammer. Warframe. There's too many war games! Oh my god. There's too many war games! There's World of Warcraft, Warframe, Warhammer, War. Anyway, Warhammer. Do they play like StarCraft, or are they more first person? Because I've never played them. Are they like StarCraft, where it's like that? Or not? Because if it's like StarCraft, I don't want to play that. I think it started as a tabletop, so it's third person now. Oh, thank God, because I don't want RTS. That's why I got scared. I started thinking like, oh no, is this an RTS game? Oh no. There are some RTS Warhammer games. Space Marine is third person action. Whew, okay. All right. Okay, we're good. Then. Woo! Okay, we're good. Never mind. Bit of a mixed bag. Some are like XCOM. Some are like StarCraft. Okay. Thank you. Because I got really scared. I don't want an RTS game. I played StarCraft a long time ago, and it was fine, but I was kind of bored. So yeah, I was like, oh, please no. I want something that's involving.
Can be mined, or a long-lost imperial world from the age of strife is recovered. It's all absolutely imperative. These rogue traders,
I love StarCraft. That's fair.
Any other kind of imperial
Construct additional pylons.
Chart the direction of the entire society. Because of this, rogue traders are given a substantial amount of freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists, and can do things that would see any normal person shot. They can barter deals and even recruit
in the rear with the gear.
They can explore areas strictly prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of wealth and riches in doing so. This tends to make rogue traders.
Are you not a StarCraft fan? The lore is cool. At least maybe for the next lore video, we should dip into that. StarCraft is fine. I just don't care for the gameplay style. I'm just not a big RTS fan because I get bored very easily with it. Like, RTS games are kind of like what UMA kind of becomes for me a little bit, where I kind of turn off my brain, and yet I'm not turning on. Like, I'm turning on my brain, but I'm not turning on my brain. But at that point, I'm not really invested in the story anymore. I'm just kind of like grinding, and I'd rather focus on the lore. So if anything, I would be more happy to consume StarCraft in the lore, but that's about it. I probably would never want to actually play the game. So yeah, that's why I say with that, it's like, it sucks. Like, I'm just not a fan of RTS. But I think the lore of StarCraft is cool. Kind of the same thing with Warhammer, and that's why I was like, if it's RTS, ooh, that's gonna be rough for me because I don't really care for RTS. But yeah, there's already a StarCraft tabletop game. It's Warhammer, pretty much.
There's a very long lineage, and their heirs take the mantle of their house. By being explorers, they become fabulously wealthy, and some can become quite the assholes while doing so. But truly, much like a night pilot, a rogue trader is an exceptionally rich individual who can back it up. They are master swordsmen, explorers, merchants, settlers, diplomats, and everything in
At least they look like human beings.
And they set the grounds, which means they will need someone to defend them, and the prime choice for that can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now,
at least they look like people.
Judge Dredd style cops as their inspiration.
Oh man, Judge Dredd, that's crazy.
Will have their own members of local law enforcement, and most of them will settle many of the issues there and then. But when something requires a far more in-depth peacekeeping force, the Adeptus Arbites are brought in. Think local police versus the FBI. Arbitrators in the Arbites tend to focus heavily on stopping crime before it can become too much of a threat. A criminal gang or heretical uprising can be subdued quickly and efficiently by utilizing them.
Blizzard seems to have moved on from RTS games. Yeah, I think they've learned that that's very selective in the fan base.
Do interrogations and sabotage, anything that helps the good of the
they just look like a RoboCop.
Law they seek to preserve. The Code of the Arbites is laid out entirely via the Book of Judgment, a gigantic library of pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Imperium. Because the Imperium is so vast, hundreds of
Say
laws
hello
are
to
added
Catholic
every
bookshelf.
single day,
Hello,
and the
Catholic
library
bookshelf.
continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbetes themselves carry a small version called the Book of Law on their person,
I smell
this
Bible
does
crime
end up
on your
creating a
clothes,
system
fuckhead.
where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their
That's
prisons.
crazy.
If an innocent is wrongly convicted,
That's
any
crazy.
form of legal counsel will need to go through the Book of Judgment to help get you out. Often these prisoners require hundreds of years of litigation in which they will eventually expire before they can be deemed wrongly convicted. Innocence is irrelevant. You have been judged guilty of transgressing the Lex Imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by evading punishment, as there are greater crimes, so are there greater sentences. Of course, should something go out of the hands of the Adeptus Arbetes, there is always the silent hand of the Officio Assassin.
Adeptus Arbites. I saw some folks pronounce it Arbites.
And these
Interesting.
assassins are sent to dispatch important figures that would not normally be handled by simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen at it. The Assassinorum is headed by the Grand Master of the Assassinorum, who is a High Lord of Terra and perhaps the
Assassinorum.
shadiest individual in the entire galaxy. At his disposal,
I heard you were
are multiple
negotiating with terrorists again if you keep biting my sweats. Oh my god. These fucking dialogue options are crazy that he sees.
Are often subjected to Hunger Games style combat with each other on
I
the
always
ride
say
over to the temple. Then
RBTs.
you get
That's
low
what my brain
gravity,
would have thought
high pressure,
RBTs, but I
traps,
don't know.
horrendous physical and mental strain, and everything in between. Then their minds are wiped completely, and the real fun begins. An
I
Imperial
like fun.
assassin is nothing to mess around with. They are some of the fastest moving and hardest.
These look like old school League of Legends splash art, I swear.
Space Marines, depending on which temple they are from. Some, like the Vindicators,
Norberto,
are
thank you
master
for the
snipers who lie in wait for
resub.
weeks,
Thank you for the
days, or even months
resub.
just to get the
Hello,
perfect
hello.
headshot
Hopefully
from
you're doing
5
well today.
kilometers away and disappear. The Calidus Temple are masters of shape-shifting and take a drug that allows them to transmute their body into whatever they see fit. A confidant of a target may be killed and they will take their place before killing their target outright. Or they could shift into a member of a Chaos Warband with symbols and flesh and all that to earn the trust of a cult leader before slitting their throat.
Oh, that's
the Calypsis
nice.
Assassin is a psychic blank, a soulless mutation, making them appear as uneasy to normal humans and downright disgusting to psychers. When a powerful psycher is causing issues, this is who you send. Their specialized helmet enhances their already latent powers and will allow them to all but drain the souls from those they touch.
My
and their
cat
very
says hello
own.
again.
It is an extreme weapon.
Would you like to
used
come
when a
home,
direct
Hank?
form
Would you
of
like to come
pressure
sit with
must be
me?
applied to
Come
an
on.
otherwise
Come here, my son.
untouchable psyche.
Come
Now,
here,
if you
my
need
son.
direct pressure in a more literal way,
I have
the
my
Eversoul
son.
is for you. A drugged up comatose
My son is here.
psychopath that is directly dropped on enemy lines and allowed
My furry
to
son.
wreak havoc, killing anything and everything it sees in a blaze of movement and blood before it inevitably dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise. There are other temples as well. The Vanis Temple, acting as sort of like a cyber hacker. The Venom Temple, specializing in poisons. But all in all, assassins move with
That's
their
crazy.
skin-tight body gloves with a speed unmatched and force unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts
Yes,
a
the
Vindicator,
Kiat.
Calidus, and Vanis to infiltrate a night world, kill the High Monarch of the Night, who is permanently stuck in his giant robot knight, install a new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody knows the Imperium did it. Their missions are insanity. And
What's
their
a
tasks
skeleton's favorite
impossible,
type of
and they do
road?
it
I don't know.
Thus is the power the Assassinorum wields. We do not determine the guilty, we do not decide the punishment. We are merely the cold instrument of the
A dead end.
There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond.
Hopefully this will get you to
There
try
is
Space
no
Marine. We shall see. We shall see. But have a good rest of your
throat of the
night.
traitor. We are the bullet that awaits the heretic's skull. We are the poison in the throat of the alien. However, despite the prowess
That is very
of
deep.
the traitors, the police, and the assassins, there is one that stands above all. As the Imperium settled into its post-Emperor world, they needed a force to root out corruption wherever it could be found. But they needed specialized individuals who could do so. Men and women who would serve as
I don't care how big the room is. I said cast fireball.
This new secret police would have unlimited
Damn right.
authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition.
The
Inquisitors
Inquisition.
of the Inquisition are one of the most feared individuals in all of the
Ooh.
galaxy for the common members of humanity. Trained in the most difficult of conditions and mental hardening,
They look cool.
They have long closed their minds to the compassions of those they deem guilty. Inquisitors are, for the most part, detectives, but they are detectives whose authority is unmatched and actions justified by the state itself.
So basically, the Spectres.
The KGB, the Gestapo, the Stasi, the OVRA, but unlike those organizations, the Inquisition has far more
Spectres of
authority
Mass
and is one of the
Effect.
only types of individuals who can commit exterminatus, the term used for the utter and total destruction of a planet that is no longer deemed usable by the Imperium. While it is a very exciting word and a commonly notable thing done in Warhammer, exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely.
Spectres, but like huge assholes. True rogue specters, basically.
Even with 1 million worlds, the wholesale slaughter of an entire planet is still a massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in how they operate, but also in their personalities. They are often main characters for a large amount of books, as detective noir is a great genre, and they can be the most stone-cold killer or a pragmatic and sympathetic individual, depending on who they are. Radical Inquisitors may utilize methods
Unless you're that
unlike
one
most
Inquisitor
of the
trying to
Imperium,
stop
such
the
as
Tyranids.
tech or even demon hosts, where Puritans stick closer to the methods of the religious state and shun any deviations. They also specialize in various aspects, as the Inquisition has orders or ordos, such as Xenos for aliens, Malleus for demons, and Hereticus for, you guessed it. Truly, if you are a normal citizen,
You are suspected of touching the warp. Execution.
Rosette in front of you may be one of the most terrifying moments of your entire life. It is the same as an FBI badge or a KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer. So, their authority and tools are infinite. Agents of the Imperium are vast and offer a ton of different concepts to the world of Warhammer, and they continue to expand as the Emperor's descent into the Golden Throne has lasting effects on humanity. As time progressed, a few people seeing the Emperor as a deity made their voices louder, and over a few thousand years, worship of the Emperor was not only considered expected, but state mandated. This church will be known as the Ecclesiarchy.
State mandated prayer to the Emperor.
Power, leaving horrid effects on the populace. The age of apostasy was a time of reformation in the Imperium that saw its eventual change into an overtly religious empire. During this time, an all-female warrior cult to the Emperor called the Daughters of the Emperor.
The Daughters of the Emperor.
The wider Imperium. However, as the ecclesiarchy began to take root, one Goj Van Dyer became the High Lord of the Administratum and noticed these warriors and felt they could be useful to him. Goj himself told these
Goldship the horse, thank you for the follow.
Of the Emperor himself and demanded they fire upon him to prove it. Having a little hidden force field that this warrior Cole had never seen before, the bullet bounced off of him and showing him to be unharmed, truly blessed by the Emperor.
Hey, yo, y'all are getting drop kicked for real. You're getting drop kicked in your dreams. It's drop kicked in real life.
And AIDS. However, Doge Van Dyer was a tyrant, and his horrendous reign spelled ruination for the wider Imperium, which made the Adeptus Custodes take notice. Despite an outright coup and revolt against him, the deadlock was getting steep as the brides of the Emperor's fierce combat skills kept him safe. One custodian made contact with the leader of the brides and brought her into the throne room of the Emperor himself. Nobody knows what transpired in that room, save for Alicia.
I mean, they look like badasses.
Custodian, and the Emperor himself. However, she left the room with her hair bleached pure white from the interaction, marched her battle brides directly to Van Dyer himself and said, "You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to
Damn.
tread. As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and it is now time for you to die." Despite
God
not having
damn,
any time to
that
die,
shit ran
Doge Van
deep.
Dyer
That
found
shit was
some time
deep.
to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the brides of the Emperor were no more, and the ecclesiarchy signed a document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening again. they would no longer be allowed to have men under arms.
Okay.
Men.
Men! Let's go.
The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of
Hell
the
yeah.
Church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, including things like helping with surgical equipment and various other medical stuff, Duolingo, and a poli-sci degree. These orders are further separated into smaller orders in an almost Space Marine chapter sense, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon
For our martyred lady.
More battle-hardened orders
They look
to
badass
switch to a
though.
more passive
I'll give them
one once
that.
they've
That's
sustained
fucking
battlefield
cool.
injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of their own separate organization, Orders Militant, and feature the highest number of any given system. They are the official fighting force of the ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters
Wait till you
of
see the
Battle
Sisters
are
of
often deployed with
Sisters
members of the
Repentia.
Inquisitorial
Ooh.
Ordo Hereticus due to the holy war nature of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power armor that gives them almost like a Joan of Arc vibe to the battlefield.
Yeah, I was like, they're
Though
very
lacking
Joan
the
of
more
Arc
true
like.
modifications of a Space Marine's power armor,
If the minis are anything like the Battle Sister action figure I have, they're a pain in the goddamn ass to paint. I would imagine so.
Defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from the norm. This, combined with an arsenal of tanks and vehicles that have literal church organ rocket launchers on them, really brings across the holy war vibe in a gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the holy trinity of weaponry: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta. With such a simple loadout, the Sisters of Battle are able to bring down the glorious flames of the Emperor himself, and his holy light shines on them in other ways during a conflict. Hell, even their jump packs evoke angelic imagery. As
That is very
opposed to the more
cool.
clunky jetpacks, ones that Space Marines have.
It actually makes me think of a skin that they give Kale in League of Legends. Kale, which is a champion in League of Legends, has a skin that looks very similar to what they have. Well, kind of more similar to the flying one in the back, but still very cool. Still very cool.
In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself might appear on the battlefield surrounded by a litany of doves and cherubs, an almost comical scene of holy glory followed by literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible to persuade and almost never
They are
fall to
determined
chaos.
women.
In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are
7 hours of Warhammer broken
and
through by
sometimes
League.
Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition does. To the Adeptus Sororitas, no punishment is too extreme for blasphemy and heretical behavior.
Blasphemers
Whether it's
will regret their
lobotomizing
choices.
traitors to use as shock troops or attaching them physically to agonizing pain engines so they can die for the
I will
Emperor.
moderate your
Anything
Discord
goes.
server.
The most fascinating
Oh,
part of the
no.
Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make things happen through
My
belief
cat
because of
apparently
their
wants my
sheer number
attention
of
so
them.
badly.
The Sisters create miracles where they walk. They are not many
Well, you're gonna have
psychers
to
like
wait,
orcs,
sir.
but they are excessively devout and make up for that. Bullets barely miss targets.
You have
They
to wait,
absolutely
sir.
hit. Guns jam, tanks malfunction, enemies slip and fall. The scene from Pulp Fiction is an accurate portrayal of
You
what
have to
happens
wait,
when
sir.
the Sisters fight.
I'd knock that shit off if I was you.
True. Shit's true. Damn.
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of St. Catherine, a literal open casket with the Saint of a Sister's Order held aloft by lobotomized servant cherubs and protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The devotion to the Emperor swells so strong that acts of faith are made manifest, and sometimes angels themselves. When the sisters go to war, they have thundering organs and litanies screeching out into the battlefield, hymns and songs. They rabble off prayers on their lips and burn holy fire across the area. They spray holy water down from horns atop their vehicles. It is a genuine holy war, a procession of death. Saint Celestine is an undying deity, arriving precisely where she is needed and returning to the fold after each death. When she dies, she sees a crying young girl atop a mountain of bones, her bones, after every one of her deaths. She climbs this mountain every time to help comfort this crying child and is rebirthed upon the battlefield. And one day, her deaths will create a mountain so large that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the god
Is
Emperor?
she a demon?
Perhaps, but she'll be shot for saying so. She is genuinely and literally faith made manifest. Some sisters may make a mistake, however, and find themselves
Catherine's lore is so awesome. It seems
disobeying
it.
a command and even leaving their order. These sisters are sent for reconditioning and are known as the Sisters Repentia. They generally face the front
these
of the
people
line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the Emperor himself. Though their actions were heretical, repentia on the fields of battle is an indication of an individual wanting to become forgiven. They run aloft with torture devices attached to their bodies and a chain sword the size of their body.
Oh, jeez.
Completely armorless to determine if this is how they die or if the Emperor will forgive them. Even the most famous champion of the sisters, that Saint Celestine, was a repentia. Even she questioned her faith. And if she can do it, so can you. Just don't run away again. They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless, and also
I'm giving some love to my cat.
a whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting, burning, and melting all in their path is bad enough, but it enters a whole different level when God is on your side. By bolter
But
shells,
is God
flamer
on your
burst, and
side?
melt to blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin.
I'd rather
of
have
existence.
Nationwide on my
So has
side.
it been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. The Imperium devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy.
Nationwide
6,000
on your
years prior
side.
to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools, but they were still very primitive, so the planet was marked for destruction to pave the way for the Imperial war machine.
Are they a good
this
neighbor?
was thrown off because of an extreme warp storm.
Like a
and
good
that
neighbor, State
whole
Farm
Ghost
is
Van
there.
Dyer thing. Flash forward to modern day, and an unknown but highly advanced vessel was shot down near an Imperial mining world, and the bodies on this vessel matched those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed, and their highly advanced gear posed a new threat to the Imperium. Advancing over these years with a remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the galaxy, looking to make a name for themselves.
They look like
all
aliens, bro.
in the name of the greater good. These are the... The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him his ignorance.
Pity him.
Seek to understand his differences and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history
The great
of the Tau
Tawib.
is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were overburdened with inner conflict. It wasn't until the appearance of the ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes.
Why does
marked
this music
their
sound really familiar to me? This music sounds so familiar to me, and I don't know what it is. If anyone in chat knows, let me know. But the music sounds so familiar to me.
Unification under one common belief: the greater good of the Tau Vong.
Yeah, I was like, is it near?
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater
This
good.
system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the
Empire
Tau
of the
into
Rising
effective
Sun.
and successful society
Rising Sun
while working
theme.
for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest,
Sounds like
are
Command
the
and
Fire or
Conquer.
Shasta
I
caste,
don't know.
which is soldiers, Earth/Fire,
I was just saying the same thing. I don't know.
the Water or Core being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Core being Navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the Ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so greater good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater. The guidance of the greater good also encourages the growth of the Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures. The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into spheres of time. So far, there have been 5 spheres of expansion, with a 6th one being planned in the current timeline. The first 2 spheres saw the Tau move beyond their homeworld and settle new planetary systems, known as SEPs, and absorb multiple races into their ranks. But the 3rd sphere is where we see the Tau interact with the Imperium for the first time, which went about as well as you think it did. The Tau, as mentioned before, are highly advanced compared to some of the other species in the galaxy, and their military tactics are highly precise. Instead of the Imperial methodology of throwing everything at a problem, the Tau carefully assess any battle and take as many precautions as possible. Commonly,
as I would think they would.
Tau warrior in a heavily modified battle suit with advanced targeting systems.
Oh.
The Tau do not often consider close combat to be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it. Their Gundam-like battle suits have a
it looks pretty cool though,
ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat. And since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of AI drones that help them in the field of battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the species that have been absorbed into the fold of the greater good. These auxiliaries often employ tactics that the Tau are unable to do on their end, such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the Geonosian aerial shock attack style of the Vestments. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time, including even some humans who wish to break off from the Imperium for pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian sci-fi aesthetics. The large mech suits definitely evoke that Gundam look, but the general
it looks pretty cool though.
Create that motif,
the Tau are pretty
in
neat.
the games that they are
at least it seems like.
Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop. Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do exist in this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast, and while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. I
want to see fun fact about the Tau. They used to be the only truly good faction in all of 40K, to the point where guardsmen would defect from the Imperium of Man to live a simpler, actually safe life amongst them. The Emperor, not liking this, would then send the Space Marines out to kill them, since people got all in a tizzy that their blueberries were being made to look like bad guys. Games Workshop retconned the Tau hard to make them less than ideal. I see. Shame Games Workshop hate the Tau and keep making them the whipping boys for everyone else. They seem pretty cool. Though I don't play, I just like making the models. Fair. They seem cool.
And the humans and also Voton will join them at times. But you also have the Galg, the Nikasar, the Vorg, the Thraxian, the Terrellian, Greet, Domati, and many others. Some of these are just one-off lines, and some are major players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like faces. The Tau have psychic bears. And the fact I haven't seen this is a crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the various
That's crazy. Oh, I just realized I can go back to being comfortable again. Aha.
They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers, but instead use a more classic FTL jump. However, because they aren't going through hell, it makes them a lot slower than many other races. The Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon of lethal effect. It fired a form of ultra-high velocity projectile. I saw one of our tanks after being hit by it. There was a small hole punched in either flank. One, the projectile's entry point, the other, its exit. The tiny munition had passed through the vehicle with such speed that everything within the hole.
This music sounds like Nier. What the fuck?
Out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was
It's probably not, but it sounds like
ground,
it.
extending some 20 meters from the wreck. The fascination of the Tau is that in any other modern day world, their society would be horrid. Rigid caste systems, corruption, and politicking ethereals, and basically it's the greater good or nothing at all. But in the world of Warhammer, the simple fact that humans are accepted into their sphere should they please already puts them far and above the other races that would murder or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent. Despite being hyper advanced and welcoming a coalition of aliens, they are the upstarts, and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides. Almost any other faction in the universe, given the right amount of force, can wipe out the Tau Empire from existence. They themselves might not be perfect, but their slight glimmer of hope is exactly that, a glimmer in a dark and crushing galaxy. Of course, nobody dares take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire, because doing so is an enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one person in a commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3. But not to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even see them. But they lack numbers, and in the dark corners of the galaxy, something is coming that is entirely numbers.
The Tyranids!
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds.
Tyranids!
This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale, and all we can try to do is stop the swarms of bioengineered monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as prey. The conflicts of Warhammer 40K are chaotic enough with the sheer volume of violence that exists in the confines of the Milky Way. However, there is a threat to the galaxy that extends beyond our known galaxy that is creeping ever closer and cannot be negotiated with. What drew them to the galaxy is unclear. It may have been the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a Xenos device detonated in the Horus Heresy. It could have been that they were done eating
Meet the Warhammer Zerg.
Come to take ours,
So it
or
seems
they might be running from something far, far worse. Regardless of the why, the where, when it came to the first official contact with these creatures, was the planet of Tyran. This is the site where the Imperium encountered a fleet of these creatures before being utterly torn to shreds. Thus, these creatures became known as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy for years beforehand, but this was the first true instance of their presence being fully known. Unlike other creatures in the realm of 40K that can be talked to, captured, or negotiated with, the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with.
Hey,
they
yo!
are, at their core, animals, but not the
Welcome,
fun kind of
Raiders! Welcome! Hello, CV! Oh my god. Phasmo. I was like paranoia. How was Phas? I haven't played Phas in like a hot ass minute. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you all are having a wonderful day, and hopefully you had a fun time, CV. Hopefully your stream went well. Welcome in, everybody. We are suffering. We are suffering in Warhammer 40K lore and playing Uma Musume right now. So it is the true essence of Subway Surfer stream today. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing well. Oh my god, my brain is so tired of Warhammer lore. We have been pretty much watching Warhammer lore all day. It's been a time. Said suffer with me. Hey, chat shows this. We had multiple lore videos to watch option wise, and everyone chose Warhammer. So this is what you get. And I don't. Oh, and apparently my group chat wants to be whatever. Go away. Go away. Anyway, welcome in. For those who came in and you might not know who I am, hello, I am Josie62. I'm one of CV's sisters, and I am the incarnation of the Battleship New Jersey and one of the many talents in VFleet projects. And yeah, we're just vibing today with Uma Musume and Warhammer lore and very loud cars. That is California. Welcome to California. But if anyone needs to run, especially since you just ended your stream, Steve, I know you just gotta hit and run, no worries. But anyone who wants to vibe and just chill out watching Warhammer lore, feel free. We're just kind of hanging out. And we're on day 10 of the month-long September Subathon / partner push. So it's gonna be time, but feel free to hang. It's very chill time. Don't call me out on my bullshit. What do you mean? What? Bullshit of what? What bullshit am I calling you out on? I don't even know what I just called you out on. Josie's downloading the lore. I would have voted for something, anything. Oh, for the voting. I see. Objection. I voted for Mass Effect. I like Mass Effect. Or Sonic. Hey, Sonic and Mass Effect are good too. I'm fine with that. But yeah, TLDR. We're vibing. We're vibing. I think we're gonna win too. So, hey.
They are the xenomorphs of 40K, and boy, are they hungry.
We're talking about the. Wait, what are we talking about? What? And we won. What was what was it, chat? Tell me, chat. What are we on again? Which part are we on? The Tyranids. Yes. Thank you. Yes, the Xenos. Thank you. Thank you. I knew you would know. I knew I could trust you. Because this is a lot of it. I'm shoving so much shit in my brain that I'm like, I'm not gonna remember any of this tomorrow, but that's okay. Thank you.
Hardwired to either kill or be killed, and they are an unrelenting force due to this. However, just because they don't talk outwardly doesn't mean they don't communicate with one another. The true horror of the Tyranids is found in their driving force, the hive mind.
The hive mind.
Hot in here by Nelly.
That's what I guessed.
Oh my god.
You see, the Tyranids are a collective consciousness that are all connected to a singular embodiment of psychic power that is utterly incomprehensible to the human
Hope Josie's ready for the autism exam tomorrow. Nope.
The Tyranids on the field of battle are followed around by synapse creatures, essentially serving as their Bluetooth connection to the greater hive mind.
I love Bluetooth connection.
This allows them to send and receive information about the battle they're in, and it also allows them to adapt to certain situations.
We're gonna just recreation.
Information gained. Depending on the enemy, the swarm might be able to develop a new weapon or new tactics so they can get the upper hand. When the synapse connection is cut, they are unable to essentially form a save state and are stranded. The sheer power of the hive mind presence pours from each Tyranid in such a manner that it causes a distortion in the warp.
I'm objecting to any further Warhammer 40K content at this point. I mean, I like the lore. I like the lore. It's just a lot. Like, I like it, but oh my god, it's just a lot. I will probably consume Warhammer at first for a while, like I did Mass Effect, in the privacy of my own home, off screen, where I can just process it, you know, at my baby level, my spoon feeding level. Because it seems very cool. It's just a lot of fucking info at one time. Like, holy Jesus.
Shadow in the warp. This shadow prevents any usage of the warp, or at least makes it exceptionally difficult. Communications shut down due to Astropaths being unable to talk. Ships
just pick one of the 40K. One thing about 40K you enjoying. Go hard. Yeah, true.
Feel an immense dread due to it. It causes everything to just kind of sit dead like at a buffet counter waiting for the afternoon meal rush. The Tyranids meander through the galaxy in these gigantic hive fleets that are fueled by bioships, and these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies and more ships. Everything about the Tyranids is organic, and to fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids strip a planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively
Just be sure to geek out about it with us on stream when you're done.
so that they have less
mayhaps. Because I do like it. And obviously a lot of you like it, so we'll see. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself.
Tyranids are gross though. They creep me out. They are basically just xenomorphs.
Their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict or both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat. Because regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids marks the heat death of the galaxy itself. And all the
I didn't know like 90% of this stuff, and I enjoyed Space Marine, so no test required. Yeah. It's like I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it. But say nothing about this setting catches my interest. I mean, that's fair. You don't have to like it, so I can understand that. It's not for everyone, but it's just like Mass Effect's not for everyone. You know, military sims are not for everyone. You know, not everyone's gonna like everything. That is the one fun thing about life. There are things for everybody.
Factions can ultimately agree that the Tyranids themselves act as the biggest threat to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly
Tyranids are horrifying. There is a YouTube series that shows the full scale of the Tyranid invasion. Oh god, I don't think I'd ever want to watch that. Oh yeah, I think my Daiwa won. I think I made my Daiwa win. She locked the fuck in when it mattered.
Earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their victims. The Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on. Despite the inability to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create heavy monsters. If you brought weapon emplacements, they spawn little creatures to scour your vents and sewers. Many of you
I don't like that.
The Servitor
oh, they're like it's like the Xenomorphs meets the freaking Necromorphs. Because it's like the Necromorphs in Dead Space. They always have different variations to send after you. Ugh, gross.
For me, as I provide you another very.
Let me see. It's very much theme over function and rule of cool. True. Very true. Very true. Like, I mean, just like anything, you know, not everything has to have logical reason for it. I mean, I think that's just life itself. Not everything has to have a logical reason for it to exist. Things can exist just because it's cool. So that is very fair.
Very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death.
I can't admit interest anymore publicly. A coworker saw me looking at lore and talked my ear off for like a month and tried to hustle me plastic crack. Like, I'm never one to get into lore or to get into a franchise because someone like forces me into it, because I don't like that. Like, it's one thing if someone genuinely thinks I might like it because of my interest, sure, by all means. Like, I can respect that if someone's like, I think you'd like it because of this reason, and that's why I'm kind of so persistent. But at the same time, you know, I'm never gonna join a faction or a fandom because someone really thinks I should. So if I do end up liking something, I like it because I want to. So
it has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the sinking of the Seafort Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy. I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes.
I love how they have
biostructures
these like very
dominate
chill
Pluto's
music
surface.
sometimes.
Gigantic lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi.
And we did win, chat. We at least won. We got our win with Iowa.
Poison sky. The glistening chitin coating their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling biomatter. Tides of creatures bloated with consumed flesh vomited their guts into the pool.
That's so vitriolic and descriptive.
Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors?
Exclamation point join. What the heck?
Random? I will never know. I can
Rock chat. Bruh. I was like, what? Huh? I got so confused. I mean, if you want to join Warhammer, I mean, you totally could. You totally could. Damn, that's crazy.
Do not rejoice in the deaths they inflicted. The biomatter of the dead Xenos was surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Helena. I am the only one left that I know. One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate
Damn, I wanted to get unrestrained, but oh, actually no, because I'm not a front runner. Duh.
Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended
Join the digestion pools.
The reality that there was no escape hitting.
Listen, Josie's 40K degenerate night trope. What? No.
A justly deserved end.
No.
I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the
I'm trying to decide what I use my last bit of skill points for.
Visibly dropping.
While also listening.
They are even taking our seas. There are enormous beasts with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see, upon which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves like their mother's udders. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people. I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform.
Bioform.
The Tyranids
and welcome back, Shark. I have learned way too many horrible things.
Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of endless worlds and solar systems, it may just be bones and ash. The tendrils of the hive mind have wrapped themselves around the galaxy, and the only thing that's guaranteed is that dinner is served. However, the Tyranids are not simply the unending hordes of bugs. Beyond the more general buffet tactics of the Tyranids,
what the fuck are these?
Has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary.
Those things are creepy as hell. And good night, Brian.
General upheaval and revolution. However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the... In the sunless body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great Father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands. Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight.
We're gonna
And
do a
what
poll
lies
chat
between those
while we
stars,
listen to
what
this.
sails beyond those distant suns, shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our
Wish me luck on my
our
poll
gods,
chat. Wish me luck.
Truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children
I forgot about
the
these guys.
void.
If you have
We hear
Genesteal
them in
cult
our
on your
dreams,
planet,
we
you're
feel them
already
in our
done.
blood.
Oh,
They call
really?
and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself.
Damn.
Deep in the depths of a planet.
Damn,
a
that
Gene
was a
Stealer
terrible
acts as
pull.
almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids, and were the first Tyranid units encountered by the Imperium itself long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only reproduce through the birthing pools in the
There is a
fleet,
Gene Stealer cult active on Terra? Oh
the Big
god.
Smooch. The Gene Stealer kiss is essentially what the facehugger alien does. It attaches to a victim and releases an embryo. However, instead of a chest burster, the embryo alters the genetic makeup of the host itself, turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of the hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce.
gross.
The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40K, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once
They
were.
kind of look
Due to the
disturbing as
size
hell.
of most worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time,
It takes generations for a Gene Stealer cult to form. Oh.
And honestly, it sounds
Berkey at
great
least
for a
used
lot
to
of the
play
folks on the
League.
planet.
This is going to be a
By the
rabbit hole.
people,
Yeah.
as they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the brood mind activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the brood mind, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original Gene Stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to prepare for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they
meet
are
the pyro,
harvested,
I
some of them
see.
are snapped back to reality. Oops, there
I
goes
knew
gravity,
exactly
before
what
they
he
are
meant
thrown
by
into the
that.
biomass soup.
TF2.
For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant redeployment of Gene Stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Gene Stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Gene Stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet. The Gene Stealer cult cults overall have really come into their own.
Oh my
commercially
god,
and
that
artistically. They
reference.
have very much
That's
embraced
crazy.
the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an alien presence to
Wait,
provide a
what does this say? The bugs keep telling me to short the Bible, but I don't fucking know what either of those things mean. That would be my confused notification as well. I don't know what any of that means.
manifesto on reasons to revolt. Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things like mining
Oh,
lasers,
it looks like
drilling
the
saws, demolition
Tangia has
charges,
returned.
giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right the charm. It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds.
Oh,
Greatest
Lord.
amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces. The
Man, these
ever-vigilant
weebs are like
Inquisition
insane.
and the
They are so
Templists
deep.
Of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter.
Did he talk about this? Or are we not? It's done. It's over. He was saying he was ending it. This is the end. This is the end. Yeah, he's like, I will leave you with this. It's the end. What was Josie's reaction? I don't know. You'll have to watch the VOD at that point. I don't know. But that is it. That is it. It is
As someone who doesn't
done.
necessarily serve,
No, I think it jumped to the next video. Yes, it did. It went to another. Oh wait, no, it didn't.
young Messiah, but someone who can appreciate them, you will not be getting my legs today, as I'll.
Oh my god, I think he jumped to a new video. No, we will not be doing that. We will not be doing that. We will not be doing that. I will not be doing that because we have already played 8 million videos. My brain has had its fill with Warhammer. I've had my fill of Warhammer for a millennia, for 8 million millennia. Oh my lord. The Uma Musumes. The Umas. That's the old one, yeah. I think it just jumped to that next one. Time to say again that both and the Amazon secret level shorts are worth watching now. Cool. Because I know, I know I got tagged in that earlier. So that'll definitely be in my to-do list. Maybe one of these days, maybe we'll watch it on stream. I don't know. Maybe, mayhaps. Ay. Damn, we got 4th. Oof. Oof. Next. The Amazon secret level short was dope. Yes. Okay. Will do. Well, my brain is tired. Oh my lord. Yeah, this is why, like, lore stuff, it's like, man, unless it's something that I'm already like super knowledgeable on, my brain is just like, I have so much data in my brain now that I'm just like, what do I do with all this? What do I do with all this knowledge now? What do I do with all of this knowledge? Oh, my brain, it hurts. The lore download was downloading. It's all so much lore. So much in my brain. To be fair, 40k lore is a lot. Yeah, and I always kind of knew it was going to be just like so much data in my brain. Ay. Ooh. Oh, okay. My brain is tired. All right. Oh, I must stretch. Oy, that was how long? Oh my god, 8 hours. Jeez Louise. Normally I wouldn't have any problem with that, but my brain is full. It is full and tired. So I think we're gonna wrap it up here. We're gonna wrap it up here so I can go turn off my brain and go eat food before it gets stupid late. And thank you for the 500 bits, Para. And with that, I must go to bed. Enjoy being in the Warhammer rabbit hole. And remember, you're stuck here. Everywhere you look, we'll see Warhammer references and stuff that takes inspiration from Warhammer. There is no escape anyway. Good night. Thank you, Paratrooper. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging today. I know it was a more like focused stream today with lore and all that jazz. But I know a lot of you asked for it, so you know, hopefully you enjoyed. It was entertaining to say the least. There were moments that I was like, I could see why people like it. I can understand it. I can understand that. And I'm happy to have my voice back. But I'm definitely going to submit myself to dinner at this point because I am le hungry. And I am le tired, but le hungry. Bricky makes some great videos. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to keep an eye on his I'm gonna check out his Mass Effect ones because I'm curious. I'm very curious. I'm very curious to say the least. Okay, on that note, we're gonna call it here. We're gonna call it here. Let me see. My brain, let's see. We're gonna raid Tony because I never get to normally raid Tony. So we're gonna raid Senor Tony. He's playing some Tarkov, it looks like. Looks like he's playing Tarkov with a friend. So let's go give him love. We will be streaming tomorrow. I won't be streaming Saturday. So if you want to see me before the small day break, hopefully I will see you tomorrow. I think I'm not entirely sure of the plan just yet for tomorrow. But hopefully I will see you in. Hopefully I will see you in. If not, I hope you have a good Friday. Enjoy your Friday in California. And the raid message is in chat, so I hope you'll stick around for the raid. Okay, let me get that started. But thank you guys for hanging out today. Have a good rest of your night. Make sure to get some food or get some rest, whatever time it is for you right now. But thank you guys for hanging. It'll be day 11 tomorrow. But have a good night. Thank you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Have a good day. Goodbye.